Dear LibMind fans, welcome back. Don't forget to subscribe LibMind's YouTube channel to keep up with all upcoming videos. You can buy this book in the description to support us keeping us moving forward. Whatever it is that you're going through, we will always be here.
What this book can do for you. Everyone possesses the power of telepsychics, which means constant communication with the various and marvelous powers of your mind. Wherever I go, whether Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, or the various cities in our own country, people tell me of the amazing untapped powers that they have contacted and that have completely transformed their lives. This book is extremely practical and down to earth. It is intended for all those who wish to experience the riches of the mind to bring them the objects of their desires and needs. You can get immediate results by using the laws of your subconscious mind in the right way. You will find simple, practical techniques and easy-to-do programs in every chapter of this book, enabling you to put into practice the act of leading a full and happy life. Telepsychics teaches you how to meet and overcome the challenges, difficulties, trials and other problems of daily living. It supplies you with special techniques for putting the extraordinary powers within you into operation at once. The unique features of this book. You will learn how to visualize future events and, if they appear to be negative in nature, to change them through the application of metaphysical powers. You will learn how to develop your intuitive and other psychic powers, which will set you on the high road to freedom and peace of mind. You will learn the superstitious origins of black and white magic and how to neutralize and reject the so-called voodoo curse and all other negative suggestions that may be adversely affecting you. In this book, you will also learn to use powers of extrasensory and psychic perception. You can communicate with so-called dead people and determine whether or not a loved one has actually spoken to you. Many people converse at length with voices of discarnate entities or disembodied spirits and receive extraordinarily intelligent answers. You will learn how a sensitive or psychic person practices automatic writing, without using a pen or pencil, and reveals future events with amazing accuracy. In writing the many chapters of this book, I had in mind the salesman, the stenographer, the mailman, the housewife, the businessman, the clerk behind the counter, the student, the professional man, and all those who wish to fulfill their dreams, aspirations, and ambitions in life. Therefore, you will find each chapter pregnant with simple, intensely practical techniques, the what to do and how to do it, for calling forth the powers of your psychic mind, knowing that there is an infinite intelligence in your subconscious mind that knows only the true answer. Some of the highlights of this book. Following are some of the actual case histories in this book that demonstrate how others have benefited from using their telepsychic powers. How a college student who was failing in his studies suddenly realized that the infinite cannot fail and, how, tuning in with the infinite, he became a brilliant success. How, in a dream, a young nurse saw the skyjacking of the plane on which she had planned to travel. She cancelled her trip, and the plane was subsequently skyjacked. How a sales manager focused his attention on a blank wall and then projected onto the wall a mental picture of the annual sales figures that he desired to achieve. He got marvelous results. How a woman overcame her fear of 4 people, who she said were praying for her downfall. She joined up with the one power and is now at peace. How a woman in Hawaii learned to laugh at so-called black magic and voodoo curses. She discovered the power within her and said, "I am now free." How a university student who was praying for a husband saw her future husband in a dream with a book under his arm. She met him 2 months later and married him. How telepsychics enabled a detective to discover large supplies of cocaine and heroin. All this was revealed to him in a dream. The value of the narcotics was $3 million. How a wife used telepsychics and saved her husband's life. A man fired 3 shots at him, all of which missed him as a result of his wife's protective prayer. How telepsychics saved his life in a dream. In his dream he read the headlines in a newspaper which told him of the loss of 92 passengers. He cancelled his flight, and the accident that was foreseen in his dream actually occurred. How telepsychics saved the lives of a mother and son who were being slowly asphyxiated by the leakage of a gas jet. Her deceased husband appeared to her and told her to turn off the gas. How Telepsychics revealed a lost diamond. In a dream, she saw her ring clearly in the maid's room, wrapped in a piece of paper and located in an old shoe belonging to the maid. How Telepsychics acts as an invisible partner and guide to a businessman who frequently invests up to $1 million. 00 in bonds. His investments are always very profitable. How a simple explanation of telepsychics saved the life of a would-be suicide. How a man's knowledge of telepsychics saved his life on a burning airplane. How a young businessman practiced telepsychics and made a small fortune in gold stock. A man appeared to him in a dream and gave him the names of gold stocks to purchase. He followed the instructions and became financially successful. How telepsychics revealed the whereabouts of a lost deed to a young secretary whose father had died, leaving no records. How telepsychics revealed hidden talents to a teacher in a dream, fulfilling her heart's desire for full expression and accumulation of wealth. How telepsychics revealed to a girl, whose father had died, the whereabouts of hidden family money. Her father appeared to her in a dream and showed her where a steel box, containing $13,000. 00 was located. How telepsychics enabled a young man to become an airline pilot. There were 2,500 applicants for 10 openings. 90% of them had more experience than this young man. He pictured himself working as a pilot. And he succeeded in getting the position. How telepsychics gave the numbers to play on the roulette wheel to a man in his sleep. The next day, he won $50,000. 00. How telepsychics revealed to a young girl the whereabouts of an old earthenware jug. Her father dug up the backyard and found the jug, which was full of valuable coins dating back to 1898. Telepsychics is a simple, practical, logical and scientific method that works to fulfill your deepest desires. I want to say positively, definitely, unquestionably and decisively that by using the instructions in this book, you will reap the fruits of a rich, happy, joyous and successful life. Let wonders happen to you by following the guidance of this book and by applying it in your daily life. Dr. Joseph Murphy. Chapter 1. How telepsychics can be your magic power for perfect living. Magic is referred to as the art of producing a desired effect or result through the use of various techniques. Men speak of the magic of music, the magic of spring and the magic of beauty. It is also referred to as the art of causing illusions, such as in entertainment, by the use of sleight of hand, legerdemain and conjuring, whereby one pulls a rabbit out of a hat or causes a human being to disappear. The invisible power within you. To most people, magic is the production of effects by unknown forces. Magic, however, is a relative term. Obviously, if the processes are known to you, the work is not a work of magic to you. In many remote places in the world today, among primitive people, the airplane, radio, television or recording machines would be considered magical objects. Likewise, these discoveries would have been looked upon as magical 150 or 200 years ago in our own country. We understand how astronauts manage to go to the moon today and do not, therefore, call it magical. All forces are, in their nature, unknown, all things come forth from spirit. We do not see spirit. But we can feel the spirit of joy, the spirit of the game, the spirit of the musician, the spirit of the speaker and the spirit of goodness, truth and beauty moving through our minds and hearts. No theologian has ever seen spirit, God, but we can use this presence and power in all phases of our lives. We don't know what electricity is, for instance, we only know about some of the things it does. The force itself is still unknown to us. Actually, all of us practice magic constantly. We desire to lift our finger and, lo and behold, the invisible power responds according to the intention of our mind, yet we do not know exactly how we move and lift our finger. Socrates informs us that just by lifting a finger, you disturb the most distant star. You will perceive that we all are familiar enough with the magic power within us, though it is not called by that name in our workaday world. Tuning in with the magic power. You can tune in to the infinite power within you and transform your whole life. Wherever I go, whether to Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, or the various cities in our own country, people tell me of the amazing, untapped power which they have contacted and which has completely transformed their lives. Many of them have said that their old friends and acquaintances have remarked to them, "What's happened to you? I hardly know you." As you follow the techniques and processes outlined in this book, you will find out that this inner power can solve your problems, prosper you, reveal hidden talents to you, and lift you up from sickness, failure, lack, and limitations of all kinds. This power can guide you and open up new doors of expression for you. You can receive inspiration, guidance, and new creative ideas, bringing you harmony, happiness, and peace of mind. How a college student tuned in for passing examinations. A few months ago, I talked with a college student who was getting rather poor grades. He was quite despondent because his marks were, as he said, bad enough to cause him to flunk out. He had been reading and studying Secrets of the I Ching, and in asking it a question, it said, "Go and see the great man." He interpreted that to mean that he should see a counselor or spiritual advisor, though it had deeper meanings, also. I asked, "Why do you want poor grades?" Infinite intelligence is within your subconscious mind and you can use it. "Okay," he said. "My parents criticize me and point out that my sister is a much better student than I am and passes all her examinations easily." I explained to this young man that he should immediately cease comparing himself with his sister, because all comparisons are odious, pointing out that each person is unique and that everyone is born with different endowments. In comparing yourself with others, you are placing the other on a pedestal and denigrating yourself. Furthermore, you are giving too much attention to the activities and successes of your sister and neglecting your own studies while forgetting your own inner capacities and abilities. To continue along this line will cause you to lose initiative and incentive, causing a buildup of inner tension and anxiety. The only competition is in your own mind between the thought of failure and the thought of success. You were born to win, to triumph, to succeed, and to overcome all problems. The infinite power can't fail, and you are one with it. At my suggestion, he followed a simple and very practical technique, which he went over mentally every night prior to retiring, as follows. I sincerely wish for my sister and all other students in my classes success and accomplishment in all their studies. Infinite intelligence guides me in my studies and reveals to me everything I need to know. I know my subconscious mind has a perfect memory and reveals to me the answers on all my examinations. I pass all my examinations in divine order. I sleep in peace every night and I awake in joy. As he continued thinking and acting along the above lines. A few weeks ago he said to me, "I'm competing with no one. I'm doing fine. I know now that I have what it takes." As Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, there is guidance for each of us, and by lowly listening, we shall hear the right word. How she practiced telepsychics. Tele means communication and psyche means the soul or spirit within you. When you pray, you are contacting your psyche, or higher self, and it responds according to your belief and recognition of it. A young nurse recently planned on taking a flight, but the night before the departure, she had a vivid experience. In a dream, she saw the plane hijacked, and an inner voice spoke to her and said, "Cancel your trip." She awakened startled, but she followed the inner instruction and canceled the flight. Incidentally, the plane she had selected was hijacked. The guiding principle of her subconscious caused her to see the event before it happened in order to protect her. The plan to hijack the plane was already in the universal subconscious mind and, as she prayed for guidance, she received the answer in a dream, which came from her deeper mind. Her prayer before retiring every night is as follows: "Divine love goes before me wherever I go, making joyous, happy and glorious my way." The sacred circle of God's eternal love surrounds me, and I am always watched over by God. I bear a charmed life. The above prayer is true telepsychics, or actual communication with the infinite intelligence of her subconscious mind, which knows all, sees all, and responds to the nature of her thought. Action and reaction are cosmic and universal. In prayer, you are having a dialogue with your higher self, which some call God. Others use the term true self, living spirit almighty, the Father within, infinite intelligence, the Oversoul, Brahma, Allah, etc. There are many names for the power within you, but, in any case, it is timeless, spaceless, ageless, and nameless. The Bible calls it I Am, which means being, life, awareness, self-originating spirit, unconditioned consciousness. All you need to remember is that your thought causes the infinite power to respond. You are dealing with a reciprocal action and reaction. As you sow you reap, and as you call you receive an answer. He discovered the power of his mental image. Thoreau said years ago that we become what we image. The mental picture you hold in your mind tends to manifest itself in your experience. A sales manager who often attends my lectures at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre on Sunday mornings told me how he draws on the power of his imagination, which he finds extraordinarily effective. Here it is. He relaxes and calms his mind by quietly repeating to himself the 23rd Psalm, then he looks at the white wall in his office. As he focuses his attention on the blank white wall, he throws a picture of the sales figures he wants at the end of the year. He looks at the amount closely, focusing all his attention on the financial figures, then he claims these figures are now sinking down into his subconscious mind. Finally, he hears the president of the company congratulating him on the wonderful growth of the organization and his splendid accomplishments. He said that he knew when the figures had reached his subconscious, because the impression was always followed by a sense of great peace. This is truly telepsychics in action. His mental image was communicated to his psyche, subconscious mind, and was developed in the darkroom of his mind, coming forth as the joy of the answered prayer. This sales manager said that for the past 4 years the financial sales figures for each of the years has always exceeded his mental image. This is true, because your subconscious always magnifies whatever is impressed upon it. Give the right mental image to your subconscious. Every picture that you create in your mind, particularly when emotionalized, comes to pass. It works out in action, either internally or externally. If you inhibit it from working out in external action, it is inevitable that it will work out in internal action in some mental, emotional, or physical disturbance of your body. Be careful that you do not indulge in mental images that you don't want to carry out in external actions. I once knew an alcoholic who was imprisoned for manslaughter. He said to me that he was absolutely determined never to imbibe again when he was discharged from prison. The very day he was released, however, he immediately began to drink heavily. Why? The simple reason is because he was always forming mental pictures of a drink while he was in prison, and the moment he got out he took to the bottle. He externalized the act of that which he was picturing all the time. If he had not externalized his mental image, this picture would have hurt him in some other way, probably in the form of physical or emotional upset. Thus, every picture that you create in your mind has to be worked into action, lest it manifest itself in some mental, physical, or emotional disharmony in the body. How a writer discovered the magic power within him. A writer friend of mine told me that he had a misunderstanding with the producer of a play based on his script. They had a rather heated exchange. He had read Miracle of Mind Dynamics * and had applied many of the techniques of prayer outlined therein. When he went home he went into his den, relaxed and thought about the infinite power within him, then he conducted an imaginary conversation with the producer, as if he were experiencing the future now. He pictured the producer right in front of him, claiming harmony, peace and perfect understanding between them. In his vivid imagination he conversed with the producer, saying that all he wanted was divine right action. He imagined the producer responding, saying, "There is perfect agreement between us. Divine right action prevails." In this quiet, passive state, he envisioned a happy ending, feeling the imaginary handshake of the producer and the perfect harmonious solution. Several days passed, and the writer met the producer in the club to which they belonged. Before he had a chance to greet him, the producer called him over and said, "I have reread your script and I admit you were right. What is right action for one is right action for all concerned." What the writer had claimed to be true subjectively came to pass objectively. Try it. It works. There isn't a single human being in the country that cannot overcome fear, anger, and hostility, and resolve his conflicts, sharpen his mind, and live an amazing life. We go about it by changing our attitudes like the above-mentioned writer. William James, the great American psychologist, said, "Human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind." Telepsychics is for all men and women. Inspiration, or contact with the infinite power, can come to you as easily as the air you breathe. You breathe casually and without effort. Likewise, we let the divine intelligence or creative essence of God into our minds or intellect without tension. Many people have erroneous ideas about inspiration. They believe it is an extraordinary experience given or had by mystics or other highly spiritual people. This is not so. Although it is true that people who lead spiritual lives may be inspired frequently or get spontaneous feelings or ideas, it is equally true that the businessman may also become inspired by turning to the infinite power within him. Inspiration, or divine guidance, may be had on any problem. In other words, the information you seek, knowledge required, or business difficulties solved may be achieved simply by asking God, or the infinite power, for the answer. You may be a novelist and have several books to your credit, yet when you get a pad and a pencil or typewriter, you can't begin, nothing happens. Not an idea, plot, or story. You may drink 6 cups of coffee and it does not help. Quiet your mind, however, and claim that you are inspired from on high and that God's creative ideas unfold within you in divine order. You will then receive knowledge, guidance, and creative energy. Ideas will flow to you freely, joyously, and lovingly. An engineer gets specific data. An engineer once told me that he wanted specific data for an engineering examination. He realized that his professor had given him the information, but he had forgotten it. He asked his subconscious mind to furnish him with the answer and then went to work on other parts of the examination, and the answer welled up from his deeper mind. It was in his subconscious mind all the time, and when he relaxed and let go, the wisdom of his subconscious came freely into his conscious mind and he passed his examination easily. Remember, the quiet mind receives the answer. The Cash Register Man. Some years ago I read a magazine article about the man who got the idea for the cash register. The article explained that, although the man had not had much of an education, he was very intelligent and perceptive. Once, while on an ocean voyage, he asked the ship's officer to explain to him the workings of the log, which registered the speed of the ship. The explanation was given, and suddenly, the man got the idea for the cash register. This man was aware of a specific problem. Men are often wrongfully accused of stealing while others steal and never get caught. Also, when cash is exchanged, countless errors can be made in change. He immediately related the workings of the ship's log to a solution to this problem and, through this inspiration, he developed the cash register. This was inspiration, or telepsychics. Ask your subconscious to give you creative ideas, and a similar idea worth a fortune may well up within you. How to practice telepsychics every day. You can tune in with your higher self and receive answers by calming yourself and knowing that when you call, there will be a response in accordance with the nature of your call. Recall that the wire from the powerhouse is placed in your room or cellar. The main wire belongs to Edison, the wiring in the house belongs to you, and the contact is there enabling you to turn on the light. Similarly, your conscious mind can, at this moment, contact the infinite storehouse and wisdom within you. You would not pray unless you believed that there is a wisdom and intelligence in your subconscious which knows all and sees all and is responsive to your call. The Bible says, Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65 verse 24. Points to remember. 1. Telepsychics means communication with your psyche or soul, i.e., your subconscious mind, which is coextensive with all wisdom and all power. When you pray believing, your subconscious mind responds with the answer. 2. Magic is a relative term. To most people, magic is the production of effects by unknown forces. All forces are, in their essence, unknown. Scientists do not know what energy is. Edison, when asked by a woman what electricity was, replied, "Madam, it is. Use it." There is an invisible wisdom, power, and intelligence in your subconscious mind which knows all and sees all. You can contact this power with your conscious mind. This primal power is timeless, ageless, nameless, and eternal. 3. You can use your inner powers to solve your problems, prosper you along all lines, reveal your hidden talents, and set you on the high road to happiness, peace of mind, and freedom. 4. Cease comparing yourself with others. This attitude consists in denigrating yourself while placing others on a pedestal. You are unique, different from every person in the world. Give attention to your inner powers and you will excel in your chosen field. If you wish to pass an examination, don't compare yourself with other students. This attitude causes tension and anxiety. Relax, quiet your mind, and every morning and night affirm feelingly and knowingly, "Infinite intelligence in my subconscious mind guides me in all my studies and I will pass all examinations in divine order." 5. When you pray, you are actually contacting your higher self, which some call God, or Supreme Intelligence. You get an answer according to your belief. Sometimes you may receive an answer in a dream that warns you not to take a certain trip. One young lady who prayed regularly for guidance, divine love, and right action, dreamed 24 hours in advance of the hijacking of the plane on which she had arranged to travel. As a result, she canceled the trip. The reason for this is simple. The plan of the hijacking was already known in the collective subconscious, and her own subconscious, which is one with the collective mind, revealed the plan to her. 6. The picture you have in your mind tends to manifest itself in your life. A sales manager focuses his attention on a certain financial figure for the end of the year, and by repetition and concentration, this mental picture enters his subconscious mind. In the past 4 years, his subconscious has magnified and multiplied the desired result. The subconscious magnifies whatever you give attention to. 7. An ex-alcoholic who pictures himself drinking will be compelled to drink. Any mental picture you emotionalize will come to pass in your experience. Imagine what is lovely and of good report. 8. If you have a misunderstanding with another person, conduct an imaginary conversation with him based on the golden rule and the law of love, realizing that there is harmony, peace, and divine understanding between you. Imagine and picture in your mind the happy ending by shaking hands in harmony and peace. What you imagine and feel to be true subjectively will come to pass objectively. The Bible says, "I have told you before it come to pass, that, when it is come to pass, ye might believe." John 14:29. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Secrets of the I Ching, West Nyack, N.Y., Parker Publishing Company Incorporated. 1970. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Miracle of Mind Dynamics, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1964. Chapter 2. How Telepsychics Reveals the Great Secret of the Ages. Many people today are afraid of malignant thought projections, black magic, the evil eye, voodoo, etc. There seems to be a general fear that there is some sort of hidden power that others can use to hurt them or to mar their happiness. The greatest secret within man. You will truly lead a full and happy life when you awaken to the greatest of all truths. It is expressed in Deuteronomy 6 verse 4, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord," which means hear, understand, O Israel, illumined, awakened man. The Lord, the lordly power, or supreme power, our God, our ruler, the infinite power, is one Lord, one power, not two, not three, not 10, not 1,000, just one. The superstitious origin of black and white magic. When we were very young and highly impressionable, our parents, who didn't know any better, told us about a punitive God and also about a devil who would tempt us. They also cautioned us that, if we were very bad, we might go to hell and suffer forever. Children and childish minds think only in pictures or mental images and, not knowing anything better, they project images of God and a devil. Children envision God up in the heavens on a golden throne surrounded by angels, and the devil down below in the flames of hell, not realizing that, in fact, all of us create our own heaven and our own hell by the ways in which we think, feel, and believe. Primitive man attributed pleasure to the gods and all pain, suffering, and misery to evil spirits or to devils of his own creation. Prehistoric man realized that he was subjected to strange forces over which he seemed to have no control. Earthquakes and floods took place and, not knowing the cause, the jungle priests said that the gods were angry. Then they proceeded to offer up sacrifices to appease the angry wrath of the supposed gods. The sun gave man heat, but in a prolonged drought, the same sun seemed to scorch the earth. Fire warmed man, but it also burned him. The thunder terrified him, lightning paralyzed him with fear, the waters flooded his lands. At times, his cattle and children were drowned. His understanding of external powers consisted of primitive and fundamental beliefs in many types of gods. From this crude and ignorant reasoning, primitive man proceeded to supplicate the intelligences of the winds, the stars, and the waters, hoping they would hear him and answer his prayer. He proceeded to make offerings and sacrifices to the gods of the wind and the rain. Primitive man divided the gods and genii into beneficial and malignant powers. Hence, you will find the universality of these two powers in all the creedal beliefs of millions of people. A belief in two powers is a hangover from these age-old superstitious beliefs. Good and evil in your life are determined by your thought. The forces of nature are not evil, it depends upon how you use them. You can use any power in either of two ways. The same wind will blow a boat on the rocks or carry it safely to the harbor. You can use electricity to fry an egg or to electrocute someone. You can use atomic energy constructively to drive a ship across the ocean or to destroy cities, towns, and people. You can use water to drown a child or quench his thirst, fire to warm or burn him. We give purpose to the forces of nature. Good and evil are in the mind of the individual, they are nowhere else. Think good and good follows, think evil and evil follows. Keep your eyes on the greatest thought and move ahead in life. Judge Thomas Troward, author of Edinburgh Lectures and many other books, stated in 1902. Once you admit that there is any power outside yourself, however beneficial you may conceive it to be, you have sown the seed which must sooner or later bear the fruit of fear, which is the entire ruin of life, love and liberty. We must contend earnestly, both within ourselves and outwardly, for the one great foundation and never, now on to all eternity, admit for a single instant any thought which is opposed to this, the basic truth of being. Troward has stated a marvelous truth, which each person should keep before him. The suggestions of others have no power to create the things they suggest. The power is in your own thought. When your thoughts are God's thoughts, God's power is with your thoughts of good. It is always the movement of your own thought which creates. You have the power to completely reject any negative suggestion and unite mentally with the omnipotence within you. Why the so-called voodoo curse is merely a negative suggestion. Some years ago, I visited Cape Town, South Africa, to lecture for the late Dr. Hester Brandt, who had a large center there teaching the science of the mind. While I was there, she arranged for me to visit one of the gold mines in Johannesburg. An English physician affiliated with one of the mines I visited told me that when a man who is working in the mine violates company code, he gets a message from the voodoo doctor such as, "You will die at 6 p.m. and he sits down and dies. Post-mortem examinations show no reason for the deaths whatever, and the doctor added that fear, generated by the violators themselves, is the actual cause of death. She was terrified because they were praying against her. A few weeks ago, I talked to a young woman who was in great distress because she said there were some people in her former church praying against her because she had left their group. She believed that she was cursed and that, as a result, everything was going wrong. I explained to her that the curse she mentioned was really the negative use of the law of her subconscious mind * within herself, and that she was imposing the curses on herself through fear. The suggestions of others had become a movement of her own thoughts, and since her thoughts were creative, she was hurting herself. She was transferring the power within herself to members of her former church, not realizing that they had no power. I explained to her that the power was within her and that she should immediately cease transmitting the power to others. God or Spirit is one and indivisible, it moves as unity. There are no divisions or quarrels in it, and as she aligned herself with the infinite and gave it her allegiance, devotion, and loyalty, nothing would happen to her. She began to affirm, "I dwell in the secret place of the Most High, and I abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him will I trust." Psalm 91 verse 2. I added, "Look at those people as extremely ignorant and have compassion on them. The real and ultimate power is the great affirmative, which is constructive. They are using suggestion, which is a power but not the power, God, which moves as harmony, beauty, love and peace. Remember, a suggestion has no power unless you give it power. Join up consciously with the infinite love, life and power within you and constantly realize, God's love surrounds me, enfolds me and enwraps me. I bear a charmed life. The spell of God envelopes my whole being. Whenever I think of the church people, I will immediately affirm I loose you to God and let you go." Practicing the above simple truths, she was at peace, and she actually laughed at herself for giving her adversaries power. After about a week or so, she heard that 5 of these women became extremely ill and that one had passed on. This young woman no longer received their negative thoughts and vibrations, and their evil thoughts returned with double force to themselves. This is called the boomerang. She believed her father used black magic. Some months ago, I listened to the story of a woman in Honolulu who said that she had married outside her race and religion and that, since her father was a kahuna, native priest, and had magical powers, he was determined through sorcery to break up her marriage. The explanation is oftentimes the cure. This woman was a graduate of the University of Hawaii and had majored in psychology, yet she lived in fear of her father's curse. I elaborated along these lines, explaining that if love united herself and her husband, no person or condition could break her marriage up. God is love, and when 2 hearts beat as one, all the excommunications and curses of the world would be as papier-mâché aimed at a British battleship. The susceptibility to impressions of our subconscious mind * coupled with the negative use of our imagination has partially paralyzed millions of unknowing people. This woman was laboring under the delusion that her father's sorcery, negative use of mind, was potent and would succeed. I told her the story of Plotinus, who lived over 1700 years ago. An Egyptian priest visited Plotinus, one of the great, illumined men of his age. The priest imposed a curse on Plotinus, that is, he mentally concentrated on a death wish for Plotinus and aimed it mentally at him. Plotinus knew the trick and also knew that the foolish priest thought he had power. There is no power in a negative suggestion or a curse hurled at you by any or all the priests in the world, unless you are foolish and ignorant enough to accept it. Plotinus sensed his oneness with a God of love. God is omnipotent. One with God is a majority. If God be for us, who can be against us? Romans 8 verse 31. Nothing shall by any means hurt you. Luke 10:19. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. Psalm 91 verse 10. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Psalm 23 verse 4. It is recorded that the curse recoiled and, finding no place in Plotinus, boomeranged on the Egyptian priest who had tried to impose it. He fell into a fit and collapsed at the feet of Plotinus. Plotinus had pity on the priest's ignorance and took him by the hand and raised him up. This priest recognized the one power and became a devoted disciple of Plotinus. This explanation took a great load off the mind of this Hawaiian woman. She said to her father, "Dad, I am no longer afraid of you. You are to be pitied. You think you have power, but all you are using are negative suggestions, and what you suggest or wish for another, you are creating in your own experience. The power is within me, and I know my oneness with God. His love surrounds us and watches over us. Whenever I think of you, I affirm, God is for me, no one can be against me. I am free." She blessed her father, loosed him and let him go. Shortly afterwards, she wrote me, saying that her father continued to hate her and her husband and had written her that his sorcery or black magic would destroy both of them. She paid no attention to his threats and, in a few weeks, he dropped dead on the street. She said that her father had killed himself with hatred, and she was right. Hatred, jealousy, and hostility kill love, peace, harmony, joy, vitality and goodwill. All his negative, destructive thoughts recoiled on himself, and the double blow proved too much for him. Whatever you wish for another, you create and manifest in your own body and experience. Moses and the Egyptian priests. In ancient times, the multitude believed that their priests had the power to curse those who displeased or irritated them, and the priests of that day took advantage of the ignorance of the people. Moses saw through the chicanery and deceit of the Egyptian priests. They were completely dumbfounded by him, and their fear of him caused the priests to abandon their attempts at intimidating Moses and his people. Moses taught the oneness of the spiritual power. The belief and faith of the Egyptians was built on a belief in many powers. Moses knew that God was one, and his awareness scattered all negative ideas to the winds. Become a straight-line thinker. It is absolutely essential that you get this straight, that harmony, beauty, love, peace, joy, and all the blessings of life come from the one source. God cannot do anything unloving. For God is boundless love. God cannot wish pain, for God is absolute peace. God cannot wish sorrow, for God is absolute joy. God cannot wish death, for God is life and that is your life now. All so-called curses, sorcery, black magic, Satanisms, etc. come from the frightfully ignorant belief in a suppositional opposite force. There is only one power, one God, not 2, 3, or 1,000, just one. To believe in an evil power to challenge God is based entirely on a rank superstition. When men use the one power constructively, harmoniously, peacefully, and joyously, they call it God. When men use the power ignorantly, negatively, and foolishly, they call it Satan, devil, evil spirits, etc. Curses return home to roost. When you turn to the living Spirit Almighty within you and open your mind and heart and daily affirm, God is, and His presence flows through me as harmony, beauty, love, peace, joy, and abundance. God watches over me and I am always surrounded by the sacred circle of God's love, and when you give complete allegiance, loyalty, and confidence to the one power within, you are called Israel in the Bible. The Bible says, "Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel." 0:21. Numbers 23 verse 23. A man who recognizes the supremacy of the Spirit and the power of his own thought will find that all his ways are pleasantness and all his paths are peace. Points to remember. 1. The greatest secret of the ages is the realization that God is one and indivisible, the only presence and power, cause and substance. The enlightenment of man gives all power, allegiance and loyalty to the supreme cause, Spirit, and not to created things. You give no power to any man, stick, stone, condition, sun, moon, or stars. You give power only to the Creator. 2. When we were children, we thought in images and mental pictures. Consequently, the childish mind projected images of God as an old man with a beard sitting on a throne and angels with harps playing music. Childish minds pictured a devil with hoofs and horns, and a tail that could sting, all of which were thought images created in our own minds based on the superstitious suggestions of adults. 3. Primitive man attributed pleasure to the gods and pain and suffering to evil powers. He supplicated the intelligences of the winds, the stars, and the waters, hoping they would hear him and answer. A belief in two powers, good and evil, is a throwback to these age-old superstitious beliefs. 4. The forces of nature are not evil, it depends upon how you use them. You can use electricity to vacuum the floor or electrocute someone. Good and evil are in man's motivation, in his thought life. 5. Once you admit that there is any power outside yourself, however beneficial you may conceive it to be, you have sown the seed which must sooner or later bear the fruit of fear, which is the entire ruin of life, love, and liberty. 6. The voodoo or witch doctor has no power, but when he wishes to impose a curse or a death prayer on an unsophisticated native, he lets the native know that he is cursed, and he, believing in this power, succumbs to the suggestion, which becomes a movement of his own thought. These same curses imposed on missionaries are ridiculed by them, for they realize that evil curses have no power. There is nothing in their subconscious that accepts the negative suggestions of the witch doctor. There must be a kindred spirit or feeling in your subconscious mind before you can accept evil suggestions. How far would you get suggesting failure to a man who is full of confidence and faith in success? He would laugh at you. 7. It is foolish to give power to others when they tell you they are praying against you. The best procedure is to laugh at them, for they have none of the power they think they have. The power is of God, and it is the great affirmative. It is the all-wise one, the mighty God, the Father of all. It moves as harmony, and nothing can oppose it, thwart it, or vitiate it. It is omnipotent. Join up with it. And when your thoughts are God's thoughts, God's power is with your thoughts of good. The negative thoughts of others have no power to reach you if you refuse to accept them, and they will return to their point of origin with double force. 8. When God's love unites the wife and the husband, no person can break it up. God is love, and when someone says that he is going to break up a marriage, bless him and walk on. Give power to God, no one else. 9. Hatred, resentment, jealousy, and hostility kill love, peace, harmony, beauty, joy, and discernment. To continue generating negative emotions is highly destructive and can end in fatal disease, acute mental aberrations, or insanity. 10. Moses taught the oneness of the spiritual power. The Egyptian priests believed in many gods and evil powers. Moses knew the power was one and scattered their negative thoughts like chaff in the wind. 11. Become a straight-line thinker and give all power, recognition, and loyalty to the one supreme power, the living Spirit Almighty within you. Align yourself with it and let this presence flow through you as harmony, health, peace, joy, and love, and you will find that all your ways are pleasantness and all your paths are peace. Collected Essays of Thomas Troward, Divorce Company, pages 166-67. See The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. 1963. See The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. 1963. Chapter 3. How to Let Telepsychics Work Wonders for You. Ralph Waldo Emerson stated, "The finite alone has wrought and suffered. The infinite lies stretched in smiling repose. The law of your mind is no respecter of persons. The law indicates that what you think, you create, what you feel, you attract, and what you imagine, you become. All laws are impersonal and are no respecter of persons. And the same truth applies to your own mind. It is dangerous to meddle with forces you do not understand. For example, if you do not learn the laws of electricity regarding its conductivity, insulation, and the fact that it flows from a higher to a lower potential, you could easily electrocute yourself. Action and reaction are universal characteristics throughout all nature. Another way of illustrating this is to point out that any thought you feel as true is impressed upon your subconscious mind, the law, and your subconscious in turn expresses whatever is impressed upon it, good, bad, or indifferent. How a man reclaimed lost love. A man once complained to me that after 15 years of married life, he had discovered that his wife was unfaithful and had found someone else. In talking over his problems, he mentioned that, 6 months before, he had visited her at the office where she worked and had noticed that her boss was very handsome and attractive, as well as wealthy. He said, "I felt sure she would run around with him and it was my constant fear, though I said nothing to her." At that moment, apparently, the pangs of jealousy seized him and what he feared most came upon him. He had a knowledge of the laws of mind, having read amazing laws of cosmic mind power. We discussed and elaborated on what he was doing, and he understood that his constant thoughts and mental imagery of his wife's wandering had been conveyed subconsciously to his wife and were impressed into her subconscious mind. His wife knew nothing about the workings of his mind. Actually, his fear thoughts, plus his definite belief that she would run around, were picked up by her deeper mind and, according to his belief, his thoughts became manifest. Actually, he was responsible, because the intensity of his thoughts and mental imagery were so powerful that he actually accelerated and precipitated his unfortunate marital strife. He realized that it was his own fault. As he had been using the law of his mind in a very negative way, thus, he experienced the corresponding results. Consequently, at my suggestion, he became humble enough to talk over the matter with his wife and at the same time told her the way in which he had been misusing his mind. She tearfully admitted the infidelity and broke off the relationship with her boss. She secured another position and the spirit of forgiveness and divine love united them again. He banished all fear as well as his sense of jealousy by adhering to the following scientific prayer process: "My wife is receptive to my constructive thought and imagery. At the center of her being is peace. God is guiding her. Divine right action governs her. There are harmony, love, peace, and understanding between us. Whenever I think of her, I will immediately pronounce a benediction and say, 'God loves you and cares for you.'" He made a habit of this prayer and is now free from fear and jealousy, which are children of fear. Their marriage is growing more blessed every day. Job said, "That which I greatly feared has come upon me." Reverse it and it is equally true: that which I greatly love has come into my life and experience. The infinite power worked wonders for her. The title of this chapter is a result of a consultation I had with a young student from the University of Southern California. She had been studying psychic perception, the magic of extrasensory power *, and had read about the wonderful experiences people have had in their dreams and visions of the night. She said, "I'm 21 years old and I have decided to get married. About a week ago I had a dialogue with my higher self, and this is what I said. You are all wise, you know everything. Bring into my life a man who harmonizes with me perfectly and who is right for me. Now I go off into the deep of sleep." This was her simple prayer technique. In her dream she saw a young man about her age, tall and handsome, with books under his arm. She knew immediately that he was the man she would marry. Although she had no idea who he was or where she would meet him, she was completely at peace about it and had no further desire to pray about companionship. About 2 months after her dream, she went to a religious service and the young man who sat next to her was the man she had seen in her dream 2 months before. He had a book under his arm, a Bible. A month later they were married. Dreams, like this one, that envisage a future husband or wife ahead of time are not uncommon. This young student knew the laws of her mind. She was also aware that the last waking concept one has before going to sleep is etched into the subconscious mind, and the latter determines how it is to come to pass. At times, it dramatizes the experience when the conscious and subconscious are creatively joined in sleep. God giveth his beloved in sleep. Psalm 127 verse 2. He believed the cards were stacked against his success. On a recent trip to Ireland, I visited a distant cousin of mine who lives near Killarney. During dinner in his home, he kept harping on the fact that there seemed to be some sort of a jinx following him and that a fortune teller had read the cards and said that there were evil forces working against him, which frightened him all the more. He seemed to be under a hypnotic spell or fixed sentence by which the order of things is presented like the stacking of a deck of cards. This relative of mine is well educated, possessing a degree in agriculture. He said he had read Emerson in college but apparently had never come across Emerson's definition of fate. He, man, thinks his fate alien because the copula, link or connection, is hidden. But the soul, subconscious mind, contains the event that shall befall it, for the event is only the actualization of its thoughts, and what we pray for is always granted. The event is the print of your form. It fits you like your skin. Star. I explained to him that what Ralph Waldo Emerson said is as true as are the laws of agriculture, which he had studied, and that his conditioning, theological beliefs, emotional acceptance, thoughts and feelings determine all conditions, experiences and events in his life. In other words, the cause was in his own thought life and not of an external nature. He began to be receptive to the truth that his subconscious mind is always reproducing his habitual thinking and beliefs. He realized that if he accepted the negative suggestions of the fortune teller, it was nevertheless a movement of his own thought, creating experiences according to his habitual thinking, in the same manner as seeds grow after their kind. He had complete power to reject what the card reader said and to know and believe that he creates his own future through his own thinking. This is based on the age-old truth that man is what he thinks all day long. I elaborated on the fact that, after all, the card reader had no power and did not control his life, and that in a passive, psychic state, if she is very sensitive, she could tap his subconscious mind and reveal to him his present state of mind. I told him that he had the power to change his subconscious by thinking along spiritual lines and identifying with the eternal verities. The thing which I greatly feared is come upon me. Job 3 verse 25. Actually, all the reverses, disappointments and setbacks were created by himself. He reversed his mental attitude. I wrote out a prayer for him to use night and morning, with specific instructions that he was not to subsequently deny what he affirmed. Today is God's day. I choose happiness, success, prosperity, and peace of mind. I am divinely guided all day long, and whatever I do will prosper. Whenever my attention wanders away from my thoughts of success, peace, prosperity, or my good, I will immediately bring back my thoughts to the contemplation of God and His love, knowing that He careth for me. I am a spiritual magnet, attracting to myself customers and clients who want what I have to offer. I give better service every day. I am an outstanding success in all my undertakings. I bless and prosper all those who come into my shop and also into my life. All these thoughts are now sinking into my subconscious mind. And they come forth as abundance, security, and peace of mind. It is wonderful. His new attitude and constant realization of the above truths have transformed his whole life. She said, "This is my 7th divorce. What am I doing wrong?" A middle-aged woman, apparently highly agitated and in an emotionally racked condition, asked me to throw some light on her past marriages, all of which turned out disastrously. It was easy to see that she was actually married to the same man, only each time the man had a different name and each one was progressively worse than the previous one. I explained to her that she doesn't get what she wants in life but that she gets what she contemplates, and that it is absolutely essential for her to establish the mental equivalent in her subconscious mind of what she wants before she can receive it. Her trouble was that she was resenting the first husband, who had lied, stolen her money and jewels, and had then disappeared. Having failed to release him, the psychic wound or festering sore was in her subconscious mind, and that was the reason she attracted the second husband, the third, etc. Nourishing her resentment and anger towards each successive husband, her thoughts magnified these negative emotions in her own subconscious, and she attracted the image and likeness of her dominant state of mind. The subconscious always magnifies and multiplies that to which we give attention, good or bad. I thereupon emphasized the law of mind and pointed out that the law is absolutely just and eminently fair in its manifestations, e.g., it is the nature of an apple seed to bring forth an apple tree. Likewise, it is the law of life that she invariably and inevitably reproduces in all phases of her life the exact duplicate of her inner nature. As within, so without. As in heaven, mind, so on earth, body, circumstances, conditions, experiences, and events. I believe I cleared up the obscurities in her mind through clarification of the workings of her thought and emotions in her life. She began to perceive that it is impossible for her to think, feel and believe one thing and then to experience something other than what she thinks, fears and expects. The law of mind is considered good and very good, because all your experiences dovetail and correlate with your inner attitudes and beliefs. She said, I see now my resentment, anger, and hostility toward my husbands, and my failure to forgive was the reason I attracted similar types of men into my life. I must change myself. I know I have been accusing my present husband falsely, and even though he is an alcoholic and a gambler, I know my imputation of his infidelity, spying on me and recriminations are projections of my own guilt, fear and insecurity. Getting both of them together, they agreed that they wanted to make a go of the marriage. She realized that by divorcing him, she would repeat the same pattern of accusation, self-pity, depression and suppressed rage. He decided to give up alcohol and gambling, and they agreed to salute the divinity in each other. The husband realized that a man who loves a woman doesn't do anything unloving, and the wife realized that a woman is behind every successful man. They decided to pray together and for each other morning and night, knowing that it is impossible to resent, hate or have ill will toward a person for whom we pray. The joint prayer, affirmed alternately at night and in the morning by each one, was as follows. We know we can't have thoughts of love and resentment at the same time, for our minds can't think of two things at the same time. Whenever we think of each other we will state positively, God's love fills his soul. We radiate love, peace, joy and goodwill toward each other. We are divinely guided in all ways and we exalt God in each other. Our marriage is a spiritual union. We forgive ourselves for harboring ill will, resentment and negative thoughts and resolve not to do this anymore. We know that all we have to do is to forgive ourselves and we are forgiven. As life, or God, never punishes, we do this to ourselves. Only that which belongs to love, truth and wholeness can enter our experiences. By making a habit of this prayer, a spiritual transformation took place and they have both discovered that love dissolves everything unlike itself. Each one discovered that there is no one to change but himself. By contemplating the truths of God and radiating love and goodwill to all, your whole world will magically melt into the image and likeness of your contemplation, and your desert will rejoice and blossom as the rose. This, indeed, is letting infinite power work wonders for you. Points to remember. 1. The law of your mind is no respecter of persons. The law indicates that what you think, you create, what you feel, you attract, and what you imagine, you become. 2. Action and reaction are universal characteristics throughout all nature. Your thought is incipient action, and there is a corresponding reaction from your subconscious, based on the nature of your thought. 3. When a man believes, pictures and constantly fears that his wife will go astray, his constant thinking and imagery is conveyed to her subconscious mind, and she may well do what he fears and believes she will do. This is true particularly if she does not know the laws of mind and is not prayed up. 4. You banish fear and jealousy by identifying with the God presence in yourself and in the other person, and by wishing for the other all the blessings of life, realizing the ship that comes home to your brother comes home to you. The other's success is your success, the other's good fortune is your good fortune. Love is the fulfilling of the law of health, happiness and peace of mind. 5. It is possible to see your future spouse in a dream or vision of the night. Oftentimes your subconscious will reveal the person to you, and when it happens, you have an intuitive feeling that your prayer is answered. You subsequently find that your future husband or wife corresponds exactly to the picture in your dreams. 6. If a man believes the cards are stacked against him, or if he accepts the negative predictions of a card reader, his subconscious responds according to the nature of his belief. Actually, he is the cause of his own misfortune or so-called jinx because the postulates of his mind determine his future. He has the power to completely reject all negative suggestions and to look upon God as his silent partner, guiding, directing and prospering him in all ways. According to his belief in good fortune will good be done unto him. Man's subconscious is always reproducing his habitual thinking and imagery. 7. When a woman is deeply resentful, angry, and full of ill will toward a former husband, this attitude of mind tends to attract an emotionally disturbed man possessing characteristics similar to those of the former husband. Like attracts like, and birds of a feather flock together. It is necessary to completely release her ex-husband, wishing for him all the blessings of life. As she makes a habit of this, she will meet him in her mind and be at peace. There is no sting where true forgiveness reigns. After forgiveness, she may then claim that the infinite presence and power attracts to her a man who harmonizes with her perfectly, and the law of her own subconscious will respond. 8. It takes two to make a go of marriage, and when each one comes to a decision to begin to exalt God within oneself and also the other partner, the marriage will grow more blessed through the years. By contemplating the truths of God and recognizing His love in each other, the desert of their lives will rejoice and blossom as the rose. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Amazing Laws of Cosmic Mind Power, Parker Publishing Company, West Nyack, New York, 1965. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Psychic Perception, The Magic of Extrasensory Power, Parker Publishing Company Incorporated. West Nyack, New York, 1971. Italics are the authors. Chapter 4. How Telepsychics enables you to foresee the future and recognize the voice of intuition. Many people in the financial world have the capacity to anticipate the rise and fall of stocks before they occur on the objective plane of life. The reason for this is rather simple. You will always receive intuitive or inner promptings regarding the subject to which you direct your attention. Your subconscious always responds according to the nature of your concentrated thought. How a young businessman practiced telepsychics and made a small fortune. Recently, I had a conversation with a pharmacist, and he told me that a few years earlier he had made a study of the gold stocks in Africa, Mexico, Canada, and our own country. He focused his attention on about 5 stocks, which at that time were very depressed in price on the stock exchange. His telepsychic, communicating with the infinite intelligence of his subconscious mind, approach was as follows. Every night before he went off to the deep of sleep, he would quietly say to his deeper self, "Reveal to me the best investment in these gold stocks and I will be aware of the answers clearly and distinctly. The answers will come into my conscious, reasoning mind, and it will be impossible for me to miss the response." He followed the above technique regularly every night, while at the same time studying the financial background and prospects of the individual gold stocks in question. One night a man appeared to him in a dream and, with a pointer, showed him a chart with the names of the particular gold stocks, revealing their present price and future heights. He bought the stocks immediately on awakening. Later on they reached the prices that he had seen in his sleep. He then sold the stocks and made a small fortune, which he said he would never have made working as a pharmacist. He has since repurchased many of these stocks at a lower price and has made considerably more money. The man appearing in his dream was a dramatization of his subconscious mind, revealing to him clearly and distinctly the answer to his question. How Telepsychics solved a secretary's problem. Some months ago, I had a consultation with a young woman whose father had died. She was the only child, and her mother had passed on when she was quite young. When she was about 8 years old, her father took her to Hawaii, where they visited all the islands. He told her that he had purchased 3 lots and that someday she would inherit them, as he had bought them just for her. However, she could find no trace of a deed or record of any kind among the papers and did not even know which island he had referred to, since he had never mentioned the matter again. I suggested to her that she relax at night, quiet her mind, and imagine she was talking to the infinite spirit within her. I urged her to conduct a dialogue with this presence and explain to her that this process is called telepsychics and that she would get a definite response. The prerequisites were sincerity, recognition, and acceptance of the answer. Accordingly, she conducted an imaginary conversation with her higher self along these lines. My father's deed and the transaction regarding the property are somewhere, and I know that you, my higher self, knows, and I accept the answer now. I give thanks for the answer, and it is so. She then quietly lulled herself to sleep with the one word, answer, repeating it over and over again. The last waking concept with which you go to sleep every night is etched into your subconscious, and if your idea is sufficiently emotionalized with faith and confidence, your subconscious will determine how the answer will come, as it knows only the answer. She repeated the above-mentioned technique every night for about 2 weeks and, at the end of that time, she said her dad appeared to her in her sleep. He was smiling and said, "I'm going to unravel your problem. The deed and sales contract are in the family Bible, the one your grandmother used to read. Look at page 150 and you will find it in a small envelope. I must go now, but I'll see you again. It's your daddy, don't think it's a dream." She awoke somewhat shaken and rushed downstairs and opened the Bible. There were the papers she was looking for, tax receipts, sales records, and deed. Thus, her dream saved her a lot of time and expense. No one knows exactly what method the subconscious mind will use in answering your prayer. The capacity of clairvoyance is one of its powers. Thus, the secretary could, by means of clairvoyance, see the location of the deed. Her subconscious could weave it into a dream image, showing her father revealing the answer to her, somewhat similar to a writer of a play who formulates the words uttered by his characters. If you say it was actually the spirit of her father, this belief would be accepted by many, as this young woman believed implicitly that it was her father. We must remember that there is telepathic communication every day among loved ones, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, relatives, friends, etc. All of whom are very much alive on their plane. There is no death, and all our loved ones are around us, separated by frequency only. They each have subjective minds like all of us and have rarefied, attenuated bodies capable of penetrating closed doors and collapsing time and space. To say that your father or mother could not possibly send you a telepathic message from the next dimension would be like saying your father could not send you a telepathic message from Boston or that he couldn't phone you or wire you a message. We are all in the one mind, common to all individual men, and every man is an inlet and an outlet to that one universal mind. Mind and spirit, which is the reality of all of us, can't die, for God is life, spirit, and that is our life now. God is spirit, and the living Spirit Almighty indwells you, walks and talks in you. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Hindu mystic said, "You, spirit, were never born, you, spirit, will never die, water wets you not, fire burns you not, swords pierce you not, and wind blows you not away." A question that is frequently asked me. Do disembodied spirits, loved ones living in the next dimensions and possessing fourth-dimensional bodies, communicate with the living? My answer to this is that we are still talking about embodied spirits, whether on this three-dimensional plane or the next fourth-dimensional plane. Dr. Rhine and many other scientists have demonstrated experimentally, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that telepathic communication exists between embodied spirits here and, of course, that means you and your friend or loved one. Your loved ones in the next dimension are embodied spirits also and are as much alive as you are. Telepsychics and extrasensory travel. Many people, consciously and unconsciously, have found themselves outside their natural bodies and have discovered that they have another body, sometimes called the subtle body, astral body, fourth-dimensional body, etc. It is a body with a higher molecular vibration, somewhat like a fan that oscillates at such a high speed that the blades become invisible. It is well known in academic and scientific circles that man is comprised of much more than his body. It has been demonstrated that man can see, hear, and engage in extrasensory travel completely independent of his physical being. The late Dr. Hornell Hart, an associate of Dr. Rhine's at Duke University, did considerable research on man outside his body and suggested further experimentation and investigation. You will find very interesting and unique experiences in Infinite Power for Richer Living and in Psychic Perception, the magic of extrasensory power about men and women in everyday life who have projected their bodies thousands of miles and then were able to report what they had seen and witnessed. How Telepsychics won him $100,000 in one day. Some months ago, I spoke at the Church of Religious Science in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the request of Dr. David Howe, the minister in charge. One of the men who attended the lecture visited me at my hotel for advice regarding a domestic problem. During the course of the conversation, he said that he was a bookie and handled large sums of money on horse betting throughout the country. He said that he protects himself from large losses by using his subconscious mind regularly and systematically. When he receives too much money on one or two horses, he tries to lay some of it off with other bookies, but every night he studies the race sheet diligently, limiting his interests to two particular horses that he favors. Then he says to his subconscious, "I am turning this request over to you. Reveal to me the winners in the first or third race, or whatever two races he favors." Then he falls off to sleep with the words, "Winners, winners, winners." At sleep time the conscious mind is creatively joined to the subconscious, and the latter accepts the last waking concept and proceeds to answer him in its own way. Oftentimes he sees the race and the winner while sound asleep in the bed. Other times he sees the race in his dream but forgets the winner when he awakens. One night he saw, "Look me over," win the race and the odds were close to 27 to 1 for first place. He bet $4,000 and won about $100,000. You will notice that this dream was of a precognitive nature, i.e., he saw the results of the race 24 hours before it occurred on the racetrack, but it was definitely connected with his job as a bookie. Your subconscious mind is impersonal and no respecter of persons, and it will give intuition to the banker, relative to money, to the doctor, relative to healing, to the chemist, relative to chemical formulas, to the stockbroker, relative to investments, and the inventor, interested in a new discovery, may receive the entire design in his dream. Your subconscious will give you promptings, ideas, answers and definite intuitive impressions based on the nature of your focused attention and intense interest. How to remember a special dream. I explained to this bookie how to recapture the memory of his special dream about a winner, which had eluded him. I suggested that whenever he awakens in the morning, the very first thing he should say to himself is, "I remember," then the dream will come back in full form. He has tried it and it works. Telepsychics in the life of Luther Burbank. The name of Luther Burbank is familiar to all. And according to his own statement, it was a common practice for him to send a telepathic message to his sister whenever he wanted her to accompany him to visit their ailing mother. On these occasions he never had to resort to the telephone or telegraph service. Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby could appear at a distance. Dr. Quimby, undoubtedly the foremost spiritual healer in America, has been known to have stated, "I know that I can condense my identity and appear also at a distance." His astral or fourth-dimensional body was as real to Quimby as was his physical body, and these appearances of Quimby to patients 100 or more miles away from his home took place beginning about 1845 or 1846. Quimby demonstrated that man is a transcendental being and is not bound by time, space, and matter. To cite one instance in the extraordinary life of this unique spiritual healer. He wrote to a woman who lived a great distance from his home in Belfast, Maine, stating that he would visit her on a certain day, although he never revealed the exact time. Due to an oversight, the letter was never mailed. However, while the woman for whom he promised to pray and visit was entertaining another woman at dinner, the guest said, "There is a man standing behind your chair," and she described him in detail. The lady of the house declared, "Oh, that is Dr. Quimby. He is treating me." Dr. Quimby was mentally and spiritually present with her, wearing a fourth-dimensional or subtle body, which was seen by the guest in the home. Physically, Quimby was in his home in Belfast at that time, concentrating on his patient and contemplating the divine ideal, the healing, purifying force of the infinite healing presence flowing through his patient, and he decided at the same time to project himself into her presence, undoubtedly with the idea of instilling greater faith and receptivity in his patient. Telepsychics enabled a young man to win a scholarship and a new car. Robert Wright, 19 years of age, assists me every Saturday morning in putting together my radio program in a soundproof room in my home. He has been practicing the law of his mind every night before retiring by quietly exclaiming the following: "Infinite intelligence in my subconscious mind guides me in all my studies in college and reveals to me all the answers. I am always poised, serene and calm, and I pass all my examinations in divine order. I know a car is an idea in universal mind, and I claim a new car now, which comes to me in divine order. I give thanks for the answered prayer. I know that the nature of my deeper mind is to respond to my requests, and I also know that my idea, when repeated faithfully, will be etched in my subconscious and come to pass." The sequel was interesting. He experienced a prevision one night about a week prior to a special examination and saw all the questions to be asked in a dream. He subsequently got excellent marks and won a scholarship for a considerable sum of money, which will aid him in his education. The car he was driving to college broke down on the freeway and, the same day, he was presented with a gift of a new station wagon. When the car broke down, he affirmed boldly, "Only good can come out of this," and only good came to him. The key to a full and happy life is to rejoice in the goodness of God in the land of the living. Points to remember. 1. You will always receive intuition from your subconscious based on the subject to which you are attentive. For example, if you give attention to the study of a particular stock or stocks, you may receive an inner prompting, a hunch, or predominant feeling to purchase a certain stock, or you may, as one man did, see in your dream the name of the stock and the future height of the stock. Your subconscious dramatizes the answer in ways you know not of, and you must be on the alert, on the qui-vive, so to speak, to take advantage of the answer. 2. If you are looking for lost or mislaid items, turn your request over to your subconscious mind, claiming that the supreme intelligence in your subconscious knows the answer and will reveal it to you. Trust your deeper mind, which knows all and sees all. In one instance, a girl reported that her father appeared to her in a dream and told her to look in a certain page of the family Bible, and there she found all the papers she needed to claim her property. The ways of your subconscious are beyond finding out. 3. Within your subconscious are the faculties of clairvoyance, clairaudience and other supernormal faculties. This is coextensive with all wisdom and power. Within your subconscious are all the powers of the infinite being, which can fetch wisdom from afar, pick the brain of the other, or read the contents of a closed safe. Turn your requests over to it with faith and confidence and expect an answer, and as sure as the sun rises in the morning, so will there be a resurrection of your desire. 4. You are mind and spirit, you are immortal. God is spirit, and that spirit is the life principle within you, the reality of you. Spirit was never born and will never die. Your journey is ever onward, upward and Godward. There is no end to the glory which is man. Never in all eternity could you exhaust the wonders and glories of the infinite. 5. Loved ones on this plane communicate telepathically with each other, and it would be foolish to say that the same loved ones who go to the next dimension of life, which is all around us and interpenetrates this plane, could not communicate with us. The same spirit and mind is in them that is in you. There is no separation in the one mind. I believe definitely there are many instances where you receive definite, concrete messages from loved ones in the next dimension of life. There is no death, and it is foolish to talk about messages from the dead. All those who ever lived are living now, and 1,000,000 or billion years from now. You will also be alive, revealing more and more of the qualities, attributes and wonders of the infinite. 6. It is well known in academic and scientific circles that man can think, see, feel, hear and travel independent of his physical being. Astral travel, or that which is called extrasensory travel, has been known for ages. Many have had out-of-the-body experiences unconsciously, others have experimented in astral travel by concentrating on visiting a friend or sick relative, and they found themselves by the bedside, possessing visual, auditory and tactile capacities. They are not ghosts or apparitions, they merely have clothed themselves with a subtle body which is rarefied and attenuated, capable of passing through closed doors and transcending time and space. Remember, you are a mental and spiritual being. Someday you will use all these inner faculties and powers completely independent of your present three-dimensional body. 7. A bookie who concentrates and focuses his attention on horses in a certain race prior to sleep, asking his subconscious for winners, approaches his subconscious with full recognition of its powers plus faith and confidence and expectancy, and invariably receives answers. There are many people in England who have foreseen the winner of the English Derby every year and consequently made a small fortune. I knew a Dr. Green, whose hobby was horse racing and who made £250,000, English, due to prevision, seeing the result of the race for 6 successive years in a row. 8. When you say, "I don't dream," or "I can't remember my dreams," the moment you awaken in the morning, say to yourself quietly, "I remember," and the whole structure of the dream will come clearly into your conscious, reasoning mind. 9. Luther Burbank didn't bother telephoning or telegraphing his sister when he wished her to accompany him on a visit to their sick mother. Instead, he sent her a telepathic message, which she invariably received and complied with. 10. Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby of Belfast, Maine, said in 1847, "I know that I can condense my identity and appear at a distance." He did this with several patients and ministered to them in his astral, or fourth-dimensional body, which we all possess this very moment. Quimby demonstrated that we are transcendental beings, not governed by the factors of time, space, or matter. 11. A young college student claims regularly and systematically that the infinite intelligence of his subconscious mind guides him in his studies and reveals all the answers to him. Often, his subconscious responds prior to the examinations by revealing all the questions to him on a screen in his mind. He awakens and looks up all the answers, and invariably finds that the very questions appearing to him in a dream are identical with those on the examination, perhaps a week or 2 weeks later. This is called precognition, seeing an event before it happens. The questions were already in mind, and he simply tuned in and picked them up. The wisdom of the subconscious mind caused the professor to ask the same questions, thinking all the time that his conscious mind was making the decision and selecting the questions. This is why many professors do not know the cause of their actions. Indeed, the student often seems to be smarter than the teacher from a mental and spiritual standpoint. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Infinite Power for Richer Living, Parker Publishing Company, West Nyack, New York, 1969. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Psychic Perception, The Magic of Extrasensory Power, Parker Publishing Company Incorporated. West Nyack, New York, 1971. Chapter 5. How Telepsychics Reveals Answers in Dreams and Visions. During a consultation some weeks ago, a man asked me, What are dreams and what causes me to dream? That is a good question, and I don't think one can give a simple answer to this question. Dreams have been discussed and interpreted in the various Bibles of the world and among all races and nations. Because dreams are of a universal nature. Dreams are dramatizations of the subconscious mind of man and are, for this reason, very personal. All men and women in the world, as well as animals, dream. When you think about it, about 1/3 of your life is spent in sleep, and while sleeping, your dream life is active to a great extent. Many scientific and academic laboratories are engaged in the study of sleep and dreams, and they often reveal amazing results. The power of suggestion. Many years ago in New York, I witnessed a psychologist from Berlin as he hypnotized some students in his home. He suggested that one would dream about marriage, a church service and a honeymoon. To another it was suggested that he would dream of India and its holy temples, to another, that he would dream that he was a millionaire, etc. He suggested that each would recall his dream but would have no conscious memory of what was suggested to him. After about 10 minutes, all the subjects were awakened and recalled their dreams promptly. All the dreams corresponded accurately with the nature of the suggestion. The reason for this is that the subconscious is amenable to suggestions and, reasoning deductively only, reacts according to the nature of the suggestion. Undoubtedly, many of your dreams are due to your habitual thinking during the day, as well as to your reactions to the day's events, all of which are impressed on your subconscious mind. Your deeper mind elaborates, activates, and magnifies whatever you deposit in it. Most people are very familiar with the names of Sigmund Freud, who wrote The Interpretation of Dreams in 1899, Carl Jung and Alfred Adler, all of whom have written extensively about the subconscious and the dream lives of their patients. Each of the men varies in his interpretation of dreams and the inner urges and drives in man. Consequently, they have evolved different schools of psychology, namely psychoanalysis, Freud, analytical psychology, Jung, and individual psychology, Adler. The differences between these men in the interpretation of dreams and the approach to the subconscious are rather conflicting, and it is not the purpose of this book to elucidate them here. However, a discussion of dreams will serve to show you that the key to solving many of your problems often comes as a clear-cut, definite answer in a dream. How a school teacher solved her problems through a dream. While holding a consultation with a young schoolteacher, she mentioned that she was frightfully frustrated in the teaching field, that she had never liked it, but that her parents had more or less coerced her into entering the profession. I suggested to her that her subconscious mind knows all about her hidden talents and that if she contacted the infinite intelligence in her deeper mind, she would get a response. The technique she used, at my suggestion, was to say to herself prior to retiring, "Infinite intelligence reveals to me my true place in life, where I am expressing myself at the highest level, and I have a wonderful income consistent with integrity and honesty. I accept the answer now and I sleep in peace." The first night following this meditation, she had a very vivid dream. She felt herself to be in a very large building, and a man pointed to a certain door, suggesting that she go through that door. As she entered the room, she observed the walls, which were full of beautiful paintings, and in looking at them, she found herself fascinated, absorbed, in a way, transfixed. In her dream, she said to herself, "This is it," meaning that she had found her true place in life. She phoned me and said she was taking up painting and planned to resign her teaching position, which she did. Almost immediately she fell in love with painting, her hidden talent was revealed to her, and she is now extremely successful. Recently I bought one of her beautiful paintings for $200. Her first exhibit held in her home for a group of friends and former teachers netted $2,500 in sales. Her favorite biblical quotation is, "I set before thee an open door which no man can shut." Revelations 3:8. There is no obstacle to the unfolding of your heart's dream unless you place the impediment, the difficulty, the delay, or the obstruction in your conscious mind. There is nothing to oppose the omnipotent power and wisdom of your deeper mind. One of this young artist's paintings captivated one of her former professors, who eventually married her. He now has a special assignment in Australia, and they are both following the release of their hidden talents in that country and are very happy. Her subconscious magnified her good exceedingly. How telepsychics lifted her burden. Recently, one of my radio listeners phoned me and said that her father had passed on about a week before. She explained that she knew her father always kept large sums of money in the house, as it was his custom to fly to Las Vegas twice a month where he spent the weekends at the roulette wheel and was, as she said, extraordinarily lucky. He had told his daughter that he only played when he had that inner feeling or hunch that he would win, and the moment that inner monitor or intuition left him, he would stop playing immediately. His transition was rather sudden. He passed away in his sleep. She had searched everywhere she could think of for the money she felt was hidden nearby, but to no avail. I suggested to her that she talk to her subconscious mind and, undoubtedly, she would get the answer. I explained to her that when she quieted her conscious mind and when she was relaxed and at ease, the wisdom of her subconscious would rise to the surface mind and reveal the answer. She read the 23rd Psalm over and over for about 10 minutes and then closed her eyes, relaxed and let go, quietly claiming that the wisdom of her subconscious would reveal where her father's money was located and that she would recognize the answer when it came. She fell asleep in the chair. Suddenly, she said, "Daddy came to me, and he appeared by the chair and smiled. He seemed so real and natural she could hardly believe it was he. He said, 'Elizabeth, the money is in a steel box in the cellar behind a box of tools, and the key is in the drawer where I keep my correspondence.'" She awakened immediately, and to her surprise and delight, she found $13,000 in denominations of $50 and $100 bills. Her joy was twofold. She was delighted to find the money, which she needed badly. But more than that, she had that inner conviction and silent knowing that her father was still watching over her. No one can disprove immortality. The Bible says, "And this is life eternal, that they might know thee the only true God." John 17:3. How to let telepsychics give you the answer you need. One of the best times for tapping the wisdom of your subconscious mind for ideas, answers, and inspiration is prior to sleep. The reason for this is, generally speaking, you are more relaxed, at ease, and you are ready for quietude and deep sleep. Quiet your mind by repeating a few verses of the 23rd Psalm and let go. For example, if you are a sales manager and you plan to speak to the salesman the next day, you may say, "I know the infinite intelligence of my subconscious mind will guide and direct my talk tomorrow and reveal the right words to me that will inspire, lift up and enthuse all these men. Whatever I say will be right for the occasion and all will be blessed and benefited." Speak these words silently or audibly, whichever you choose. Do this with faith and confidence that your subconscious will answer you. It never fails. In the beginning, if you know a week in advance that you are to speak to a group, pray about it every night and you will find that, even though you may have an outline of your talk prepared, ideas will spontaneously flash into your conscious mind while you are talking and you will discover that these words are right for the occasion. Should I accept that position? In asking that question, do not permit your conscious mind to dictate the answer. It is all right to look at the pros and cons of the situation. Once you have done this and are still not quite sure that you should accept the position, just turn your request over to your subconscious as follows. I know my subconscious is all-wise. It is interested in my welfare and it reveals to me the answer about the position. I follow the lead which comes to me. Then lull yourself to sleep with the one word, answer. Knowing that your subconscious is responsive to you, do this with complete faith that you will receive the answer and that it will be right for you. It may come as a flash to you in the morning when you awaken or in a vivid dream wherein you will have that inner feeling that it is right for you. In applying the above technique, you can learn to apply the same process during waking hours with the same success. Quiet your mind, be alone, close your eyes, cleanse your conscious mind by thinking of the boundless wisdom and the infinite power of your deeper mind which knows all and sees all. Think of nothing but the question you are asking. Continue doing this for a few minutes in a quiet, passive and receptive way. If the answer does not well up immediately from your deeper mind, stop and go on about your usual work. Let your request gestate in the darkness of your subconscious mind, and the moment you least expect it, the answer will pop into your conscious mind just as toast pops out of the toaster. The dream is its own interpretation. Your dream is personal to you, and the same symbols that you receive, when they appear in someone else's mind, may have an entirely different meaning. Your subconscious speaks to you symbolically in dreams. An ancient Hebrew mystic said that at night the wife, the subconscious, talks back to her husband, conscious mind, and sometimes tells him in no uncertain terms that he has been polluting her with negative thoughts, fears and destructive emotions. How telepsychics warned her and she cancelled her wedding plans. A young woman who was engaged to a man and who had promised to marry him came to me for consultation. She said that she didn't know why, but that she was deeply troubled and felt depressed. She wanted to withdraw from the engagement but didn't want to hurt the young man's feelings. The best time to prevent a divorce is before marriage. During the course of our discussion, she said that she had experienced a recurrent dream for 10 consecutive nights in which a man with a long beard pointed to the Star of David, a figure consisting of a six-pointed star, which serves as the symbol of Judaism. I asked her what the dream meant to her, as the Talmud said, every dream has its own interpretation. She responded by saying that she no longer attended the synagogue. She used to read and study the Psalms of David, but the man to whom she was betrothed was an atheist who ridiculed all religious beliefs. I explained to her that the law of the subconscious is self-preservation, and undoubtedly it was trying to protect her by the symbolic dramatization of the Star of David, and that her own intuition would reveal the correctness of the interpretation, as the symbol had to ring a bell in her own heart. She broke off the engagement and the recurrent dream ceased at once. She had a profound sense of peace. She went back to the synagogue and renewed her interpretations and meditations of the Psalms of David and prayed that infinite intelligence would attract a man who harmonized with her in every way and who had a deep reverence for the God presence within all people. She has since married a rabbinical student and is quite contented. She looked upon her recurrent dream as a warning, which undoubtedly it was. The Bible says, "And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way." Matthew 2:12. How telepsychics solved a man's agonizing problem. A man from New York flew out to Beverly Hills to interview me. He said that he had been married for 6 years to a woman from Los Angeles. She had mentioned to him from time to time that she used to listen to my lectures on mental and spiritual laws. However, suddenly, about a year ago, she had disappeared from their home, leaving no note or explanation. He thought she might be a member of my organization, however, I had no knowledge of her whereabouts, and her name was not on our mailing list. He had misappropriated funds which she had given him to the extent of $60,000, and he felt guilty about it and wanted to make amends. In the meantime, he had become the heir to his mother's estate and was in a position to repay his wife for the money given him. He felt that to be the reason she had walked out. Detectives failed to find her and her relatives had no clue. He said to me, "I don't know why I came to you, but I have a hunch that she might come to see you. I am leaving $10,000 with you with her name on it, and if she comes, give it to her and ask her to get in touch with me. I love her and want her back." He added, "Be sure to tell her of my inheritance." I promised to keep in touch with him and let him know if she contacted me. 2 months passed by and nothing happened. Then a woman phoned from San Francisco, saying to my secretary that it was extremely urgent and important that she see me, and that she was flying down to Beverly Hills that morning. I saw this woman in the evening, and she unfolded a most amazing drama of the mind. A few nights before, she said, I had appeared to her in a dream and told her that I had a sum of money for her, that all of her money that her husband had misused was waiting for her when she returned home to New York. This, she said, is why she was here. The dream, she said, was so vivid, so realistic, that it was like a vision. The room was full of light and she felt ecstatic. She said to me, "You read from the Bible," and she said she heard my voice saying, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction." Job 33 verses 15 and 16. I had no recollection of the woman and did not recall ever meeting her. However, one night I turned a request over to my subconscious as follows: Infinite intelligence knows where Mrs. X is and reveals her whereabouts to me. She contacts me in divine order. It is God in action. I gave her the $10,000 and she flew back to New York to join her husband. She told me she had left because of his lies to her and because he had squandered all her money. She had been praying for guidance and divine right action, and apparently my prayer was resurrected as an answer to her problems, and her subconscious projected an image of the author with the message that answered her prayer. Points to remember. 1. Dreams are dramatizations of your subconscious mind. When you are asleep, your subconscious mind is very much awake and continuously active, as it never sleeps. Your subconscious usually speaks in symbolic form. Scientific experiments show that eye movements occur when a person is dreaming. You may get answers to your problems in a dream. 2. Your subconscious mind is amenable to suggestion and responds according to the nature of the suggestion, whether true or false. For example, you can repeatedly suggest to yourself before you go to sleep that you are going to dream about the lakes of Killarney, and you will have a wonderful fictionalized dramatization of the lakes. You will enjoy the marvelous scenery portrayed by your subconscious. 3. Freud, Adler, and Jung vary in their approach to the subconscious and in their interpretations of dreams. In this book, the purpose is to show you that many people who are praying for solutions to their problems get very clear-cut answers while sound asleep. Usually in symbolic form and oftentimes in a very literal way. 4. A school teacher praying for true expression was instructed in a dream to go through a certain door, and there she found herself in an art gallery full of beautiful paintings. Her intuition told her that this is her mission in life, and she took up painting and became an immediate success. 5. A young girl could not find money hidden by her father, who had passed on suddenly. She asked her subconscious mind to reveal to her where it was, and while asleep, her father appeared to her and gave her explicit instructions where to find it. The ways of the subconscious are beyond finding out. You can never tell the exact way the answer will come. All you need do is turn your request over with confidence and to trust it implicitly to give you the answer, and the moment you least expect it, the answer will come out of the blue. 6. The best time to tap the subconscious is prior to sleep, when you are relaxed, at peace and ready for quietude and deep sleep. If you are seeking an answer to some problem, talk to your subconscious and affirm that the wisdom of your subconscious knows the answer and that you have absolute faith in the answer. Then lull yourself to sleep with one word, answer, and your subconscious will do the rest. You can apply the same process during waking hours by stilling your mind and, perhaps, by meditating on the 23rd Psalm. Then think of the infinite intelligence and boundless wisdom within you. Think of the answer. Do this for a few minutes and let it go. The answer will probably come to you when you are preoccupied with something else. 7. If you are religiously inclined and studying spiritual subjects, your subconscious, which seeks to protect you, may present a religious symbol to you, which will have deep meaning for you. A Jewish girl about to get married had a recurrent dream, always very important, in which the Star of David appeared to her every night. Intuitively, she knew what it meant and cancelled the proposed marriage. Subsequent events confirmed the truth of the answer received in her dreams. 8. A husband sought everywhere for his wife, who had deserted him. He prayed for guidance and divine right action, and his minister prayed that the infinite intelligence of his subconscious would reveal her whereabouts, that he might give her $10,000 left with him by her husband. The wisdom of the subconscious dramatized an image of the minister to her while she was asleep. He quoted the Bible and told her in detail about the money and how her husband wanted to make amends. She followed the dream, visited the minister, and found her dream was literally true to the letter. I, the Lord, your subconscious, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. Numbers 12 verse 6. * Dr. Joseph Murphy, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. 1963. Chapter 6. Effective Telepsychic Techniques and Processes of Prayer, How They Work for You. The dictionary defines prayer as 1. A devout petition to or any form of spiritual communion with God or an object of worship. 2. The act or practice of praying to God or an object of worship. 3. A spiritual communion with God, as a supplication, thanksgiving, adoration, or confession. 4. A formula or sequence of words used in or appointed for praying, e.g., the Lord's Prayer. 5. A religious observance, either public or private, consisting wholly or mainly of prayer. 6. A petition, entreaty. In this book you are told simply and plainly that you answer your own prayer. The reason for this is extraordinarily simple. Whatever your conscious mind really believes and accepts as true, your subconscious mind will bring forth consistently as form, function, experience and events. Your subconscious mind accepts your conviction, whether true or false, as it reasons deductively only. If you give it a false suggestion, it will assume the correctness of your premise and dramatize the result accordingly. How your subconscious mind works. Suppose a psychologist or psychiatrist hypnotized you. In that state your conscious, reasoning mind is suspended and your subconscious asterisk is amenable to suggestion, and then suggested to you that you were the President of the United States. Your subconscious would accept the statement as true. It does not reason, choose or differentiate as does your conscious mind. You would assume all the airs of importance and dignity that you believe to be the legitimate concomitant of that position. If you were given a glass of water and told you were drunk, you would play the role of a drunkard to the best of your ability. If you told the psychiatrist that you were allergic to Timothy grass and he placed a glass of distilled water under your nose, telling you at the same time that it was Timothy grass, you would generate all the symptoms of an allergic attack, and the physiological and physical reactions would be the same as if the water were actually Timothy grass. If you were told that you were a beggar on Skid Row, your demeanor would immediately change and you would assume the attitude of humble suppliants with an imaginary tin cup in your hand. In short, you may be made to believe that you are anything, such as a statue, dog, soldier or swimmer, and you will act the part suggested with amazing fidelity to the nature of the suggestion, insofar as your knowledge extends of the characteristics of the thing that is suggested. Another important point to remember is that your subconscious mind always accepts the dominant of two ideas, i.e., it accepts your conviction without question whether your premise is true or absolutely false. Why the scientific thinker does not beg, beseech and supplicate a far-off God. The modern scientific, straight-line thinker looks at God as the infinite intelligence within his subconscious mind. He doesn't care whether people call it the superconscious, unconscious, subjective mind or whether they call this supreme intelligence Allah, Brahma, Jehovah, reality, or spirit, or the all-seeing eye. All the powers of God are within you. God is spirit, however, and a spirit has no face, form or figure. It is timeless, spaceless and eternal. The same spirit indwells every man. This is why Paul says, that thou stir up the gift of God, which is in thee, 2 Timothy 1 verse 6. You are also told, the kingdom of God is within you, Luke 17:21. Yes, God is in your thought, your feeling, your imagination. In other words, the invisible part of you is God. God is the life principle in you, boundless love, absolute harmony, infinite intelligence. Knowing that you can contact this invisible power through your thought, strip the whole process of prayer from mystery, superstition, doubt and wonder. The Bible tells you that the Word was God, John 1:1. Your word is your thought expressed and, based on what you have already read in this chapter, every thought is creative and tends to manifest itself in your life according to the nature of your thought. It stands to reason that any time you discover the creative power, you have discovered God, as there is only one creative power, not 2, 3, or 1,000, just one. Hear, O Israel, illumined and awakened man, the Lord, the supreme power, our God is one Lord, one power, presence, cause and substance, Mark 12:29. Why the scientific thinker never supplicates or petitions. We are told in a very simple, practical and down-to-earth manner by the wisdom of the ages. Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65 verse 24. This is why the straight-line thinker who knows the laws of his own mind looks upon it as absurd, foolish and silly to beg for something already given him. In other words, before you call for a solution to a problem in astrophysics, chemistry, human relations, loneliness, sickness, poverty, or being lost in the jungle, the answer to any problem under the sun is awaiting you for the simple reason that the infinite intelligence of your subconscious knows only the answer to any question, regardless of its nature. This is plain common sense, or just old-fashioned horse sense. Infinite intelligence in your subconscious is all-wise, knows all, and it created the universe and all things therein contained. Having created all things, including all men and the myriads of galaxies in the universe, why should any thinking being conclude that the supreme intelligence within his subconscious doesn't know the answer? Actually, the wisdom of your subconscious knows only the answer, as it has no problem. Just think for a moment, if infinite intelligence had a problem, who would solve it? I was rescued by the guardian angel. When I was a very young boy, my mother told me that I had a special guardian angel who would always watch over me, and that whenever I was in trouble the angel would come to my rescue. Like all children, my mind was impressionable and I accepted the beliefs of my parents. One time, accompanied by some other boys, I was completely lost in the jungle. I said to the boys that my guardian angel would lead us out and save us. Some of the boys laughed and ridiculed the idea. Several of the boys accompanied me and I had that inner feeling, a sort of predominant hunch, to go in a certain direction, where we eventually met a hunter who treated us kindly and rescued us. The other boys who refused to accompany us were never found. There is no guardian angel with wings watching over anybody. My blind belief in a guardian angel caused my subconscious mind to respond in its own way, compelling me to go in a certain direction. My deeper mind also knew where the hunter was and directed us accordingly. The Bible says, I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him, I will be with him in trouble. Psalms 91 verses 14 to 15. The name means the nature of that infinite intelligence in your subjective depths. The words subjective and subconscious are synonymous. The nature of infinite intelligence within you is to respond to the nature of your call. If you are lost in the jungle and don't have a compass and have no idea where the North Star is, in other words, you have no sense of direction, remember that the creative intelligence within your subconscious made the universe and all things therein contained, and surely it does not need a compass to lead you out. If you do not recognize the wisdom within you, it is just the same as if it were not there. Suppose you brought a very primitive person into your home who had never seen a tap or an electric switch and you left him alone for a week in your house. He would die of thirst and also remain in darkness, yet all the time water and light would have been available. Millions of people throughout the world are like this primitive man. They fail to see that no matter what they seek, no matter what the problem, the answer awaits them and all they have to do is to call with faith and confidence on the wisdom of their subjective mind, and the answer will come from the depths of themselves. Experience the riches and rewarding experiences of scientific prayer. The word prayer has such a variety of meanings and such a long history that, in this book, the author feels committed to explain the process of prayer and prayer therapy in the simplest possible terms. I talk with many people in different parts of the world who are definitely encrusted with old ideas which no up-to-date, modern high school boy could accept as true, plus old rituals and ceremonies which no intelligent man or woman could possibly believe. Do not shut yourself off from the tremendous benefits and blessings which can come to you through real prayer. By preconceptions gathered in childhood and adhered to throughout the years. How a young man became an airline pilot. The following is taken from a letter from a young man who told me that all the odds were against him and who asked me to include his letter in this book so that it might help others. Here are his own words, and I am sure that to the listening ear they will make sense. This is an experience which occurred to me. Maybe you can use all or part of it to help others. I always wanted to be an airline pilot. Years ago I used the laws of mind to bring the time and money to me to become trained enough and have enough experience and licenses to be an airline pilot. Just as I was ready to pursue the issue, our nation went into a recession. All airlines laid off many pilots. I wandered away from my daily utilization of truth. When our airline began calling back its pilots and looking for new ones, I found myself off the beam. There were 2,500 applicants for these 10 openings. 90% of these had more experience than I. One Sunday you stated, you must come to a decision and claim what you want to believe. While driving to and from work I would visualize myself wearing the pilot's uniform, and while driving to work, I would visualize myself driving to pick up a flight or attending the necessary classes. I felt I was expected at these places and I couldn't be late. The door was not closed to me, I was expected to step through it where they were waiting for me. After 3 weeks of imagining and feeling the reality of it all, the personnel manager called me and said he wanted to interview me. The class was full, but one man dropped out the day before class started. My paperwork was rushed and people were held overtime to process me. They said I was the perfect answer to their problem and they were grateful to me. 6 of the above openings were scheduled to favored sons. This young man, about 21 years of age, realizes that whatever idea he claims and feels to be true will be impressed on his subconscious and will come to pass. This is real prayer. Do not beg a God in space. The straight-line thinker knows that God, or the creative intelligence of his subconscious mind, will respond according to his personal belief or conviction. He knows that there are laws governing the operation of the entire cosmos and that, as Emerson says, nothing happens by chance. Everything is pushed from behind, which means that if your prayer is answered, it must be answered according to the laws of your own mind, whether you are aware of it or not. The living spirit within you does not suspend the laws of life to favor someone because of his or her religious affiliations or saintly character. The laws of life do not vary, neither are we dealing with a law of caprice or of favoritism, for God is no respecter of persons, Acts 10 verse 34. You are dealing with a universal law that receives the impress of your thoughts and beliefs and acts accordingly. If you impress your deeper mind negatively, you will get negative results. If you impress your subconscious constructively, you will get constructive results. There is only one power. The most important truth you can learn is that there is only one power. This power is omnipresent and, being thus, it must be within you, the very life of you. When you use this power constructively and harmoniously and according to its inner nature, men call it God, or good. When you use this power within you negatively and destructively, men call it by such names as devil, Satan, evil, hell, misfortune, etc. Be honest with yourself and ask yourself this simple question: how am I using the power within me? And right there you have the answer to your own problem. It is as simple as that. There are many ways to pray. If someone asked me how I pray, I would respond by saying that, to me, prayer means the contemplation of the eternal verities or truths of the infinite from the highest possible standpoint. These truths never change. They are the same yesterday, today, and forever. How a sailor prayed and was rescued. Last year I conducted a seminar on the sea to Alaska, and in talking with one of the sailors, he told me that in the last war his ship had been torpedoed and all the men were lost, save himself. He found himself in a raft on the high seas, and all he could think of was God. He had no idea of the laws of his mind, but in his extremity he kept saying to himself over and over again, "God saves me," and he lapsed off into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself on board a British cruiser, the captain of which said to him that he had had an overpowering hunch to change his course. The sailor was espied by a ship's officer on the watch. This sailor prayed to what he believed was a god up there somewhere, a sort of anthropomorphic being, which might or might not listen to his pleading and supplication. He had what he called a sort of blind faith and went all the way out on the limb trusting God. Undoubtedly, his simple faith or blind belief impregnated his own subconscious mind, which responded to his belief and saved him. To look at it from the standpoint of mental and spiritual laws, the wisdom of his subconscious mind knew where the closest ship was, and it acted on the mind of the captain, compelling him to change his course and thereby bring about the rescue. There is no time or space in your subconscious mind, it is coexistent with all wisdom, all power. Actually, all the attributes, qualities, and potencies of God are within your subjective depths, or whatever other name you care to use. You can call this inner wisdom, universal mind, the life principle, subliminal mind, or superconscious mind. Actually, it is nameless. All you need to know is that there is a wisdom and an infinite intelligence within you that far transcends your intellect and ego, or your five senses. It is always responsive to your recognition, faith, and expectancy. In the sailor's extremity, he placed all his trust in God, believing somehow that he would be rescued. This belief was impregnated in his subconscious, which responded according to his belief. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark 9:23. Why the prayer of petition is generally wrong. It is wrong for this reason: before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65 verse 24. No matter what you seek, it already is, for all things subsist in the infinite within you. The way out, the answer, the healing presence, love, peace, harmony, joy, wisdom, power, and strength, all these and much more, exist now and are awaiting your call and recognition. Peace is now. Love is now. Joy is now. Harmony is now. Wealth is now. Guidance is now. Right action is now. The healing presence is now, plus the solution to any problem under the sun. The creative ideas of the infinite mind within you are countless and numberless. All you have to do is to claim, feel, know, and believe that the answer is yours now, and the solution will come. All things subsist in the infinite mind as ideas, images, archetypes, or mental patterns in your mind, and as you identify with what you seek and claim it boldly, you will get your answer. That is scientific prayer. When you beg and beseech, you are admitting you don't have what you want now, and your sense of lack attracts more loss, lack, and limitation. The God you are beseeching has already given you everything. You are here to appropriate and meditate on the reality of your idea or desire. Rejoice and give thanks, knowing that as you contemplate the reality of your desire, idea, plan, or purpose, your subconscious will bring it to pass. Be a good receiver. The gifts of God have been given to you from the foundation of time. You must accept your good now. Why wait for it? All things you need are now. All things exist as ideas in the infinite, and there is a mental pattern behind everything in the universe. Suppose some holocaust destroyed all the engines in the world. Engineers could run them off the assembly line by the millions, the reason being that everything you see in the world came out of either the mind of man or the mind of the infinite. The idea, desire, invention, or play in your mind is as real as your hand or heart. Nourish it with faith and confidence, and it will be objectified on the screen of space. Where is God's dwelling place? God is spirit, and spirit is omnipresent and within you and every man. For ye are the temple of the living God, as God hath said, I will dwell in them. 2 Corinthians 6 verse 16. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice, and open the door, I will come into him, and will sup with him, and he with me. Revelation 3 verse 20. This quotation points out the intimacy in prayer where you actually conduct a dialogue or commune with your higher self. You are not really outside supplicating a distant deity who may or may not answer your prayer. You know your prayer is already answered, but you must recognize it, make contact, accept completely, and the response will come. The supreme intelligence, or life principle in your subconscious, is always knocking at the door of your heart. For example, if you become ill, the life principle will urge you to be well. It is always saying to you, rise up higher, I have need of you. Open the door to your heart and boldly affirm. I know and I believe that the infinite healing presence which created me can heal me, and I claim wholeness, vitality, and perfection now. Infinite intelligence in my subconscious is knocking at the door of my heart, reminding me that the answer and way out are within me. My mind is open and receptive to the infinite wisdom. I give thanks for the solution which comes clearly into my conscious, reasoning mind. God is that universal wisdom and power available to all men regardless of creed or color. God will answer the atheist or agnostic just as well as the saint or the holy man. The only prerequisite is belief. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark 9:23. Is God a person or is God a principle? To think of God as an anthropomorphic being or a sort of glorified man with all the whims, eccentricities, and peculiarities of man is neurotic infantilism and absolutely absurd. God is personal to you in this sense. You can at this very moment contemplate love, peace, harmony, joy, beauty, wisdom, power, and guidance, and you will begin to express these qualities because you become what you contemplate. You have personalized or individualized the qualities of God. God is boundless love, absolute harmony, absolute joy, boundless wisdom, supreme intelligence, and infinite life, which is omnipresent and omnipotent. God is also law, for this is a universe of law and order. All the elements of personality are within the infinite being within you, and as you contemplate the qualities of God within you, you will develop a marvelous and wonderful godlike personality. You, at the same time, are operating the law of God or of your own subconscious, because whatever you claim, appropriate, or meditate on is impressed into your subconscious mind, and your subconscious manifests what is impressed upon it. You could not develop a wonderful personality without using the law, because the law is that your thought and feeling create your destiny, and you are what you contemplate. God is all there is, in all, over all, and all in all. Stop beating around the bush. Realize that God is infinite personality and law. These are the two pillars mentioned in the Bible. And he set up the right pillar and called the name thereof Jachin, the one law, and he set up the left pillar, and called the name thereof Boaz, infinite personality. 1 Kings 7 verse 21. Many say to me in substance, I can't pray to a principle. They seem to want an old man in the sky to comfort them, forgive them, and take care of them like a human father. That attitude is extremely primitive and childish. Remember that the nature of infinite intelligence within you is responsiveness. When you call upon it believingly, it becomes the embodiment of your ideal. You can't develop a magnetic or wonderful spiritual personality without using the law of your mind. You must establish the mental equivalent of everything you want to be, to do, or to have. An emotional welling up, or a pious sentimentality toward a distant deity, hoping all the while that you will be transformed, may only lead to neurosis and confusion. Love is the fulfilling of the law, Romans 13 verse 10. God will become very personal to you as you regularly and systematically fill your soul with love and joy, peace and harmony, and having appropriated these qualities, you will express them. God is love, and the best thing you could do is to stop begging, beseeching, and supplicating for that which has already been given you. Many use affirmative prayer. In this approach, which millions follow in America today, people do not beg God for anything but, instead, recall the great truths which never fail, such as "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," Psalm 23 verse 1, which means to them that men shall never want for evidence of the fact that they have chosen the lordly power, or God, to guide them, watch over them, sustain them and strengthen them, because they know that the word shepherd means their deep conviction of God's love and guidance, which will lead them to green pastures, abundance, and still waters, the quiet mind. That is prayer. The prayer of invocation. When you invoke the blessings, protection, and guidance of the infinite believingly, the answer will come. St. Augustine, when the enemy was knocking at the door of the city of Hippo, of which he was bishop, found comfort, rest and protection in the following prayer of invocation, which came from his heart. "Let my soul take refuge from the crowding turmoil of worldly thoughts beneath the shadow of thy wings. Let my heart, this sea of restless waves, find peace in thee, O God." Following this prayer, he went to sleep and found rest unto his soul. Points to remember. 1. Every man answers his own prayer, whether he is aware of it or not. The reason for this is that whatever man believes to be true in his conscious mind is accepted in his subconscious, regardless of whether his belief is true or false. For example, if he has a belief or conviction that he will fail in his examination, his subconscious has no other alternative than to compel him to fail, no matter how hard he may try to succeed objectively. 2. When under hypnosis, and your conscious mind is suspended in abeyance, your subconscious is amenable to the suggestions of the operator, and no matter how weird or false the suggestion may be, your subconscious will dramatize it as far as possible in order to conform with the nature of the suggestion. Your subconscious is a one-track mind and does not reason, weigh, investigate and differentiate like your conscious mind. Your subconscious reasons deductively only, that is to say, if your conscious mind gives it a false premise, it will with amazing acumen and sagacity dramatize the response to correspond with the nature of the suggestion. Hence, feed your subconscious only with premises that are true, lovely, noble, and godlike. 3. God is the creator, or infinite intelligence, in your subconscious, which responds to you according to your belief, for the nature of infinite intelligence is responsiveness. Any idea that you emotionalize and feel to be true is impressed in your subconscious, and what is impressed, good or bad, is expressed. This is why every man answers his own prayer. If he believes he can't be healed or that there is no way out of his dilemma, his subconscious responds according to his belief and, in that case and in that way, his prayer is answered. Actually, all prayers are answered and there is no such thing as an unanswered prayer. "And all things, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing, ye shall receive." Matthew 21:22. 4. The answer to any question is within you before you ask. All that is necessary is for you to recognize that no matter what you seek, the answer is within the infinite presence and power of your subconscious, and when you claim the solution, expect an answer, and according to your faith will it be done unto you. The infinite presence and power within your deeper mind, which created the universe and all things, knows all, sees all and has the know-how of accomplishment. To beg and beseech is to admit you don't have it. You are, therefore, attesting to lack and limitation, and you will inevitably attract more misery and loss because whatever you give attention to, your mind magnifies. The idea, desire, mental image, invention, play, book, no matter what is a reality in your mind, is just as real as your hand or heart. Nourish your desire with faith and expectancy. 5. If you have a blind belief in a guardian angel, your subconscious mind will respond with an inner voice or impulse, such as an inner feeling to go in a certain direction, a sort of overpowering hunch, called the inner silent knowing of the soul. The angel is the idea that wells up from your deeper mind and solves your problems. Whether the object of your faith be true or false, your subconscious will respond to the conscious mind's belief. 6. If you do not recognize the wisdom, power, or intelligence within your subjective depths, it is just the same as if it were not there. Paul says, "Stir up the gift of God, which is in thee." 2 Timothy 1 verse 6. 7. A young man with little experience competed for a pilot's position with 2,500 applicants who knew more than he did. He pictured himself as a pilot, imagining that he was wearing the insignia and uniform of a pilot. He pictured himself piloting a plane. He kept this vivid imagery up, and his subconscious accepted his mental picture, and against tremendous odds he was selected as one of the top men for the 10 vacancies. This young man knew the workings of his subconscious mind. 8. God is no respecter of persons. And the laws of your mind and the universe are constant and invariable. It is foolish, childish, and absurd to think that, by begging and beseeching a God in the sky, the law of your mind or the universe will be suspended on your behalf. Again, I would like to emphasize that you answer your own prayer. Your subconscious reveals the impress of your thought and responds according to the nature of the impressions made upon it. 9. There is only one power in the universe, not 2, 3, or 100, just one. When you use this power constructively, men call it God. When you use it negatively, ignorantly, or destructively, men call it the devil, evil, hell, etc. 10. People pray in many ways. I look upon prayer as the contemplation of the truths of God from the highest standpoint. When you fill your mind with the truths of God, which never change, you neutralize and obliterate all the negative patterns in your subconscious. Whatever you contemplate, you become. Anything you consciously claim and feel to be true, your subconscious will dramatize and project on the screen of space. That is true prayer. Many men who have no idea how prayer works and who have weird, grotesque, and also childish ideas about God, in their extremity, petition God to save them, and many having a childish belief that some God in the sky will save them, are saved and rescued. The reason for this is that whether the object of your faith be true or false, you will get the same results, as your subconscious doesn't question your belief and reasons deductively only. 11. To beg and beseech a distant deity is to admit that you don't have what you seek now, and this attitude attracts more lack and limitation, therefore, you get the opposite of what you want. The Bible says, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Mark 11:24. You believe the oak is in the acorn, but you must plant the seed, likewise, no matter what your problem. Regardless of how difficult it may seem to be, the answer is in the form of a desire. Your desire is the seed, which has its own mathematics, mechanics, and manner of expression. Your desire is as real as your hand or your heart, and just the same as the idea of a radio is real in your mind. 12. Realize that the infinite intelligence in your subconscious, which is the only creative power, can bring your desire to fulfillment. Believe in the reality of your idea and desire now and nourish it with faith and confidence, and, like a seed which is watered and fertilized in the ground, it will grow and come above the ground and arise in your life as the answered prayer. This is why you can believe you have it now. In your mind it is a reality. 13. You are the temple of the living God. God is the living Spirit Almighty within you, and your own mind is where you walk and talk with the only creative power you know. The only immaterial power you are aware of is your thought. Your thought is creative and you know what you are creating now. The life principle in you is forever knocking at the door of your heart, saying to you, rise, transcend, grow, advance, move forward, open the door of your heart and realize there is that within you which can wipe away all tears, heal a sick body, reveal hidden talents and set you on the high road to happiness, freedom and peace of mind. 14. God, Spirit, has all the elements of personality, such as choice, volition, love, peace, harmony, joy, beauty, power, strength, wisdom and intelligence. God is also law. There can't be one without the other. How could you develop a wonderful personality unless you appropriated, meditated on and ruled into your subconscious only the attributes, qualities and potencies of God? The law is that you become what you claim and feel to be true. In other words, you are what you contemplate and incorporate into your subconscious. This is done according to the law of your subconscious mind. An emotional swelling of the heart and a pious sentimental attitude to a distant deity leads to confusion, neurosis, and disillusionment. Law and personality are one. In order for the universal presence and power to work through the individual, it must first become the individual. You must appropriate in your own thought and feeling the truths of God, and then God will be very personal to you. But God is not a person, if by that you mean a sort of glorified man in the sky. Such a concept could be called a neurotic infantilism. 15. You can affirm certain great truths, and by repetition, faith, and expectancy, you will believe and accept them to be true. In that way your affirmative prayer will work. All you are doing is convincing yourself that what you affirm is true, and after a while you begin to realize that 3 and 3 are 6, not 7, then the result follows. St. Augustine's prayer of invocation, which evoked a response, was, "Let my soul take refuge from the crowding turmoil of worldly thoughts beneath the shadow of thy wings. Let my heart, this sea of restless waves, find peace in thee, O God." Read The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall Incorporated. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. 1963. Chapter 7. How to Use Telepsychics for the Prayer That Never Fails. Many men and women have said to me repeatedly, "We have earnestly and sincerely desired certain things which we have never experienced. We have prayed, longed for, waited, and yet failed to get answers." Then they ask the usual question, why? The answer is that according to your faith is it done unto you. What is faith? The faith we speak of in this book does not refer to creeds, dogma, tradition, ritual, ceremonies, or any specific religious persuasion. Look upon faith as a mental attitude, a certain way of thinking. Faith is a conscious potentiality whereby you know that any idea you emotionalize and feel to be true is impressed on your subconscious mind, and whenever you succeed in impregnating your deeper mind with any idea, plan, or purpose, the latter will objectify the impression made on the screen of space. Your subconscious is the creative power within you. Your conscious mind chooses, but it does not create. You are, as a matter of fact, the sum total of your choices. Most people do not realize this, while millions reject this truth altogether. Faith, therefore, is a mode of thinking, a manner of believing, a mental acceptance. A chemist has faith in the laws of chemistry, which are dependable. A farmer has faith in the laws of agriculture, and an engineer has faith in the laws of mathematics. Likewise, man should learn to have faith in the laws of his mind by learning how his conscious and subconscious mind functions, and he should understand the interaction of these two phases of his mind. The prayer of faith and how to use it. The prayer of faith may be looked upon as a mental or spiritual conviction that there is an infinite intelligence in your subconscious mind, which responds to you by the simple process of corresponding with your mental conviction toward the law of your mind. The Bible says, "According to your faith be it unto you," Matthew 9:29, "If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth," Mark 9:23. This means that the wisdom and power of your subconscious works through at the level of your belief. To believe is to accept something as true. When you break the word believe down, it means to be alive, to live in the state of being. In other words, be alive to the truths of life, animate the eternal verities, feel the reality of them, and you will experience the result of what you incorporate in your subconscious mind. Why some prayers are answered and others are not. A man said to me, "My wife's prayers are always answered, mine are not." Why? He added that he believed God was withholding good from him for some obscure reason, while favoring his wife because of her religious beliefs. My explanation, however, was somewhat along the following lines: God is no respecter of persons. Any man can learn to use the laws of nature, provided he equips himself with the necessary knowledge. A murderer or an atheist can learn the laws of electricity and can use this knowledge to wire and light a house. Likewise, he can learn the laws of navigation or any other law and apply these laws according to their nature. An atheist can receive an answer from the subconscious as well as can a holy man. The only requirement is belief or complete mental acceptance of the answer. An astronaut who denies the existence of a divine presence can reach Mars, Venus, and other planets provided he has sufficient faith and confidence, and believes that whatever he needs to know will be provided by the creative intelligence of his subconscious, because the latter responds to the conscious mind's belief and conviction. To think that God, or infinite intelligence, responds to some men and women because of their religious persuasion would be ascribing to God the peculiarities, whimsicalities, and inconsistencies of the human mind. God, or the creative power, existed before any man ever walked the earth or before any church was ever formed. Men invented the various religious creeds, forms, rituals, and dogmas. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. It is silly to think that God withholds from some while giving to others. That would be favoritism, which is unthinkable and absolutely absurd. As thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. Matthew 8:13. This refers to the law of cause and effect, which is cosmic and universal, and certainly is no respecter of persons. The cause is your conscious mind's belief, and the effect is the response from your subconscious. He was unconsciously denying what he affirmed. The above-mentioned man was praying for prosperity and affirming, God is my instant supply and his wealth is circulating in my life now. But he admitted that deep down in his heart his belief was in lack and limitation. In other words, his conscious affirmation was denied by his subconscious disbelief. The reason his wife's prayers were answered is that her faith was much deeper. She really believed what she affirmed. It made sense to her that there is an impersonal presence and power in her subconscious that operates on her habitual thinking and beliefs, and that it responds alike to each and all. How he changed his belief. This man learned a simple truth, that thought becomes a thing in the same way that a seed becomes a plant. His false belief in lack was dissolved in his subconscious mind by a repetition of truth in his conscious mind. He realized that wealth was a thought image in his mind and that all things come forth from the invisible mind of man or God. This new insight and understanding gave him faith and confidence. He clearly perceived that a drop of clear water that persistently falls into a bottle of dirty water will eventually show the bottle to be full of clear water. Repetition is the key. A false belief, which this man recognized to be false, was displaced by repetition of the idea of wealth circulating in his life freely, joyously, and endlessly. It was an intellectual statement in the beginning with him, in which his emotion and feeling played no part, but as he continued to repeat the statement, wealth is circulating in my life and there is always a surplus, with the sincere desire to believe it, the moment came when the last resistance, let go, the same as the constant dropping of clear water washed away the last drop of muddy water from the bottle. When prayer ceases to be true prayer. Recently a woman wrote me, saying that she had to have $6,000 by the 15th of the following month, otherwise she would be unable to pay the note due on her mortgage and would lose her home. She added that she was praying very hard to get the $6,000 from some source but that she met only with a negative response everywhere. This woman was anxious, tense, worried and full of fear. I explained to her that her attitude of mind would only attract more loss, lack, limitation and obstacles of all kinds. Job said, "For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me." Job 3 verse 25. The Bible gives the answer to anxiety and fear in a very simple way when it says, "In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength." Isaiah 30 verse 15. Accordingly, at my suggestion, she began to rehearse some of the great truths with which she was familiar but with which she neglected to identify. She began to knowingly affirm the following. But with God all things are possible. Matthew 19:26. Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65 verse 24. According to your faith be it unto you. Matthew 9:29. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark 9:23. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him, I will be with him in trouble, I will deliver him and honor him. Psalm 91 verse 15. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. Psalm 121 verse 1. All things be ready if the mind be so. Shakespeare. The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear? Psalm 27 verse 1. She ceased thinking of the needed amount altogether and also the date, but she began to reiterate the above great truths, realizing that when her mind is at peace, the solution follows. She kept in tune with the infinite, knowing that God supplies all her needs and is her instant and everlasting supply and support. I emphasized the simple truth that when her mind was at peace and she had a divine indifference, the answer, the solution, was sure to come. Divine indifference means that you know that it is impossible for your prayer to fail, in the same way you are absolutely positive that the sun will rise in the morning. You don't know how the answer will come. You don't really care. Because you know whatever happens will be good and very good. She maintained her peaceful attitude by reminding herself of the great truths that never change. At the end of a week, she met an old school friend in the local drugstore. He was a widower and she a widow. He proposed marriage, which she accepted, and he took care of the mortgage. She did not lose anything, she gained. Her subconscious magnified and multiplied exceedingly the good she impressed upon it. Fear and worry attract loss. Faith and confidence in the law of your mind attract all the blessings of life. Whenever the idea comes to you that you must have a certain amount and that it must appear on a certain day, remember that the attitude of mind is usually one of excess tension, anxiety, and fear, which produces more loss. Go back to the source of all blessings. Identify with the infinite and claim peace, guidance, harmony, right action, and abundance. Maintain your contact, and the day will break and all the shadows will flee away. She said she had absolute faith that she would sign the contract. An actress said to me that she had absolute faith that she would get the contract she desired, because she received a phone call from New York to fly there and sign it. When she arrived in New York, the particular man who was to give her the contract had passed away in his sleep and she returned somewhat disappointed and depressed. I explained to her that the only thing she could have absolute faith in is that God is God and that the laws of the universe are the same yesterday, today, and forever. They are dependable, as God and His laws are constant and invariable. Furthermore, I explained to her that she does not control the universe and she has no power over the lives of people, and if the man who was to give her the contract was at the point of transition, she had nothing to do with it, but that she could always be absolutely certain that God is God, omnipotent, eternal, changeless and timeless. Telepsychics in action. She changed her attitude of mind and realized that the infinite intelligence of her subconscious had ways of bringing her desire to pass, but that its ways are past finding out. She quietly affirmed as follows: I know that the infinite intelligence within my subconscious has ways of bringing about a business contract for me in ways my intellect knows not of. I recognize this transcendental wisdom and I accept a similar contract now or something grander and greater in the wisdom of my deeper mind. In a few weeks' time she received a much better contract than the one she would have signed in New York City. When something similar to this happens to you, rejoice and be grateful, knowing in your heart that the infinite intelligence within you has something far more wonderful for you and will bring it to pass in ways you know not of. Telepsychics teaches you to put confidence in the right place. A brilliant woman who was also a prominent executive in a business organization said that she was absolutely sure she would marry a certain man. All the arrangements had been made, the ceremony had been planned, guests invited, and the postnuptial banquet partially paid for. But just minutes before the ceremony, her fiancé dropped dead of a heart attack. She said, "Why did God do this to me?" Actually, God was not responsible for the man's demise. The man in question had the capacity to choose and direct his life in any way he wished. Subsequent events showed that he was an alcoholic, which his fiancé did not know, and had been treated for a cardiac condition, having been hospitalized many times. All of this he had hidden from her. I pointed out to her that, after all, she did not control the man's life, nor did she determine when he would go on to the next dimension, and that she should rejoice and be exceedingly glad the wisdom of her subconscious mind, which always seeks to protect, heal, restore, and guide her, actually prevented her from entering into what would have proved to have been a tragic marriage. She learned also a simple truth, that you cannot be absolutely certain about anything in this universe except that God is God and that the laws of the universe are constant and invariable. How could anyone be absolutely sure that he will reach San Francisco tomorrow? Maybe fog would intervene and all flights would be cancelled. How could you be absolutely sure your horse would win the race? Maybe the horse might drop dead due to a heart attack. How can you be absolutely sure you will marry that girl? Maybe she will pass on tonight or run off with another man. Are you in control of people and the world? An old hymn says, "Change and decay all around I see. O, thou, who changeth not, abide with me." At all times, remember that the wisdom of your subconscious has ways of bringing about an answer to your prayer that your conscious mind does not know and could not even conceive of. The woman we are writing about never prayed in the right way for a husband. She had met the man in a bar, and the romance, along with all his lies and deceit, started from there. In prayer, you should never think of any specific man. You marry character. You do not get what you want in the world, but you get what you are, and you are what you contemplate. In order to attract the right spouse, you should build the qualities you admire in a man into your subconscious mind by thinking with interest on the characteristics you esteem and value. I gave her the following prayer and suggested that she use it night and morning. I know that I am one with God now. In Him I live, move, and have my being. God is life. This life is the life of all men and women. We are all sons and daughters of the one Father. I know and believe there is a man waiting to love and cherish me. I know that I can contribute to his happiness and peace. He loves my ideals. And I love his ideals. He does not want to make me over, neither do I want to make him over. There are mutual love, freedom, and respect. There is one mind. I know him now in this mind. I unite now with the qualities and attributes that I admire and want expressed by my husband. I am one with them in my mind. We know and love each other already in divine mind. I see the God in him, he sees the God in me. Having met him within, I must meet him in the without, for this is the law of my own mind. These words go forth and accomplish whereunto they are sent. I know it is now done, finished, and accomplished in God. Thank you, Father. The above words gradually sank into her subconscious mind, and the wisdom of her deeper mind attracted to her a wonderful young dentist who harmonized with her in every respect. She learned to place her confidence in the laws of her mind, which never fail. She knew when the content of this prayer reached her subconscious, because she no longer desired to pray for a husband. She had reached a conviction, and this caused the instant response. Telepsychics teaches you how to handle all kinds of setbacks. Suppose you have an important appointment with someone in Houston, Dallas, or Boston and you are delayed due to fog, sickness, etc. You might say that you prayed about the interview, that it would be satisfactory and that divine order would prevail. Relax, let go. Turn to the infinite intelligence of your subconscious and realize that the inner wisdom has better ways of bringing about this interview, contract, or whatever it is. Remain poised and calm, knowing that divine right action prevails. Remember also that your conscious, reasoning mind doesn't know how divine right action comes to pass. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. Isaiah 30 verse 15. Know that God is always God. And when you claim and believe that God is in action in your life, then whatever happens will be good and very good. This really is the prayer that never fails. Points to remember. 1. Faith is a way of thinking. It is an attitude of mind. You have faith in the laws of mind when you know that whatever is impressed on your subconscious mind will be expressed as experience and events in your life. Any idea you emotionalize and feel to be true, whether good or bad, will be accepted by your subconscious and will come to pass. 2. A farmer has faith in the laws of agriculture. The captain in charge of the ship has faith in the laws of navigation. They are using principles that existed before man walked the earth. Likewise, you can begin to learn the laws of your mind and transform your whole life. Think good and good follows. Think of loss and limitation and misery follows. 3. It is done unto you according to the way you believe. This is why Dr. Quimby said in 1847, man is belief expressed. Belief is a thought in your mind. It means to accept something as true. You can also believe a lie, but you can't prove it. Believe, be alive, means to be alive to the truths of God and to saturate your mind with the eternal verities, thereby transforming your whole life into a pattern of harmony, health, peace, and abundance. For God is no respecter of persons and He plays no favorites. To think that God responds to some because of their religious beliefs or creedal affirmations is childish sentimentality. God is the universal wisdom and power, available to all men according to their belief and their mental acceptance. 5. Many people unconsciously deny what they affirm. For example, a man may outwardly affirm that God is his source and supply and yet have a subconscious belief in poverty. He must change his belief and contemplate God's riches and the law of opulence, then his subconscious will respond to the new conscious belief. 6. When you perceive and understand the truth that wealth is a thought image in your mind, and then when you constantly reiterate the truth that God's wealth is circulating in your life, you will supplant the subconscious belief in poverty, and results will follow. It is somewhat like pouring clear water into a bottle of muddy water. The moment comes when we have a bottle full of clear water. 7. When faced with the problem of having a certain amount of money at a certain date, forget the amount and the date, as this mental attitude tends to produce anxiety, tension, and worry, which attract delays, impediments, difficulties, and still more worry. Contemplate some of the great truths of the Psalms and other parts of the Bible, which will bring your mind to peace. Contemplate that God is your instant and everlasting supply, meeting all your needs now and forevermore. When you have a divine indifference, your prayer will always be answered in ways you know not of. 8. Change eternal is at the root of all things. God never changes. The only thing you can have absolute faith in is the knowledge that God is God, always the same yesterday, today, and forever. If you say you have absolute faith that you will sign a contract with John Jones tomorrow, he may pass on to the next dimension, or 101 other things could happen to prevent it. Trust the infinite power within your subconscious to bring it to pass some other way, and it will do so. 9. Cease thinking that you control the elements, the lifespan of others, or their destiny. Place your faith and confidence in the indwelling God presence, knowing that it is God in action in your life, and only divine right action prevails. Then, whatever happens will be good and very good. You can have absolute faith in the goodness and love of God in the land of the living, and by accepting this truth, wonders will happen as you pray. 10. When praying for a spouse, you must never think of any specific man or woman. In other words, you must never try to manipulate the mind of the other. You marry character, a state of consciousness. Dwell on the characteristics and qualities you like in a man or woman, and then know that the deeper currents of your mind will bring both of you together in divine order. 11. When you claim and believe it is God in action in your life, then whatever happens, it must be good and very good. This type of prayer never fails. Chapter 8. How to approach the mystic sources of telepsychics. For my thoughts are not your thoughts. Neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord, your subconscious. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Isaiah 55 verses 8-9. As I was writing this chapter 1 received a phone call from a woman in New York who had been reading Psychic Perception, the magic of extrasensory power. She had been using the meditation given for developing her inner powers and had been experiencing wonderful results. She said that the night before she was sound asleep, and her long-dead husband appeared and told her to awaken at once and turn off the gas jet before her son would be asphyxiated. She awoke, and the smell of gas was very strong. She awoke her son and opened the windows. Her quick action undoubtedly saved his life and her own. Every night prior to retiring she had been reciting the 91st Psalm, the great prayer of protection, and her subconscious mind consequently dramatized a picture of her deceased husband, knowing that she would give instantaneous attention to his warning and not look upon the inner vision as an idle dream or merely as vagaries of the mind. The ways of the subconscious are indeed past finding out. She insisted that it was her dead husband, but nothing in the universe ever dies. The flower that blooms once blooms forever. We are constantly in communication with all beings who ever lived or are living now, because there is one mind common to all individual men. Even though you receive an answer from another person, it still is the wisdom of the subconscious mind giving the answer. All of us are immersed in the one universal mind, and I think our big mistake is to think that we are in the body. Your body is in you as an idea, and you will have bodies to infinity. You can't conceive of yourself without a body. Actually, it is impossible. This foreshadows and portrays to you that you will always have a body that oscillates at higher frequencies in the next dimension of life. The reason why her prayer made her worse. One woman said to me that she had a legal problem about which she prayed. But her prayers seemed to make matters even worse. Actually, she was putting all her vexations and anxieties in the center of her attention, and she became more troubled than she had been before she prayed. She learned that whatever she gives attention to, her mind magnifies. Following our conversation, she reversed her attitude of mind and affirmed as follows: I am not alone. God indwells me, and His wisdom brings about a divine solution in ways I know not of. I now let go and let the wisdom of the infinite bring about a solution. She maintained an affirmative attitude of mind, and when fear or wrong thoughts came to her mind, she would immediately affirm, there is a divine solution. It is God in action. After a few days her fear thoughts lost all momentum and she had a sense of peace. Her relative, who had been contesting the will in court and who had been deliberately lying on the stand, dropped the case abruptly and a few days afterwards passed quietly on to the next dimension in her sleep. Your conscious mind cannot perceive of the way your prayer will be answered, as the workings of your deeper mind transcend the intellect and bring about a solution in their own way. The answer came to him in a strange way. A real estate broker I knew was interested in making a rather large investment in another state. Every night prior to sleep he prayed for divine guidance and right action in all his undertakings. Following one of his visits to the property he was contemplating buying, he had a very vivid dream, and the hexagram 33 retreat of the secrets of the I Ching asterisk appeared, which said, "This is not the time to advance." He followed the advice, and subsequent events proved the correctness of his decision, as members of the underworld were involved in the transaction. The reason his subconscious mind presented him with the hexagram retreat undoubtedly was due to the fact that he had been studying the secrets of the I Ching, which is a book I wrote on the biblical and psychological meanings of the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, or Book of Changes, translated by Wilhelm Baines, with a foreword by the late Carl Jung. All I have done is to give the meanings of the hexagrams in modern, everyday language. Apparently, the subconscious of this real estate broker decided to answer him in a way that he would immediately recognize and obey. The strange way her prayer was answered. A few Sundays ago, after one of my lectures at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre, Los Angeles, where I have been lecturing for over 22 years, a young lady told me an interesting story. She had been studying psychology and comparative religions at the local university and said that she had been praying for guidance as to whether she should go into the ministry and teach mental and spiritual laws on a non-denominational level. She said that a most interesting dream had presented itself to her, that I had appeared to her in her dream and had pointed to number 30 hexagram in Secrets of the I Ching, which is called lithe clinging, fire. She read clearly from the book in her sleep the following, which appears under the image in that hexagram: and the light of Israel shall be for a fire. Isaiah 10 verse 17. Fire in the Bible and in I Ching means illumination, or the supreme intelligence of your subconscious mind, revealing to you everything you need to know and enabling you to direct that light on others. On awakening, she looked up the hexagram, and the words she saw in her dream coincided exactly with what she read under the image in Secrets of the I Ching. She remarked, "The answer is right, and that is what I am going to do." She understood that her subconscious oftentimes speaks in symbols, as water can be a symbol of the subconscious, or fire can mean infinite intelligence or passion. My appearance to her in the dream symbolized the truth to her, and she is now very happy in her new studies. Being a student of the I Ching. Her entire dream was very meaningful to her, and it satisfied her in every way. He makes a habit of prayer. While discussing the subject of prayer with a Chinese student in Hawaii, he said that his technique of prayer is based on a spiritual companionship as he prays. He converses frequently with his higher self. He has what he terms frequent colloquies or short discourses between his conscious mind and the God presence within. His approach is somewhat like this as he addresses his higher self. Father, thou art all-wise. Reveal to me the answer, guide me in my studies, tell me what to do, reveal my talents to me, and give me wisdom and an understanding heart. There are times, he claims, when he has a complete provision of all the questions he is about to be asked at a forthcoming examination, and he has no problem with his studies. Once he heard an inner voice telling him to study the I Ching, or Book of Changes, which he did. He said it became a great aid in self-discovery. A very wealthy woman on one of the islands asked him to read the I Ching for her. She wanted to know, would it be a wise course for me to have the major operation that has been suggested? She received hexagram 30, the clinging fire. The judgment said, care of the cow brings good fortune. He explained to her the meaning of the cow, a Chinese symbolism. Cows are gentle creatures, which require looking after, and it means good fortune can be gained from looking after the cow, subconscious mind. He said that she was full of resentment, suppressed rage and hostility. She made out a list of all those whom she resented and hated and began to pour out blessings, love and goodwill on them. She also forgave herself for harboring destructive thoughts and emotions. By filling her subconscious mind, taking care of the cow, with life-giving patterns, she had a remarkable healing and as a reward gave him a present of $5,000 to further his studies. This Chinese student discovered that the glory of the infinite within him is in spiritual habitual companionship. No man can extemporize character. It is necessary to contemplate the eternal verities and, as we do, we become what we contemplate in thought, word, deed, and in all phases of our lives. Prayer is your heart's desire also. When sick, you desire health. When poor, you desire wealth. If hungry, you desire food. And if thirsty, you desire water to quench your thirst. If lost in the woods, you desire to know the way out. You desire to express yourself and to find your true place in life. Your desire is life's urge within you, reminding you of a void in your life that you should fill. If you are an inventor, you desire to have your invention patented and put on the market. You desire to be loved, wanted, needed, and useful to humanity. Desire is the cause of all feeling and action. It is the life principle seeking to express itself at higher levels through you. Desire is life seeking to manifest itself in some form which as yet exists only as thought image in your mind. Desire is the force behind all things. It is the moving principle of the universe. Remember, your desire has fulfillment for its correlation. Desire and fulfillment could be considered somewhat similar to the law of cause and effect. The Bible says, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled." Matthew 5:6. Blessed are all those who hunger and thirst to do right, think right, act right, be right and live right according to the golden rule and the law of love. She decided to be a gangway and channel for God. Some months ago I received a letter from an English actress who had been out of work for several months, and all doors seemed to be closed to her. I suggested to her that she establish the right relationship with the infinite presence within her and let the divine presence flow through her, thereby letting the wisdom and power direct her in all ways. She talked to her higher self and affirmed, "I surrender to the infinite intelligence within me and I know God flows through me as harmony. True expression, beauty, right action, and divine activity. I know that all that is required of me is to become an open channel and let His life, love, harmony, and creative ideas flow through me." Following this new mental attitude, she was offered an opportunity to participate in a movie in France and another in Italy. She is now active in TV in London. All doors opened up for her. She had been blocking her good by fear, worry, and excess tension, somewhat similar to putting your foot on the hose when you are watering the garden. Prayer is the listening ear, i.e., we must hear the truth and realize that God, who gave us a certain talent, will also reveal the perfect plan for its unfolding. We must have an open and receptive heart and let the influx of divine life flow through us, realizing that it is as easy for God to become harmony, health, peace, abundance, true expression, and love in our experience as it is to become a blade of grass or a crystal of snow. How prayer healed her emotional spasm. As I was writing this chapter, a woman phoned me from the office of her cardiologist, stating that her heart specialist said that her heart was normal and that he believed her occasional spasms were purely emotional. She seemed to be unreasonably obsessed with the idea that someone was practicing black magic against her. She visited me later at my request and I explained to her that she was giving power to someone else and that the only power was the living spirit within her, that it is one and indivisible and that there is nothing to oppose omnipotence and omniscience, and further that it was her own fear thoughts that were hurting her. I suggested that she artfully and subtly instill in her mind the contents of the 27th Psalm until she let go of the false ideas. In about a week's time she had broken the spasmodic grip. She practiced the great law of substitution by repeating the great truths of the psalm over and over again until her mind gripped the truth, setting her free. A simple illustration of how to do this is as follows: take a bottle of muddy water and let drop by drop of clear water fall into the mouth of the bottle. The moment always comes when you will have a bottle of clear water. Points to remember. 1. Your subconscious seeks to protect you at all times, but you must listen to its inner promptings, monitions, and urges. Oftentimes the answer to a particular problem will come to you in a very vivid dream, which proves very meaningful to you. A woman said that her dead husband warned her in a dream that the gas jet was on. This was a dramatization of her subconscious mind in response to her constant nightly prayer of protection using the 91st Psalm. 2. When you pray, do not put all your anxieties and troubles at the center of your attention. Focus on the solution, knowing that the wisdom of your subconscious will reveal the answer or solution in ways you know not of. Maintain an affirmative attitude of mind. When fear comes, supplant the fear with faith in God and all things good. 3. It is a good practice to pray regularly for divine guidance and right action in all your undertakings. If you are a student of the Bible or the secrets of the I Ching, you will find that oftentimes your subconscious may answer with a phrase from Proverbs or give you a specific hexagram that reveals the perfect answer. 4. One student received in a dream the 30th hexagram of Secrets of the I Ching as an answer to her question, should she study for the ministry? The instruction connected with the hexagram said, "And the light of Israel shall be for a fire." Isaiah 10 verse 17. Fire in the Bible and in I Ching means light and illumination, enabling her to direct that light or inspiration on others. She is now studying mental and spiritual laws and is very happy. 5. A Chinese student has what he terms frequent colloquies with his higher self. His approach is simple. Father, thou art all-wise. Reveal to me the answer, guide me in my studies and tell me what to do. Many times he has a mental preview in his sleep of all questions to be asked in his examinations. He receives inspiration and insight into the symbolic meaning of the I Ching, which has netted him considerable money. 6. Prayer is the soul's sincere desire. Desire is the cause of all feeling and action. It is the life principle seeking to express itself at higher levels through you. Claim that the life principle within you that gave you the desire reveals the perfect plan for its manifestation in divine order, and your subconscious will reveal the perfect plan for its fulfillment. 7. When out of work, surrender to the God presence within you and decide to become an open and receptive channel for the flow of the infinite through you. Say to yourself, God flows through me as harmony, beauty, love, peace, right action, true expression, and abundance. I know it is as easy for God to become all these things in my life as it is to become a blade of grass or a crystal of snow. As you make a habit of this, all doors will open up to you. Take your foot off the hose and let the water flow through. 8. If you had a bottle of muddy water and you let drop by drop of clear water enter the mouth of the bottle, the moment would come when you would have clear water. Likewise, when you have an emotional spasm of fear, instill the great truths of the 27th Psalm, and as you fill your mind with these wonderful truths, the fear thoughts will be neutralized and destroyed and your mind will be at peace. This is the great law of substitution. Asterisk by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Parker Publishing Company. Inc. West Nyack, New York, 1971. Asterisk see Secrets of the I Ching by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Parker Publishing Company Incorporated. West Nyack, New York, 1970. Chapter 9. How to use telepsychics as the fourth-dimensional answer to prayer. Down through the ages, man has been fascinated and mystified by his dreams. In ancient times men believed them to be messages from the gods and voyages of the soul to distant lands. The fourth dimension of life is that place to which you travel every night when you go to sleep. During the 19th century, many scholars maintained that dreams were merely the fulfillment of suppressed desires, wish fulfillment, dramatization of sex suppression and other complexes. The late professors Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud believed that all dreams had an inner meaning and were important as dramatizations of inner wishes, desires and frustrations. However, I have found in my discussions, correspondence and interviews with people of various religions and cultural backgrounds that many of these people dream literally at times and also receive answers to their most acute problems in dreams. How her dream found a lost diamond. Recently I talked with a woman who said, "You can imagine how I felt when, upon taking off my gloves at the doctor's office, I found my 5-carat diamond ring missing." Then she added that she had looked frantically everywhere, along the pavement, which she had traversed, in her car, at home and in the garden, and it seemed to her as if she were looking for a needle in a haystack. I suggested to her that she follow a very simple but very old and tested technique, to imagine she was wearing the ring and to feel the solidity, tangibility, and naturalness of it. In her imagination she was to take off the ring at night and place it in her jewelry box as she was accustomed to doing prior to retiring every night. All this was to be an imaginary act. While her head was on the pillow, she was to lull herself to sleep with her favorite prayer, "Thank you, Father," which meant to her that she was grateful for the return of her ring, knowing that there is nothing lost in the mind of the infinite. On the third night, while sound asleep, she saw her ring clearly in the maid's room, wrapped in a piece of paper and located in an old shoe belonging to the maid. She awoke suddenly, went to the bedroom of her maid, and found the diamond exactly in the place pictured in her dream. The maid professed to know nothing about it and couldn't imagine how it had projected itself into her shoe. Later on during the day she confessed to having taken it as well as 50 rare coins worth considerable money. Here, again, we have evidence of the multiplying power of the subconscious. It gave her the answer plus more than she had asked for. How a child transformed her life. A schoolteacher who had been married to an atheist for several years and who agreed with many of his ideas found herself in a state of acute depression. She had been taking tranquilizers prescribed for her by her psychiatrist. She told me that she had been brought up in a convent and had been deeply religious, however, until she had married her husband, who ridiculed all religious beliefs and who further affirmed that all of us were merely a confluence of atoms, that our brains secreted thought, etc. She gave lip service to his beliefs in order to keep peace but did not really believe them in her heart. When the effects of the drugs wore off, she found that she had to keep on taking them. Moreover, they caused many side effects, and she realized that the trouble was in her mind. She said that one morning she turned the dial on the radio to Kiev and heard me talking on minds devoid of spiritual understanding and how all sorts of debris, false knowledge and various isms enter in, bringing about mental and emotional sickness. She kept listening every morning for about 2 weeks, and then, during the 3rd week, every night for 7 nights she had a very vivid dream in which a little boy with a halo around his head appeared to her and beckoned her to come to him. As she went to meet him and embrace him, he ran away, and in her dream she could not catch him. This was repeated every night. And on the 7th night he said to her, "When you catch me you will be healed," and he disappeared. I explained to her that the late Carl Jung discovered in his research that in the collective unconscious of the race, there are archetypal images that are common to all people everywhere. His research disclosed that people living in different times and countries have dreamed of the luminous child, the sage or wise man, Madonnas, the mother figure, circles, crosses, serpents, mandalas, squares within a circle, the white rose, and many other symbols. The luminous child with a halo or nimbus around his head was an archetypal image luring her to go back to God. The divine presence, the indwelling power, or spiritual idea is spoken of in the Bible as a child. The conscious awareness of this power within you, and your decision to contact and make use of it, is the birth of the child. Intuitively, she knew that the appearance of the child with the nimbus, symbol of light or illumination, meant that she was to return to communion with the God self within her, which is exactly what she did. When the child appeared again, she was able to embrace the child. The first book she studied was The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, the study and application of which has changed her whole life. She dissolved the marriage, which in reality was no marriage at all but a sham, a farce and a masquerade. How she found the answer to loneliness. A widow, deeply despondent and, as she said, frantic with loneliness because her husband and 2 children were killed in a crash, found the answer to her loneliness by meditating on the truths of the 23rd Psalm 2 or 3 times a day. One night she heard an inner voice. She does not remember whether she was asleep or awake. She distinctly heard the voice saying to her, "Supply the need in others' lives." She woke up with a start and snapped out of her despondency and gloom and said to herself, "I am a nurse, and that is what I am going to do." The next day she visited the Veterans Hospital and visited many of the men. She wrote letters for some, gave comforting words to many, and read the Psalms to others. She continued this for a week and became full of love and compassion. All the patients welcomed her with delight. She went back to nursing full-time and now gives a transfusion of faith and confidence to all those to whom she ministers. She is now truly filling a need. The voice she heard was the voice of intuition. The inner promptings of the subconscious oftentimes manifest in the form of a voice, which no one else hears but the individual himself. Thousands of years ago, the Upanishads, a collection of mystical philosophic treatises, taught that man in his dream becomes a creator. Robert Louis Stevenson, contemplating the dual nature of man, which perplexed him, was shown in a dream emanating from his subconscious the plot which he called Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Similarly, Elias Howe had great difficulty in perfecting the sewing machine and, while meditating on the solution, his subconscious responded in a dream, showing him exactly where to place the eye of the needle. His invisible partner. An old friend of mine, who is an extraordinarily successful man and who oftentimes makes purchases of $500,000 plus worth of stocks and bonds, one time said to me, "You know, Murphy, $500,000 is only a drop in the bucket to what I usually invest." This man told me that his entire life is governed by an invisible guide, and he hears an inner voice that tells him to go ahead with certain investments and says no to others. His constant prayer since he was a boy has been the following: "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." Psalm 23 verse 4. God is my invisible partner and guide, and I hear the inner voice which says clearly to me, yes, yes and no, no. Obviously, he has so conditioned his subconscious mind that he hears the inner promptings and monitions as an inner voice, which no one but himself hears. This is clairaudience, or hearing clearly the monitions of his deeper mind. How an alcoholic found inner peace and freedom. Some months ago I interviewed an alcoholic, whose wife and sons had died of cancer. He was deeply depressed and melancholic. I explained to him that his sincere desire to give up alcohol was the first step in healing, to which he agreed. The next step was to realize that there is a subjective power within him, which would take away all craving and would compel him to assert his freedom from the habit. I suggested that he practice a simple technique several times daily, which consisted of imagining that I was congratulating him on his peace of mind and sobriety. He continued to do this for about 2 weeks, 3 times daily for about 5 minutes. One night his wife and 2 sons appeared to him while he was asleep and said to him, "Dad, we want you to live. We love you. We are happy and leading a new life. Don't mourn for us." This dream had a most profound effect on him and he had an instantaneous healing. He said to me, "I am free. I have a peace and serenity of mind which I never knew before, and I am grateful." The Bible says, "Acquaint now thyself with him and be at peace," Job 22 verse 21. This man had acquainted himself with the power of his thought and imagination, to which his subconscious responded in a way that brought about instant freedom and peace of mind. How he found a way out of the wilderness in Vietnam. Recently I talked with a young sergeant. He, together with others, had to bail out of a plane that had caught on fire and he found himself in the jungle, hopelessly lost. He could find no trace of his comrades. Then he said to himself the only words he knew of the 91st Psalm, called the Great Psalm of Protection. "I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him will I trust." Psalm 9 verse 2. He remarked that as he repeated this verse of the psalm, all fear vanished, and then a very strange thing occurred. His brother, who had been killed in action a year before, suddenly appeared to him in full uniform and said, "Follow me." He led him to the side of a hill and then said, "Stay here until morning and you will be safe." Then he vanished. The next morning at daybreak a patrol found him and he was flown back to camp. This man overcame his fear and his subconscious responded through the phantasm of his brother, knowing that he would instantly obey and follow his brother. His subconscious also knew where the patrol was and knew he would be cared for. The ways of the subconscious are past finding out. Remember, your subconscious mind responds in its own way to your prayer of faith. "According to your faith be it unto you." Matthew 9:29. The explanation that saved the would-be suicide. A depressed young mother who had lost 2 sons in Vietnam asked me why she should not commit suicide. My explanation was rather simple: the problem is in the mind, and you are a mental and spiritual being. You are not just your body. Your body is an idea in your mind, and you will have bodies to infinity. You don't solve a problem by leaving Los Angeles and running off to Boston. You carry your mind wherever you go, and jumping off a bridge solves nothing. You meet the problem in your mind and solve it there. You are greater than any problem. I explained to her that man can leave his present body and travel thousands of miles. Moreover, he has visual, auditory, and tactile capacities outside his body. He can see and be seen, he can enter closed doors, observe everything around him, and at the same time he can see his own body on a couch in his home. He has put on a 4th-dimensional body, sometimes called the astral body or subtle body. I elaborated on the fact that scientists have written about man's excursion outside his body. I described the experiments and research of the late scholar Dr. Hornell Hart, former associate of Dr. J. B. Rhine at Duke University, who had investigated numerous cases of men and their experiences outside the body. She began to realize intuitively and intellectually that she would meet the same problems outside the body that she now had, because the other astral body, though much more rarefied and attenuated, would not solve any problems. She would remain confused, frustrated, and perplexed in her new body, which would conform to her negative thoughts and imagery. Her suicidal complex was caused by an intense desire for freedom and peace of mind. What she really wanted was greater expression of life, for there is no real extinction of life. Her desire was to overcome the obstacle or difficulty of acute mental depression and melancholia. I pointed out to her that her boys were functioning in another dimension of mind and were entitled to her thoughts of love, peace, joy, and goodwill. They were not entitled to her radiation of gloom, sorrow, and grief. Protracted grief is always morbid selfishness. Love always frees and rejoices in the happiness, peace, and welfare of the other. She decided to go back to work immediately and to surrender her sons to the God presence. Whenever she thought of them, she immediately affirmed, "I know where your God is, and His love fills your soul. God be with you." As she practiced this spiritual therapy, there was a recrudescence of the Spirit in her life, and her vitality and peace of mind were restored. He feedeth among the lilies, truths of God. Until the day break, and the shadows flee away. Song of Solomon 2 verses 16 and 17. Points to remember. 1. The fourth dimension is that place where you go every night when you drop off to sleep. Many answers to the most perplexing problems are given to you in dreams and symbols. Many people dream literally and find that their dreams come true. 2. A woman lost a valuable diamond ring and failed to find it anywhere. She began to wear the ring in her imagination. Felt the tangibility and naturalness of it, and prior to sleep every night said, "Thank you, Father," which meant to her that she had already received the ring. After a few nights, while asleep, she saw clairvoyantly where the ring was and discovered it. She saw it covered up in one of her maid's old shoes. 3. A religious woman married to an atheist was frustrated and suffered from suppressed anger toward her husband because he ridiculed all religious beliefs. Her subconscious came to her aid in a dream, showing her the luminous child, a symbol of the awareness of the presence of God within her. She knew intuitively what it meant and returned to inner communion in thought and feeling with the divine presence within her, subsequently receiving a complete healing. She dissolved the marriage, which actually was no marriage but a farce, a sham, and a masquerade. 4. A woman overcame loneliness by meditating on the 23rd Psalm. Her subconscious spoke to her in the form of an inner voice, which said, "Supply a need in others' lives." Being a nurse, she went back to work and gave a wonderful transfusion of faith, love, and confidence to all her patients. All gloom and despondency disappeared. She felt needed, wanted, loved, and appreciated. "And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it." Isaiah 30 verse 21. 5. It was written in the Upanishads thousands of years ago, man in his dream becomes a creator. Robert Louis Stevenson, while contemplating the dual nature of man, received an answer, a plot of a book, in a dream and called it Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was translated into all known languages. 6. A multimillionaire, who made huge investments from time to time, told me that his entire life is governed by an invisible guide. He hears an inner voice which says, yes, to certain investments and no, to others. For years he has conditioned his subconscious to respond in this manner. His constant prayer is, God, infinite intelligence, is my invisible partner and guide. And I hear the inner voice, which says clearly to me, yes, yes, and no, no. Let your communication be, yeah, yeah, nay, nay. Matthew 5:37. 7. An alcoholic who had a sincere desire to give up the habit became healed, because he had come to a clear-cut decision, and his subconscious reacted according to his definite decision. He used the simple technique of imagining that I was congratulating him on his freedom, peace of mind, and sobriety. He immobilized his attention, relaxed, let go, and in that relaxed atmosphere, he knew his mental picture which he emotionalized and felt as true would be impressed on his subconscious and come to pass. His subconscious responded in a rather dramatic and unique way. His deceased wife and 2 sons appeared to him in a dream and said to him, "Dad, we want you to live. We are happy where we are." This fourth-dimensional answer had a profound effect upon him, and he experienced instantaneous healing. 8. A sergeant lost in the jungles of Vietnam prayed, using a single verse of the 91st Psalm, "I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him will I trust." Psalm 91 verse 2. The response from his subconscious was unique. His deceased brother appeared to him in uniform and directed him to a place of safety, informing him he would be safe there. A patrol found him the next morning and he was flown back to the camp. The ways of the subconscious are indeed past finding out. 9. A depressed mother who had lost 2 sons in Vietnam had a suicidal complex, feeling that jumping off a bridge would solve her mental depression. She learned that she has bodies to infinity, that she is not just living in a body, but that the body is an idea or vehicle of expression for her mind and spirit. The problem was in her mind, and the suicidal complex was a desire for freedom, not for extinction of life, which could not take place anyway. She quickly grasped the idea that she had to meet the problem in her mind and solve it there. Since wherever you go, you carry your mind with you. She released her sons to God and prayed for them regularly by radiating love, peace, harmony, freedom and joy to them, and whenever she thought of them, a silent benediction went forth from her: "God loves you and cares for you." Her vitality and peace of mind were restored. "Acquaint now thyself with Him, and be at peace." Job 22 verse 21. Asterisk by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. 1963. Chapter 10. How Telepsychics Releases the Higher Powers of Your Mind. While writing this chapter, I had a most interesting conversation with a former colonel in the Air Force. He told me that a few years ago he had read an account by the late E. R. Rawson in which Dr. Rawson told of how one of his women students had seen in a dream the location of a plane and 2 men in it, and in her dream the plane was on fire and the 2 men burned to death. She and another woman went to the location and prayed. The plane appeared and was on fire, but the men were not touched by the fire. This account, he said, made a tremendous impression on him, and he realized there were higher powers of his mind which could save him in the midst of a fire or any kind of disaster. Tuning in with the higher self saved his life. While serving in Vietnam, the colonel's plane was fired at and exploded in mid-air. In the midst of the fire he bailed out, and not a hair on his head was singed. He told me he knew that when his plane was on fire, he could not be burned. He demonstrated to himself that at higher dimensions of mind men can't be burned, and they become impervious to all harm. Undoubtedly, he had built up this immunity by dwelling on the article he had read about the 2 women who prayed and saved the 2 men from the burning plane. Telepsychics, or communicating with the infinite powers of your subconscious mind, is what the Bible means when it says, "If God, infinite power, be for us, who can be against us?" Romans 8 verse 31. How Hindus walk on fire without being burned. Jack Kelly wrote in the newspaper Inquirer, from which I quote in part. The amazing feats of Hindu fakirs, who seem to defy nature by walking barefoot on burning coals, have baffled men for centuries. At the annual festival of Thapsam in Singapore, where hundreds walk the fiery coals, physician Dr. Narayanhala Ramaswamy explained to the Inquirer he has examined firewalkers for 18 years and not once seen anyone burned or injured. The reasons are partly mystic and partly scientific, he said. The mystic part is embraced in belief. It is the power of the mind. Because they tell themselves so hard that they are not going to feel pain, they do not feel pain. Gopala Krishnan, a 19-year-old Singapore resident, told the Inquirer, beforehand we have to fast. We sleep in the temple and have no contact with our families. All the time we pray. We pray so hard we bring ourselves to a state of trance. Our faith is so strong it guards against any kind of pain, injury, or ailment. How to link your thought to infinite power. It is said that thought rules the world. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Thought is the property of those only who can entertain it." Learn to have a healthy, wholesome regard for your thoughts. Your health, happiness, security, and protection are largely determined by your awareness of the power of thought. Thoughts are things and thoughts execute themselves. Your thought is a mental vibration and a definite power. Your action is but the outer and worldly manifestation and expression of your individual thought. If your thoughts are wise, your actions will be wise. William Shakespeare said, "Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own." Whatever you think and feel as true, your subconscious will bring to pass. Your thought and feeling create your destiny. Feeling, insofar as your thought is concerned, means interest. This is the meaning of the biblical phrase, "For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he," Proverbs 23 verse 7. When you are keenly interested in your profession, work, or a special assignment, you will be successful because you have your heart in it. You are thinking in depth, or feeling the reality of your thought, which is thinking in the heart. How a detective tapped his subconscious mind. I had a most interesting talk with a detective on the cruise ship Princess Carla, on which I conducted a seminar on higher aspects of living. He told me that he had been assigned to the narcotics squad in an eastern city. He suspected 3 men of smuggling large amounts of cocaine and heroin, but he and his partners could find no evidence and the case baffled them. One night he was thinking of the solution and he asked for guidance to be shown the place where they stored the narcotics. He lulled himself to sleep with these words, "My subconscious gives me the evidence." He focused all his attention on the word evidence, lulling himself to sleep with the one word, evidence, evidence, evidence. That night he had a very vivid dream in which he saw the 3 men in a garage. He saw the name, the address, and the location of the narcotics. He got up immediately, arranged for a warrant, called his partners, and they raided the place, finding the cocaine and heroin in exactly the place where he saw it in his dream. The value of the seizure was about $3 million. This detective succeeded in impregnating his subconscious mind with the idea of evidence, and as it reasons deductively only, it gave him a perfect answer. Within your subconscious is infinite intelligence and boundless wisdom, and it knows only the answer. This detective said that his superconscious watches over him and oftentimes he hears an inner voice telling him where to go and where not to go, clairaudience, the capacity to hear the inner promptings of his deeper mind. The word superconscious is simply the I am or the presence of God, which is in your subconscious. That is to say, all the powers, qualities and aspects of God are within your subconscious depths. Therefore, when you read the term subconscious mind in this book, it is all-inclusive and means not only the law of God but also all the qualities and powers of God. This simplifies matters, and you don't get confused by a lot of words, such as conscious mind, subjective mind, subliminal mind, superconscious mind, collective unconscious, universal mind, etc. Many people are clairaudient. Socrates, referred to as one of the wisest of men, was guided throughout his life on this plane of existence by an inner voice in which he had implicit belief. "Do not say that Socrates is buried," he told his followers. "Say that you buried my body." Socrates understood that man was a mental and spiritual being and that man's soul, spirit, was immortal and that all he had ever learned was imperishable. Today we would say that Socrates was clairaudient, as he so often referred to a warning voice in his ear. This undoubtedly was an inner monition from his subconscious mind which prompted him regularly and systematically to do and say the right thing. A young Japanese student told me that he had been scheduled to go on a plane that was later hijacked in Los Angeles, but that he clearly heard an inner voice which said, "Don't go." He obeyed it and saved himself from shock, delay, and a painful experience. How Telepsychics overcame her anxiety neurosis. Recently, I interviewed a woman who said that her doctor had informed her that she was suffering from anxiety neurosis, which means, in everyday language, chronic worry. I suggested to her that by communicating regularly with her higher self, which is the living spirit Almighty or God, and which is in the depths of her own subconscious mind, she would get results. I explained to her that telepsychics is simply the process of contacting all the powers of God within her. And that the minute she tuned in with her thought, the powers of God would become active and potent in her life. The technique she used to overcome her anxiety neurosis was as follows. She began to communicate with her higher self 3 or 4 times a day, knowing that inevitably there would be a response. She affirmed the following truths feelingly, meaningfully, and knowingly. But there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Job 32 verse 8. This almighty power is within me, and I am now surrounded by the sacred circle of God's eternal love. God's river of peace flows through me. God's love fills my soul. My mind is full of peace, poise, balance, and equilibrium. I am divinely guided in all ways. My faith and confidence is in God and all things good. I live with the joyous expectancy of the best. Whenever fear or worry thoughts enter my mind, I will immediately affirm, I exalt God in the midst of me, for God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, and of love, and a sound mind. Timothy 1:7. She identified herself mentally and emotionally with these truths, and the secret of her prayer process was that when worry thoughts came to her, she immediately supplanted them with thoughts of God, such as, I exalt God in the midst of me. As she made a habit of this, gradually the fear and worry thoughts lost all momentum and she was at peace. She has conquered her worries by partaking of the truths of God, which are always the same yesterday, today, and forever. How her faith in God saved her husband's life. On a recent trip to Mexico City, I met an old friend who specializes in acupuncture and who gets what he terms miraculous results with his patients. While I was waiting for him at the hotel, a woman introduced herself, saying, "Oh, I recognize you. Your picture is in the Secrets of the I Ching, which I use all the time. It is a masterpiece." She then unfolded a remarkable experience with precognition, seeing an event before it happens. For 2 consecutive nights in a dream she saw a man aim a rifle at her husband and shoot him dead. She looked upon this at first as a sort of nightmare and awoke horror-stricken. She consulted the Secrets of the I Ching and asked what she should do. She received the answer in hexagram 24, which said, "In returning and rest shall ye be saved, in quietness and in confidence shall be your strength." Isaiah 30 verse 15. "If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up." Job 22 verse 23. This means, as you align yourself with the infinite presence within you, this power becomes active and potent in your life. In this inner communion with the divine, you feel the strength, guidance, and love of His presence. This was the answer she received from the Secrets of the I Ching, which is an age-old Chinese method of activating the spiritual agencies of your subconscious mind. She fixed her mind on some of the great truths of the Bible, knowing that only in that way could she save her husband's life. "Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear." Isaiah 65 verse 24. "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee." Isaiah 26 verse 3. "Thy faith hath made thee whole." Matthew 9:22. "If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth." Mark 9:23. "A merry heart mocketh a cheerful countenance." Proverbs 15 verse 13. "I am the Lord that healeth thee." Exodus 15 verse 26. "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Mark 11:24. "For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord." Jeremiah 30 verse 17. She anchored her mind on these passages and also on the 91st Psalm, knowing that God's love watched over her husband. As she saturated her mind with these biblical truths, she felt a deep, abiding sense of peace and tranquility, and she felt that the whole armor of God was surrounding her husband. A few days later he came home and told her that a man fired 3 shots at him, all of which missed him. Another aimed a pistol at him and tried to fire, but each time it failed to go off. It was a miraculous escape. There is no doubt that his wife's prompt prayer had protected him from certain death. The plan to kill him was already in the subconscious mind, and she, being in tune telepathically with her husband, picked it up. By changing the picture in her mind and realizing through the presence of God where her husband was, she saved his life. Thy faith hath made thee whole. Matthew 9:22. Points to remember. 1. When you enter into a higher level of mind, you are rendered impervious to all harm. It is a very high state of consciousness where you feel aligned with the infinite, which is all-powerful and all-wise. 2. You build up an immunity to disaster by constantly dwelling on God's love, which surrounds you, enfolds you, and enwraps you. You become what you contemplate. 3. Some Hindus walk on red-hot coals without experiencing any ill effects. Their minds are conditioned over a long period of time. They believe they are possessed by their God, and they have a subconscious conviction that no harm will come to them. Their blind faith is accepted by their subconscious, and no injuries follow. Similarly, under hypnosis, you can be operated on and feel absolutely no pain. 4. Thought rules the world. Man is what he thinks all day long. Have a healthy respect for your thoughts. Your thought is creative. If your thoughts are wise, your actions will be wise. 5. Whatever you think and feel to be true, your subconscious will bring to pass. Your thought and feeling create your destiny. 6. A detective concentrated on one word, evidence, prior to sleep. His subconscious knew that he wanted evidence as to the location of a supply of cocaine and heroin, which he was convinced was being held by 3 smugglers. In a dream, his subconscious revealed the exact location and he solved his problem. Your subconscious knows only the answer. 7. Many people are clairaudient. Socrates was guided throughout his life by an inner voice in which he had implicit belief. This undoubtedly was an inner voice of his subconscious, which prompted him to do the right thing. 8. A young Japanese student of the laws of mind was about to board an airplane. But his inner voice said, "Don't go." He obeyed and the plane was later hijacked. He thereby saved himself from a very painful and frightening experience. 9. You can overcome anxiety by filling your mind with the great eternal truths, which neutralize and obliterate all the negative patterns. Saturate your mind with the truths of the 27th and 91st Psalms and you will find peace and serenity. 10. A woman experienced precognition in her sleep. She saw her husband shot to death. She prayed that God's love, peace, and harmony would surround him and that where he was God was, and that the whole armor of God would surround him. Even though 2 men aimed directly at him, he was rendered immune to harm. Her prayers saved his life. If thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. Mark 9:23. Chapter 11. How Telepsychics helps build the magic of faith. Faith is a way of thinking whereby you think from the standpoint of principles and eternal verities. Faith can be looked upon as a constructive mental attitude or as a feeling of confidence and assurance that what you are praying for will come to pass. Faith, biblically speaking, does not refer to faith in any particular creed, dogma, or religious persuasion. Your faith should be in the creative laws of your mind and in your understanding that there is an infinite intelligence, God, in your subconscious mind, which responds to your faith and conviction. Actually, when you stop to think about it, you do everything by faith. If you are a housewife, you bake a cake by faith. You drive your car by the faith in your ability to do so. For example, in learning to drive, You repeated certain thought processes and muscular actions over and over again. After a while, the driving became an almost automatic process. There was an automatic reflex action from your subconscious whereby you found yourself driving your car without any conscious effort. In the same way you learned to swim, dance, walk, type and perform many other activities. You can grow in faith and understanding of the laws of life. If you look around you, it is obvious that everything accomplished in this changing world is made manifest by faith. The farmer has learned to have faith in the laws of agriculture. The electrician has faith in the principles of electricity and has learned all he can about the laws of conductivity and insulation. He is aware that electricity flows from a higher to a lower potential. The chemist has faith in the principles of chemistry, but there is no end to his research and discoveries. His faith caused him to see without eyes. A few weeks ago, a man phoned me and said he was going to a hospital for a serious operation, and he said he would like some spiritual phrases to help him. I suggested that he repeat to himself, "God is guiding the doctors and nurses. God in the midst of me is healing me now. I have absolute faith in the healing power of God." After the operation, which was successful, he told me that during surgery he was outside his body and watched the entire operation. His eyes were closed and his body was anesthetized. He heard the doctors and the nurses clearly. The anesthetist said that his heart had stopped and he received an injection into his heart area, as a nurse massaged his heart. He found himself completely detached from the body and felt that he was no longer a part of it. Suddenly, though, he found himself back in his body, and when he awoke he told the doctor everything he had seen and heard. This man is now in better health than ever before. He said to me, "I do a better day's work than ever before. I used the prayer you gave me. I have always believed in the healing power of God, but never as strongly as since my resurrection from the dead." This man no longer has any fear of death, for to all appearances he was physiologically dead, yet he found himself outside his body looking on and was also aware of the presence of long-lost relatives. Moreover, he was able to describe and repeat everything said and done by the doctors and nurses. He found himself in the anomalous position of looking down on himself, and he was absolutely aware of being completely detached from his body. This experience increased his faith in God 100%. Everyone has faith in something. The so-called atheist has a basic faith in the laws of nature, in the principles of electricity, chemistry, and physics. The atheist is constantly using what he is denying. For example, when he lifts a chair, he is using the unseen power that he denies. When he has a problem, whether in mathematics, nuclear physics, or medicine, he is always seeking a higher intelligence than his own. No atom or combination of molecules ever gave birth to a sonata, built a Gothic cathedral, or wrote a sermon on the Mount. There is an intangible and invisible presence and power which molds the molecules and atoms of the world into shape, but the invisible intelligence and power cannot be weighed and measured. How Telepsychics solved a family problem. A man and his wife consulted me about a baffling problem that confronted them. They had received conflicting advice from 2 lawyers, and they disagreed with the advice given by their pastor. I explained to them that an idea's propensity is to be made manifest unless the idea is inhibited and neutralized by a counter-idea. I suggested that a passionate desire for a divine solution and a whole-souled devotion to right action would find its way to their subconscious mind, which would weigh the question and synthesize the answer in accordance with their request. The wife's mother was with them, leading a sort of vegetable-like existence and causing a lot of resentment on the part of her husband. The wife's brother and sisters were critical of her because she wanted to put her mother in a suitable rest home and have all the children equally bear the cost, to which the others objected. After our conference, the husband and wife followed this procedure. They turned their request over to their deeper mind at night, affirming, "We surrender to the God presence in which she lives, moves and has her being. Infinite intelligence knows what's best and brings about a divine solution. We have absolute faith in the infinite grandeur of the Infinite One to take care of this woman, his own child, and He gives her freedom, peace, and harmony. God knows and God cares, and we rest in the conviction that there is a perfect solution. The first night that they prayed in this way, with a whole-souled devotion for a divine and harmonious solution, the sick woman passed on peacefully, but not before she had a few lucid moments in which she said to her daughter, "Your prayer released me." She then suddenly left for the next dimension. Your subconscious knows the answer. Listen to its intimations, urgings, and promptings. The answer comes to you in many ways. As you already know, Telepsychics deals with your contact with the powers of the infinite lodged in your subconscious depths. Within your subconscious is the I Am of the Bible, meaning the presence and power of God, pure being, self-originating spirit, or Aum of India, meaning being, life, awareness. Your subconscious is also the law of your life, which, as you know, you can use in either a positive or negative way. You do not dream with your conscious mind. When you dream, your conscious mind is asleep and is creatively joined to your subconscious. As previously discussed, your subconscious dramatizes its contents during sleep, and it may present many symbolic pictures and incongruous situations. Dreams are the television series of your deeper mind. There are all kinds of dreams, including dreams of provision, in which you see an event before it happens objectively to yourself, members of your family, or others. Your dream may reveal the fulfillment of your desire, for instance, if you are very thirsty when you go to sleep. Your subconscious may compensate and you will find yourself drinking copious draughts of water to alleviate your thirst. Your dream may also be a warning to avoid a tragedy. How Telepsychics saved his life in a dream. An old friend of mine who peruses the 91st Psalm morning and night, and who has saturated his subconscious with the truths of this psalm, believes implicitly what it says. For He shall give His angels, creative ideas, intimations, promptings, hunches, charge over thee, they shall bear thee up, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone, accidents, misfortune, or loss of any kind. Psalm 91 verses 11 and 12. This man travels a lot in Europe, Asia, and South America on government assignments. He was scheduled to go to Peru some time ago and, the night prior to his departure, he read in his dream the headlines of a newspaper which told of the loss of 92 passengers with only one survivor. He awoke startled, full of trepidation, feeling a sense of foreboding. He cancelled his reservation and later found out that the plane went down in the jungles of Peru. There was one lone survivor, the daughter of a missionary, who was rescued by fishermen as she walked along the bank of a river. This man's tremendous faith and confidence in the invisible wisdom of his subconscious mind undoubtedly saved his life and presented the answer in a vivid, dramatic way, knowing that he would respond accordingly. The reason his subconscious knew about the accident before it happened is that the tragedy had already happened in mind. His subconscious knew about any defects in that plane. It also knew of weather conditions and the state of mind of the pilot, crew, and passengers. Emerson said, "Nothing happens by chance. Everything is pushed from behind." There is a mind, a mood or attitude of mind behind everything we do in this world. The great psychic sea and how to get out of it. All of us are in the great psychic sea of mind. Millions believe in accidents. Misfortune, tragedies, fires, sickness, disease, crime and resentment, and all sorts of negative, destructive thoughts and emotions permeate the mass mind. There is some good in the mass mind, of course, but most of it is frightfully negative. Consequently, if we do not keep prayed up and establish counter-convictions against all these fears and false beliefs of the mass mind, these negative emotions will impinge upon the receptive media of our minds, reach a point of saturation and precipitate as accidents, misfortunes and various other maladies. This friend of mine was prayed up, therefore, he could not be on that plane that was wrecked. Two unlike things repel each other. Harmony and discord do not dwell together. Believe that the love and harmony of God surround you, enfold you, and enwrap you. As you continue to commit yourself wholeheartedly to this truth, your subconscious will respond and you will bear a seemingly charmed life. How his invisible partner retrieved his losses. Recently, I gave some lectures at the Church of Religious Science in Las Vegas, Nevada, conducted by Dr. David Howe, an old friend of mine and a former usher in my organization. One of the members of his organization told me of an interesting episode in his life, dramatizing the power of faith and confidence in God or the supreme intelligence residing in the subconscious mind of all of us. He told me that he had been an inveterate gambler some years before, and that when he first came to Las Vegas, it was only to gamble. He lost over $200,000 in 2 nights, and on the 3rd night he went broke. He had to wire for money to pay his hotel bill and go home. Someone gave him a copy of The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, which he read avidly. He learned that all transactions take place through the mind and that he could not gain or lose except through the mind. Accordingly, in his own way, he affirmed, "I am mentally and emotionally one with that $225. 000, and it comes back to me multiplied in divine order." He kept the prayers up, knowing that sooner or later concentrated thoughts, passionate desire and focused attention would be registered in his subconscious mind, where they would be incubated, and the subconscious, knowing how to bring all things to pass, would synthesize the solution and present it full-blown to his conscious mind. 3 months passed and there was no response. He kept his mental attitude on the beam, however, and one night, in a dream, he was back in Las Vegas at the gambling table, and the man at the cashier's window paid him $250,000. All this was a vivid dream. The man at the cashier's window said to him, "Well, you get more than you lost," which he ultimately did, as the law of your subconscious is to magnify what you deposit in it. Following the dream, he was transferred by his organization to Las Vegas. The first night he arrived, he went to the gambling table that he had seen in his dream. He recognized the faces of the people at the table and he knew he would win. He seemed to have the touch of Midas that night. Everything he played seemed to turn to gold. He won $250,000, and the cashier said the exact same words that he had heard and seen in a dream 3 months before. His unswerving faith in the powers of the subconscious paid fabulous dividends. "I, the Lord, your subconscious mind, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream." Numbers 12 verse 6. Points to remember. 1. Faith is a way of thinking whereby you think from the standpoint of principles and eternal verities. Faith does not refer to creeds, dogmas or religious persuasions of any kind. Your faith should be in the creative laws of your own mind and in the goodness of God in the land of the living. 2. You do everything by faith, such as driving your car, baking a cake, making a telephone call or playing the piano. You developed your faith in riding a bicycle by repeating a certain thought pattern and muscular act over and over again. And after a while your subconscious assimilated the pattern, thus enabling you to do it automatically. Some call this second nature, which is the automatic reaction of your subconscious to your conscious thinking and acting. Action and reaction are cosmic and universal. 3. A man believed implicitly that God's healing power would take care of him while he was undergoing a major operation. He found himself outside his own body and saw and heard everything that was taking place. He made a remarkable recovery and now his health is better than it has ever been. 4. Everyone has faith in something. The so-called atheist is constantly using the invisible power he is denying. When he lifts a chair, he is using the unseen power, and when he thinks, his thought is creative. Whenever you discover the creative power, you have discovered God, for there is only one creative power. The word, thought expressed, was God, or creative, John 1:1. Stones and molecules do not build cathedrals or compose a sonata, and molecular movement did not write the Bibles of the world. 5. A man and his wife had a perplexing problem with the wife's mother, who was leading a vegetable-like existence. They prayed with faith and confidence this way: "We surrender Mrs. to God completely, and the infinite grandeur of the Infinite One gives her freedom, peace and harmony." She passed on peacefully in her sleep, and during a moment of recognition, she thanked them for praying for her freedom. 6. You dream with your subconscious mind. Dreams are the television series of your deeper mind. A man who had implanted the truths of the God power in his subconscious mind dreamed of a plane wreck of the ship on which he was scheduled to travel. The plane, which carried 92 passengers, was subsequently lost, and only one survivor, the daughter of a missionary, was found. This man had experienced a preview of all this, and it happened exactly as he had foreseen in his dream. His subconscious had protected him, and he recognized the warning and cancelled his reservation on the ill-fated flight. 7. We are all immersed in the great psychic sea of mind, in which billions of people are pouring in all sorts of superstitious thoughts, fears, hates, jealousies, belief in misfortune and sickness, etc. Unless we keep prayed up and establish counter-convictions, these negative thoughts and emotions of the mass mind will enter into our mind and do our thinking for us, and with negative results. Fill your mind regularly with the truths of God, and you will tend to neutralize all the negative vibrations and wavelengths of the mass mind. 8. A man lost $225,000 gambling in Las Vegas. He learned, however, that you cannot gain or lose except through your mind, as all transactions take place in the mind. He affirmed with absolute faith and confidence the response of his subconscious to his request as follows: I am mentally and emotionally identified with the $225,000 and it returns to me multiplied in divine order. He remained faithful to his assumption and, in a vivid dream, it was pointed out to him that he had won $250,000 at the same casino in which he had lost the money. He felt the reality of his dream and, when he was transferred to Las Vegas, he went to the same hotel and followed the instructions given in his dream, which paid him $250,000. The cashier used the exact words that he had heard in his dream. I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. Numbers 12 verse 6. Asterisk by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1963. Chapter 12. How Telepsychics Helps Direct Right Decisions. There is a principle of right action in the universe, and when your motivation is right and your intention is good and very good, there is no occasion for you to waver, vacillate or hesitate to make a decision. As you go through life, you will find that successful men and women in all walks of life possess one outstanding characteristic: the ability to make prompt decisions and then to persist in carrying them through to completion. She said she lacked the decision to decide. Recently, during a consultation, a woman said to me, I'm all mixed up. I can't and I won't make a decision. However, she failed to see that she had already made a decision. She had decided not to decide, which meant that she had decided to let the irrational mass mind decide for her. All of us are immersed in that great psychic sea in which millions of people are constantly pouring their negative thoughts, fears, and false beliefs. This woman eventually began to see that if she decided not to decide, the random mind would decide for her in any case, since she refused to govern her own mind. She began to perceive that there was a guiding principle in her own subconscious mind and that it would respond to her thoughts as she called upon it. She realized that if she did not do her own thinking, she was laying herself wide open for the law of averages, the mass thinking of the race, to make decisions for her. She thereupon reversed her attitude and directed her mind along these lines. I know that I have the capacity to think, choose, and reason things out. I believe in the integrity of my own mental and spiritual processes. I want to do the right thing, and whenever I want to make a definite, clear-cut decision, I ask myself, if I were God, what decision would I make? I know that when my motive is based on the golden rule and goodwill to all, whatever decision I arrive at must be right action. This woman could not make up her mind whether or not to marry a man who had proposed to her. Following the above prayer, which she recited several times daily, one night in her dreams she saw the man to whom she was engaged swimming in a river, which was very muddy, foreboding, dark and ugly. In her dream, she realized that her subconscious was revealing to her the disturbed personality of the man. The following day she told him of her dream, and he admitted to her that he had been diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic and was undergoing psychiatric treatment. He further added that he had suicidal tendencies. They came to a harmonious decision and mutually agreed to break off the relationship. This young woman discovered that there was a wisdom in her that would respond to her definite conscious mind decisions, and she was delighted that she had been able to forestall a tragic error. You have the power to choose. The power to choose and decide is the foremost quality and the highest prerogative of man. Joshua says, "Choose you this day whom ye will serve." Joshua 24 verse 15. Begin now to choose those things that are true, honest, just, pure and lovely. If there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4 verse 8. His courage to decide transformed his life. A man, aged 50, lost his position in the firm for which he had worked for many years when it was taken over by another organization. His associates and friends said to him, "Tom, you must face the facts of life. You're 50 now and it's very hard to get another position at your age." I suggested to him that the first thing he do is cease being influenced by his friends, who had been gloomily telling him that he must face the facts of life. Facts are not permanent, they are subject to change. He began to perceive that his attention should be fixed instead on that which never changes, the intelligence, wisdom and power of the infinite within him. I suggested to him that he come to a decision and affirm boldly, "I am divinely guided to a new position where my talents and experience are appreciated and I have a wonderful income consistent with integrity and justice." I explained to him that the minute he came to a decision in his conscious mind, his subconscious would respond and open up the way by revealing the plan for the fulfillment of his desire. A strong urge came upon him to visit another firm handling similar products with which he was familiar. He told the manager of all the wonderful contacts he had and how he could increase the business for the organization in a wonderful way. He was immediately hired. When you come to a decision and realize that you have much to offer and that what you are seeking is always seeking you, and when you show an employer or organization how you can make money or save money for them, you will have no problem getting work. Remember, you are not selling your age or gray hair, you are selling your talents, knowledge, abilities and experience, which you have gathered through the years. Age is not the flight of years, it is the dawn of wisdom. A good point to remember also is that all the water in the ocean will not sink even a small ship if the water doesn't get inside it. Likewise, all the problems, challenges and difficulties you may have cannot sink you as long as they do not get inside you. It was Shakespeare who said, "Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win, by fearing to attempt." Measure for measure. A simple and practical prayer for right decision. Remember, there is a universal law of action and reaction. The action is your conscious mind decision and the reaction is the automatic reaction of your subconscious according to the nature of your decision. Use the following prayer for right action. I know that the infinite intelligence of my subconscious mind is operating through me, revealing to me what I need to know. I know the answer is within me and it is made known to me now. The infinite intelligence and boundless wisdom of my subconscious make all decisions through me and there is only right action and right decision taking place in my life. I recognize the lead which comes into my conscious reasoning mind. It is impossible for me to miss. The answer comes clearly and distinctly, and I give thanks for the joy of the answered prayer. Whenever you are concerned about what to say or do or what decision to make, sit quietly, relax, let go and affirm the above truths slowly, quietly, feelingly and knowingly. Do this about 2 or 3 times in a relaxed, peaceful mood and you will receive an impulse or prompting from your deeper mind, a sort of inner silent knowing of the soul, whereby you know that you know. The answer may come as an inner feeling of certitude, a predominant hunch, or a spontaneous idea that wells up clearly in your mind. How his decision saved 2 lives. The late Dr. David Seabury, a famous psychologist, once told me about a friend of his who had been paralyzed as a result of 2 strokes. Once, When this man was alone in the house with two of his grandchildren, a terrible tornado struck the town. The radio in his room warned everybody to go to their cellars, but, because of his condition, he couldn't go to the cellar. Dr. Seabury said that his friend began to recite aloud his favorite biblical quotation, "Be still and know that I am God," Psalm 46 verse 10. Then he said to himself, "I am going to save my grandchildren who are asleep in the next room." He came to a decision and had an overpowering urge to save their lives at all cost. With Herculean effort, he stood up and started to walk. He went into the next room, took the two boys in his arms and carried them down into the cellar. A few minutes later the house was blown away. He succeeded in saving himself and the two grandchildren. Moreover, he experienced complete healing and walked for many years after that. The power to walk was always within this man, lying dormant in his subconscious, and in the presence of the emergency, he forgot that he was paralyzed and his mind was seized with the idea to save the boys' lives. All the power of the infinite flowed to the focal point of his attention. Medical history is replete with thousands of such cases, in which the limitless power of the individual is resurrected in the presence of a great emergency. Man is paralyzed in his belief, but the spirit, God, within him can't be sick, crippled or paralyzed. It is omnipotent, omniscient and omnipresent. The spirit is the only presence, power, cause and substance in the universe. She said, "I will let God decide for me." Recently, a woman told me that she would let God decide for her. What she meant by this was a God outside herself, up in the skies somewhere. I explained to her that the only way God or infinite intelligence would work for her is through her thought. In order for the universal to act on the individual plane, it must become the individual. She then realized that God was the living spirit within her and that her thought was creative. She realized further that she was here to choose, that she had volition and initiative, and that this was the basis of her individuality. She finally decided to accept her own divinity and the responsibility of making decisions for herself. Realize that the other person does not know best. Remember, too, when you refuse to make decisions for yourself, you are rejecting your divinity and you are thinking from the standpoint of weakness and inferiority, in the manner of an underling. How his decision transformed his life. Some years ago I invited the late Dr. Emmett Fox, author of Sermon on the Mount, to the 7th Regiment Armory in New York, of which I am a member. He was interested in the historical displays and the history of the country as it is depicted in the various exhibits in that magnificent building. During dinner, he told me that while he had been working as a civil engineer in England, he had listened to Judge Thomas Troward lecture on the subconscious in London, and that the latter had made a profound impression on him. During one of Troward's lectures, Dr. Fox said, "I came to a decision, and I said to myself, I am going to America and I will speak to thousands." He adhered to that decision, and in a matter of months all doors opened up to him and he found himself in New York, where for many years he lectured to about 5,000 people every Sunday. His decision was registered in his subconscious mind, and the wisdom of his deeper mind opened up all doors necessary for the unfolding of his definite, concrete decision. Go thy way, and as thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee. Matthew 8:13. Points to remember. 1. There is a principle of right action in the universe. When your motivation is right and in accordance with the universal principle of harmony and goodwill, go ahead and make your decision. 2. The most successful men and women in the world have the capacity to make prompt decisions and carry them through to completion. 3. In reality, there is no such thing as indecision. Indecision simply implies that you have decided not to decide, which is foolish. If you do not make up your own mind, others may do it for you. If they do not, the irrational mass mind moves in on you and makes decisions for you. When you are fearful and worried and when you vacillate and waver, you are not thinking, it is the mass mind thinking in you. True thinking is free from fear because you think from the standpoint of universal principles and eternal verities. 4. When you come to a definite, clear-cut decision in your conscious mind, your subconscious will definitely respond. This may happen in a dream, which will be so vivid and significant that you will have no trouble interpreting it. 5. The power to choose and decide is the foremost quality and the highest prerogative of man. 6. All facts are not permanent, everything is subject to change. Fix your attention and confidence on that which changes not, but is the same yesterday, today and forever. The intelligence, wisdom and power of God are constantly available. They never change. If you lose a certain position, there is a wisdom within you that, when called on, will open for you another door in divine order. Remember, what you are seeking is always seeking you. 7. You are not selling your age, rather, you are selling your talents, abilities and wisdom garnered through the years of experience. Age is not the flight of years but the dawn of wisdom. 8. Action and reaction are cosmic and universal. When you come to a clear-cut, definite conscious mind decision, there will be an automatic response from your subconscious in accordance with the nature of your decision. 9. Often, the answer from your subconscious comes in the form of an inner feeling of certitude, a predominant hunch, or a spontaneous idea that wells up from your subliminal mind. 10. Sometimes, in the presence of a great emergency, crisis or shock, man forgets his crippled or paralyzed state in order to save the lives of loved ones. When a tornado warning was given, one man, completely paralyzed, had an intense desire to save his grandchildren. He walked into their room, grabbed them, and took them down into the cellar. All the power of the infinite flowed to his focal point of attention. He came to the decision that he could carry out his desire, and the power of the infinite responded. 11. When a person says, "I will let God decide," he usually means a God outside himself. However, you are a choosing, volitional being, and you are here to make your own decisions. The universal will do nothing to you or for you, only through you, i.e., through your thoughts, imagery, and beliefs. You must choose, and then the infinite intelligence of your subconscious will respond. Accept your own divinity. If you refuse, you are rejecting the wisdom and intelligence of the infinite within you. 12. Dr. Emmett Fox said, "I am going to America to speak to thousands." He adhered to that decision and all doors opened up. In a matter of a few years after making that decision, he found himself in New York City lecturing to thousands in accordance with his decision. Chapter 13. Telepsychics and the Wonders of Your Subconscious. The following letter from a woman in New York shows how you can experience the wonderful healing power of your subconscious mind. Dear Dr. Murphy, you will be interested to know that I used the prayer, page 106, of the hardcover edition of Amazing Laws of Cosmic Mind Power * for a cure of glaucoma, which did not respond to the usual eye drop treatment. In the second line I substituted the words, "rebuilding my eyes." It took 5 months. You can imagine why I like to give away paperback copies of your book every time the subject of illness comes up. G.V. New York. This is the prayer taken from page 106 of the Amazing Laws of Cosmic Mind Power, which she used. The creative intelligence which made my body is now rebuilding my eyes. The healing presence knows how to heal, and it is transforming every cell of my body to God's perfect pattern. I hear and see the doctor telling me that I am whole. I have this picture now in my mind. I see him clearly and I hear his voice. He is saying to me, "You are healed." It is a miracle. I know that this constructive imagery is going deep down into my subconscious mind, where it is being developed and brought to pass. I know that the infinite healing presence is now restoring me in spite of all sensory evidence to the contrary. I feel this, I believe it, and I am now identifying with my aim, perfect health. You can readily see why she got remarkable results. She persevered, knowing that she was conveying these truths to her subconscious by repetition, faith, and expectancy. The healing power of her subconscious mind made her eyes respond according to the nature and content of her prayer. She prayed for health and her sickness got worse. Yesterday a woman visited me and said that although she had been praying for over a month for perfect health, her condition was gradually getting worse. Her doctor told her that the reason her ulcers would not heal was due to her chronic worry and hostility. I explained to her that she had to give up her resistance to the healing power within her. She believed that her condition was independent of her mind, and she was full of ulcerous thoughts of hostility, anger, and resentment towards several persons. Actually, she was blocking the healing suggestions of her doctor and also nullifying the effects of his medicine. She began to understand that her subconscious does not accept idle affirmations, but it does accept her conscious mind's beliefs and convictions. Furthermore, she had to forgive herself, for it is much easier to forgive others than it is to forgive oneself. She decided to cease harboring negative, destructive thoughts and resolved to substitute godlike thoughts every time negative thoughts came into her mind. She began to pray for the health, happiness, and peace of those whom she resented. The point of understanding came when she realized that, if thoughts of hostility, anger, and resentment produced ulcers, the reverse would also be true. She ceased blocking and resisting the healing power and began to discipline her mind by constantly thinking of harmony, peace, love, joy, right action, and goodwill to all. She became an open channel for the healing power, and balance, harmony, and perfect health were restored. It is counterproductive to affirm health and harmony and still have a subconscious belief that you can't be healed or to sustain negative and destructive emotions. The healing power and love of the infinite does not flow through a contaminated mind. How he discovered the wonders of his subconscious. In West Magazine of the Los Angeles Times, April 23, 1972, there appeared a fascinating article based on questions and answers by Digby Deal and Bill Lear. At this point, I would like to include some of the more relevant points of this article. Beginning as an office boy for Rotary International in Chicago, Lear parlayed an 8th grade education, a tremendous sense of ingenuity, and a remarkable subconscious mind into a personal fortune now worth $28 million. I have spent my whole life discovering needs and then finding ways to fulfill them. I gather a maze of information and pick out the salient things and discard the unimportant things. I always keep the goal in mind, and I insist on solving the problem with the least cost. The subconscious plays an important part in this creative process. You've got a subconscious mind that's a computer. You feed in all the information that you can possibly provide. Then, just let it alone and you'll come back in 30 or less days with the answer. They went out unsure, but I'll guarantee you they came back with the answer. One of the unfortunate things about our educational system is that we do not teach our students how to avail themselves of subconscious capabilities. We don't teach them they have a computer, connected with the infinite that has stored an unlimited number of relatively unimportant details which can be interrelated into the correct answer. You use your subconscious constantly without knowing it. It's like forgetting a name and remembering it later. What happened? You fed the information into your subconscious and then you thought of something else, but your subconscious said, "I've got to work on this," and it came out with it. We don't teach students how to do that. We don't even tell them that they have a subconscious. People who believe that they are going to have hard luck have it, because they have set up the mechanics for it. People who believe they're going to have good luck and find the answer usually do find it because they have put the idea of their success into their subconscious. We used to show children how to do this when we taught them to pray. Prayer is another form of feeding instruction to your subconscious. These are some of the answers that Bill Lear gave to Digby Deal. Recently, Bill Lear created a 50-passenger, non-polluting bus operated by steam. This has served to prove that the internal combustion engine can be replaced. There are tremendous powers within your subconscious mind. If you are seeking a solution to any problem under the sun, gather all the information you can regarding the solution. In other words, try and solve it with your conscious mind, and then when you come up against a stone wall, turn your request over to your subconscious mind with faith and confidence, and you will find that it will gather all the necessary data. After synthesizing the answer, it will present itself full-blown into your conscious mind. How he prayed without ceasing. On a recent trip to Mexico, I was entertained by some friends. In this particular home, where all of us were talking about the powers of the subconscious mind, one of the men present was an expatriate who had lived in Mexico City for the past 20 years. He told me that over 20 years ago he had had cancer, and that a doctor in San Francisco had advised him that he had only about 3 months to live, as the cancer had metastasized throughout his entire system. He had a young daughter about a year old. His wife had deserted him, leaving him alone with the child. The verdict of the doctor was a great shock to him. Friends advised him to seek treatment in Tijuana, Mexico, where patients in a certain clinic had reportedly been experiencing wonderful results from a unique cancer treatment. He arranged to have his daughter adopted, and the agency told him that they would see to it that she was placed in a proper home. After about 10 injections at the clinic in Tijuana, he experienced a complete recovery, and he has since experienced no recurrence of the illness. Undoubtedly, this man had great belief in the therapy, and his subconscious responded accordingly. Whether the object of your faith be true or false, you will get the same results from your subconscious. It always responds to your deep-seated belief or conviction. In the case of this former cancer patient, it was a blind belief in the efficacy of an extract of apricot injected into him. After the treatment, he came back to San Francisco and tried to locate his daughter, but he could not get any information regarding the people who had adopted her. The agency claimed that, legally, he could not be given the information. He then consulted a friend in San Francisco. She said to him, "Pray without ceasing and you will find her." He asked her, "How?" She told him, "You love your daughter and you can love without ceasing. You never cease to love your daughter. You don't have to think about her all day long, but your love never dies, never sleeps, never wearies. Love will lead you to her." He talked to his subconscious every night and said, "Love opens up the way and I meet my child again." At the end of about a week, he had a very vivid dream and clearly saw his child and her newfound parents. He knew the address in San Francisco, as it was clearly pointed out to him in a dream. The next day he went there and told the couple who had adopted his child who he was and that he just wanted to see his child again. He explained that he had no intention of trying to take the child from them. He told them of his anguish and panic when he was informed that he had only 3 months to live. He explained that he had wanted his child to be taken care of, and in his extremity he had thought that the only way was to give the child to an adoption center. They agreed that the child was too young to understand, but they were very kind to him and assured him that he was welcome in their home any time, and when the child was old enough she would understand also. He and his daughter now correspond regularly, and she has visited him many times in Mexico. He loved without ceasing, and his subconscious, which knows all and sees all and has the know-how of accomplishment, opened up the way in divine order. Love never fails. Telepsychics and prayer. As previously explained, telepsychics is communicating with your subconscious and getting answers and solutions to problems. The Bible says, "But speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed." Matthew 8:8. A word is a clearly defined thought or conception for good. Healing refers not only to physical healing but to mind, purse, family relations, business, and financial conditions pertaining to yourself or another. Your conscious mind is selective, therefore, do not dwell on doubt, anxiety, criticism, etc. The skeptic and the non-believer have a difficult time. The word is your conviction, what you really believe. You do not succeed in prayer by rushing or hurrying or by using mental coercion of any kind. Trying to force your subconscious to do something is like the woman saying, "I must have this problem solved by Saturday. It's extremely important." Instead of being anxious or tense, turn your request over quietly, with faith and confidence, to your subconscious mind, knowing that like the seed you deposit in the ground, which grows after its kind, so will there be an answer to your request according to your desire. How his child solved his problem. Recently, a man told me that he was about to go bankrupt. He became desperate, realizing that his failure would mean loss to many. He asked his child to pray to God for peace and freedom and explained that Daddy was in trouble. Suddenly, out of the blue, friends came to his rescue and solved his financial problem. His child had told him in advance that an angel had appeared to her in a dream and had told her that her daddy was taken care of. The child believed implicitly. You must become as a little child when you pray, in the sense that a child is not so critical, analytical, or indifferent. Spiritual pride is a great drawback in prayer. Relax. Let go, trust your deeper mind and have the faith of a child. You, too, will get an answer. How a banker uses his subconscious. A banker friend of mine claims that he solves problems in this way. I think of the infinite presence within me and dwell on the fact that God is boundless wisdom, infinite power, infinite love, infinite intelligence, and nothing is impossible to the Infinite One. God is taking care of this request, and I accept the answer now, this moment. I thank you, Father. He says this technique of humility and receptivity never fails. Every time a negative thought comes to your mind, laugh at it. Relax mentally. Speak the word only and my servant shall be healed. Matthew 8:8. How to feel the joy of the answered prayer. Men often claim that they cannot experience a sensation about something that has not been experienced. Well, if I told you that the most wonderful thing happened and yet did not inform you of the details but held you in suspense for several minutes, could you not experience joyous anticipation? Likewise, you can enter into the joy of the answered prayer. Points to remember. 1. A woman cured herself of glaucoma by claiming, feeling and knowing that the creative intelligence of her subconscious mind, which created her eyes, would heal them. She affirmed frequently, the creative intelligence that made my body is now rebuilding my eyes. She also imagined her doctor telling her that a miracle had happened and that she had experienced a complete recovery. 2. A woman got no results praying for health because she harbored resentment, hostility, and ill will towards several people. This blocked her healing and she gradually got worse. She decided to forgive herself for harboring these obnoxious thoughts and substituted godlike thoughts. At the same time, she poured out blessings to those she resented until she could meet them in her mind and there was no longer any illness. 3. Bill Lear, inventor of the steam-driven bus and many other extraordinary inventions, attributes all his success to his knowledge of the subconscious mind. He studies an engineering or research project from all angles, and when he reaches an impasse in his mind and can go no further in solving the problem, he turns his idea over to his subconscious mind, where it gestates in the darkness and gathers all information necessary. When Bill Lear is preoccupied with something else or has forgotten all about it, his subconscious presents him with the answer. He has amassed over $28 million by tapping his subconscious for creative ideas. 4. You pray without ceasing, but not by praying all day long. All this means is that you think constructively and lovingly. A man loves his daughter, his love never fails, tires or gets weary. He is busy during the day, but whenever he thinks of her, love wells up within him. Love never dies and never grows old, it is eternal. A man whose child was adopted wished to see her again, and his subconscious responded to his love and showed him where she was. This led to a joyous reunion. 5. You do not succeed in impregnating the subconscious mind through mental coercion. Relax, let go, and turn your request over with faith and confidence, knowing in your heart that the answer will come. 6. A man about to go bankrupt was panic-stricken, and he asked his child to pray for him. The child had absolute faith that God would take care of her father, and her subconscious presented her with the answer in the form of a lovely angel, who told her that her father would be protected. Friends came to his aid and he remained solvent. When we pray, we must set aside our ego and false pride and accept as true what our reason and senses deny. 7. A banker solves the most difficult problems by thinking of God from all angles: boundless love, absolute harmony, boundless wisdom, infinite intelligence and universal power. Then he says to his higher self, You are taking care of this request and I accept the answer now, this moment. He gets divine results. 8. If you were traveling in the desert and you were very thirsty, would you not have a joyous anticipation when you saw an oasis in the distance? Likewise, you can get into the joyous feeling that would be yours if you experienced the answer to your prayer now. You would be happy if you wanted to sell your home and a buyer came and paid you the price. Reverse it and the happy feeling that would be yours if you sold it will attract to you the buyer. Action and reaction are equal. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Amazing Laws of Cosmic Mind Power, Parker Publishing Company. Inc. West Nyack, New York, 1965. Chapter 14. The Power of Telepsychics That Brings You the Good Things of Life. Last week I had a conference with a woman who was terribly distraught because her husband had told her that he was leaving her for another woman. She said that after 30 years of marriage this was a great blow to her. I explained to her the meaning of I am exceedingly joyful in all our tribulation, Corinthians 7:4. This means that, no matter what happens, you should rejoice that God, the living Spirit Almighty within your own subconscious mind has something wonderful in store for you, and that all you have to do is to open your mind and heart and receive the marvelous gift from the depths of your own being. I suggested also that she let go of him and wish for him all the blessings of life, knowing that divine right action governed him, for true love always frees. I said she must realize that what is right action for him is right action for her. Accordingly, she released her husband completely, whereupon he secured a divorce in Las Vegas. She kept repeating to herself, I rejoice and give thanks, for the wonders and blessings of God are operating in my life now. As a result of her telepsychic attitude, which simply means her conscious attunement and communication with the wisdom of her subconscious, there was a remarkable response from her ex-husband, who had remarried in the meantime. He gave her an additional $50,000 over and above their legal agreement. Some time later, the attorney who handled her case proposed to her and they are now happily married. I had the privilege of performing the ceremony. She said to me, I know now what telepsychics is. It means to communicate with the infinite. This woman realized the inner meaning of to rejoice in your tribulation. This does not mean that you rejoice in having pain or sickness, or in experiencing a tragedy, but, rather, that you rejoice and give thanks because you know there is an infinite healing presence that is always willing to heal and restore your being, provided you open your mind and heart to receive it. Furthermore, you rejoice because you know the will of infinite life is for a greater measure of freedom, joy, happiness, peace and vitality, in other words, a life more abundant. Life is always seeking to express itself at higher levels through you. Become telepsychic, communicate with the infinite riches in your deeper mind and you will receive a marvelous and wonderful response. How telepsychics brought success into his life. Some years ago I talked with a man who had a brilliant background but, as he said himself, I never seemed to get anywhere. This man didn't know anything about his psyche and how to communicate with it. I explained to him that there is a definite relationship between a successful life and a person's thought patterns and mental imagery. It is really impossible for any man or woman to be successful unless he identifies himself with success. Success is successful living. It means you are successful in your prayer life, in your relationships with other people, in your chosen work and in your communication with your own psyche. This man had been identifying himself with confusion, fear and failure for many years. Accordingly, he reversed his mental attitude completely and affirmed frequently, I am now identified mentally and emotionally with success, harmony, peace, and abundance, and I know that from this moment forward I am the magnetic center of attraction that resurrects the powers of my psyche, subconscious, and brings what I affirm into outward manifestation. He affirmed these truths feelingly, knowingly, and meaningfully several times a day. When fear thoughts or thoughts of failure came to him, he would immediately supplant the negative thought with the words, success and wealth are mine now. Whenever negative thoughts hammered at the door of his mind, he would reverse them with, success and wealth are mine now. After a while these negative thoughts lost all momentum and he became a straight-line thinker, i.e., a constructive thinker, a man who thinks from the standpoint of principles and eternal verities. In this communication with his own soul, which we call telepsychics, an intense desire came to him to be a teacher of mental and spiritual laws. Today he is a minister teaching the laws of the mind. He loves his work and is an outstanding success in all phases of his life. When he began to communicate in the right way with his psyche, the response came, revealing to him his true place in life and, at the same time, opened up all doors for the realization of his heart's desire. When you are doing what you love to do, you are happy and successful. Telepsychics teaches you that the law that binds you is the law that frees you. Think good, and good follows. Think lack, and lack follows. You can use any power in either of two ways. When you dwell consciously on harmony, health, peace, abundance and right action and busy your mind with these thought patterns, you will reap what you sow. On the other hand, if you dwell consciously on failure, lack, limitation and fear, you will experience the results of your negative thinking. Frequent concentration on godlike thoughts will work miracles in your life. The same wind blows the boat on the rocks or safely into the harbor. One ship drives east and another drives west. It is the self-same wind that blows. 'Tis the set of the sails and not the gales which tell us the way to go. Tennyson said, "More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of." Prayer is a way of thinking. It is a constructive mental attitude with the constant awareness that whatever you impress on your subconscious mind will come forth on the screen of space. How a boy's telepsychic ability saved his mother's life. A young boy about 10 years of age, who listens to my radio program every morning, wrote me a letter saying that every night before he goes to sleep he follows the prayer that I sent him some months ago. It is as follows. I sleep in peace, I wake in joy. God loves me and my mother and takes care of us. God tells me everything I need to know at all times everywhere. This boy experienced frequent nightmares, but using the above prayer every night eventually healed him of these negative nocturnal occurrences. His mother was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen for him one day after he had returned from school. Suddenly he rushed into the kitchen, screaming to her loudly, "Mommy, get out now. There will be an explosion." His mother glanced at him, saw his ashen countenance and his trembling body, and they both rushed out into the yard. Seconds later there was a gas explosion in the kitchen, apparently caused by a leakage somewhere, which partially wrecked that part of the house. The boy had heard an inner voice commanding him to say and do what he did. This is telepsychics in action. Every night, this boy had been praying that God, or infinite intelligence, was taking care of him and his mother and that he would be told everything he needed to know at all times. His constant communication with his psyche elicited the response needed to save his mother's life. How she used telepsychics to eradicate the little foxes. Some months ago I talked with a young woman who had just gone through her 4th divorce. She was full of the 2 little foxes, namely, resentment and jealousy, which are real mental poisons. Her deep-seated resentment toward her lust husband, whom she had never forgiven, caused her to attract similar types of men, according to the laws of subconscious attraction. Actually, there was no one to blame but herself. She began to realize that resentment was a negative, destructive emotion generated within herself, a psychic pain debilitating her entire organism and having a subconscious pattern of self-destruction. To resent is to avenge oneself. The other little fox was jealousy, which is a child of fear plus a deep sense of insecurity and inferiority. As is often the case, the explanation can be the cure. She became aware that jealousy consisted of placing another person on a pedestal and demeaning herself. She ceased comparing herself with others and began to realize that she was unique, that there was no one else in the world like her, and that she had the capacity to claim what she wanted and her subconscious would validate what she claimed and felt as true within herself. She prayed as follows. I surrender all my ex-husbands to God completely and I sincerely wish for them all the blessings of life. I know that their good fortune is my good fortune and that their success is my success. I am fully aware that the ship that comes home to my brother comes home to me. I know love and jealousy can't dwell together. I claim regularly and systematically that God's love fills my soul and God's peace floods my mind. I am now attracting a man who harmonizes with me in every way, and there are mutual love, freedom, and respect between us. I forgive myself for harboring negative thoughts. Whenever the image of any of my ex-husbands comes to my mind, I will supplant the old image with a kindly one, a peaceful image. I know when I have forgiven everyone because when images of former husbands come into my mind, I will feel no rancor. I am at peace. She reiterated these truths many times a day, knowing that she was thus writing them into her subconscious mind. She experienced an inner and outer transformation and is now married to a wonderful minister. And their journey through life has been onward, upward and Godward. This woman learned that resentment is the link that binds you irrevocably to the person you resent. When you forgive and bless the one that you claim has hurt you, you become free. When your forgiveness is real, the mental picture of the other, when it comes into your mind, will no longer cause you to sizzle, there will be no rancor and you will be at peace. Love and good will cast out the little foxes that spoil the vine. Song of Solomon 2 verse 15. Points to remember. 1. To rejoice in your tribulation certainly seems paradoxical. All it means, however, is that you know that you turn to the indwelling presence and it will respond to you, heal you, wipe away all tears and set you on the high road to happiness and peace of mind. A woman's husband left her and she began to rejoice that God had something wonderful and marvelous in store for her. As she continued to forgive, she discovered that her ex-husband went out of his way to be generous to her financially, and shortly thereafter she attracted to herself the man of her dreams, and she is now happily married. She rejoiced in the goodness of God in the land of the living and her telepsychics paid fabulous dividends. 2. It is really impossible for anyone to be successful unless he identifies himself with success. Success is successful living. Saturate your mind with the ideas success and wealth, and when negative thoughts of failure or fear come into your mind, supplant them immediately with ideas of success and wealth. After a while your mind will be conditioned to success and wealth. By communicating with your psyche in this manner, your true talents and endowments will be revealed and you will be compelled to succeed. 3. The law that binds you is the same law that frees you. Think good, and good follows. Think negatively, and negation follows. If you have impressed your subconscious with the idea of lack, limitation and failure, you can immediately reverse the pattern by busying your mind with thoughts of success, prosperity, peace, harmony, and right action. You will obliterate the old patterns and your subconscious will free you from your previous bondage. 4. A young boy saved his mother from an explosion in her kitchen. He practiced telepsychics every night by communicating with the wisdom of his subconscious, requesting that the love and intelligence of his deeper mind watch over him and his mother. His subconscious, which knew that there was a gas leak in the kitchen where his mother was working, spoke to him in a strong inner voice, and he shouted to his mother to leave at once, which she did. This is real telepsychics at work. There is that wisdom within you which knows all and sees all. And when you ask that it reveal to you whatever you need to know at all times, it will do that and much more. 5. Resentment is the rivet that binds. It is a destructive mental poison that robs you of vitality, enthusiasm, and energy. Jealousy is a child of fear and is based on a sense of insecurity and inferiority. A woman indulging in these two little foxes had attracted 4 husbands, each one progressively worse than the other. Her subconscious psychic pattern of resentment and jealousy had attracted similar types according to the law of attraction. She loosed all 4 ex-husbands mentally by wishing for them health, happiness, and peace, knowing that when she succeeded she could meet them in her mind and be at peace. She succeeded in this mental and spiritual exercise, then she attracted a wonderful man who is spiritually oriented and they have found wonderful happiness. Love and goodwill cast out the little foxes that spoil the vine. Song of Solomon 2 verse 15. Chapter 15. How to let telepsychics transform your life. The following letter from a radio listener and a reader of one of my most popular books. The power of your subconscious mind, speaks for itself. The writer of the letter has authorized me to publish his letter, including his name and address. Los Angeles, California. Dear Dr. Murphy. About 5 years ago I began to listen to your radio broadcast, which immediately arrested my attention because you were so bold, emphatic and positive in your statements, many of which were diametrically opposite of what I had been told all 50 years of my life. My life was in chaos, financially, spiritually and domestically, so I reasoned, what could I lose by giving your teachings a fair chance? I began to attend your Sunday morning lectures at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre, and obtained your book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. This book caused me to do a 180-degree turn in most of my thinking. As my thinking changed, so did my circumstances, as, of course, they must. When I first began attending and reading your lectures, my car was so old, I would park at some distance from the Wilshire Ebel to avoid embarrassment. I did not have a job or position, did not even know what kind of job or position I should look for. My family and I were living in a crowded apartment, on which I was arrears in rent. I was in a fearful, despairing state of mind, not knowing which way to turn. Well, Dr. Murphy, things have really changed, so much that I almost am prompted to pinch myself to make sure that all these wonderful things are actually happening to me. And I owe so much to you, for it was your teachings that showed me the right turns to take. I have since read many of your books. I now have my own business, which I actually enjoy each day as it continues to grow. We own a beautiful, comfortable, convenient home, with a beautiful hillside view. My wife and I each have a car of our choice, with all conveniences on each. We have made many new, wonderful friends. All our children, 6, are happily married and doing well in the business world. I just don't know what else we could wish for. Truly, my cup runneth over. I want to pledge $5.00 per month to your radio ministry, to help enable you to continue to tell it like it is. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and God bless you richly. Best wishes always. Louis Menold. P.S. You may use all or part of this testimony in any way you wish, including name and address, which is 2688 Banbury Place, Los Angeles, California. 90,065. How Telepsychics works wonders for a builder. A few days ago, I had a most interesting conversation with a builder, who told me that for over a period of 30 years most of his problems were solved through dreams. He talks to his subconscious prior to sleep this way. I am going to dream tonight, I will remember my dream in the morning, the solution will be given to me in my dream, and the moment the answer comes I will awaken and record it in the pad of paper by my bedside. This has been his technique for many years, and he has received the most extraordinary answers this way. Recently, he wanted a $500,000 loan, but all the banks had turned him down. In the dream state an old banker friend appeared to him and said, "I will give you the money." Immediately he awakened and recorded the message, and in the morning he called his old friend, whom he had not seen in 20 years. He got the loan without any trouble. Another time, when he was having some trouble with his son, his mother appeared to him in a dream. She said to him that the boy wanted to become a priest and advised the man to let him do what he wanted to do, as that would heal his frustration. In talking to his son, he found that that was the solution, and he has had no further problems with his son. This builder requested of his subconscious, which knows all, to reveal to him answers in his dream state, and since his subconscious is always amenable to suggestion, it responded according to the nature of the suggestion given. The characters appearing in his dreams were simply dramatizations of his subconscious mind, revealing the answers to him in a way that would engage his attention and complete trust. Thus, his dreams have suggested the actions that have been most successful in solving his personal problems. Begin to solve your problem now. Before going to sleep, concentrate on the solution to any perplexing problem you have, and confidently expect, like the builder, to dream an answer. You will discover that, for what appears to you at first to be an unsolvable problem, a new insight and an answer will be presented to you full-blown in your dream state or when you awaken in the morning. How she overcame her frustration. Recently, I had a long talk with a woman who said that her mother-in-law was driving her crazy. She kept reiterating this statement like a broken record. I explained to her that her subconscious mind accepted literally what she decreed, and that if she kept repeating and decreeing that she would go crazy, her subconscious would take it as her request and proceed to bring about abnormal mental states, perhaps bordering on some form of psychosis. Following my explanation that her mother-in-law had no power whatsoever to disturb her, she reversed her attitude of mind and quietly said to herself, "My body is here in this home, but my thoughts and feelings are with the infinite presence within me. God is my guide, my counselor, my way shower, my source and supply. God's peace fills my soul and I am in my own home in divine order. I will never again give power to anyone but the Spirit within me, which is God." She came to the neutral point within her and, whenever she thought of her mother-in-law, or whenever the latter passed critical or nasty remarks, she said to herself, "God is my guide, and God thinks, speaks and acts through me. I loose you and let you go." She practiced this technique for about a week, at the end of which time the mother-in-law simply packed her suitcase and departed for places unknown. This woman solved the problem in her own mind after reasoning that her mother-in-law was not the cause of her mental and emotional disturbance. This teaches all of us to never give power to people, conditions or circumstances, but to give all our allegiance and devotion and loyalty to the one creative power within us, the living Spirit Almighty. Learn why nothing can hurt you. Recently, I talked to a congressman who said to me that he had been lied about, vilified and accused of all manner of evil, but that he had learned not to let it bother him. He pointed out that he realized it was not the actions or statements of others that mattered, but his own reactions to them. In other words, the cause was always the movement of his own thoughts. Therefore, he had made it a habit to identify himself immediately with the divine presence within him by affirming, "God's peace floods my mind and heart. God loves me and cares for me." He now overcomes all criticism and condemnation by identifying with the God self within him. This attitude has long since become a habit and, in that way, he has built up an immunity to the sharp barbs aimed at him from time to time. Telepsychics solved his hopeless situation. Following a Sunday lecture at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre, a man asked to speak to me for a few moments. There seemed to be a quiet radiance about him, and his eyes glowed with an inner light. He told me that, a few weeks before, his 2 sons had been killed in Vietnam, his wife had died of cancer of the brain, his daughter had died from an overdose of LSD during the long illness of his wife, and his assistants in his store had stolen so much that he had to go into bankruptcy. These were hard blows, and he said that he had been in a sort of daze for quite a while. Finally, his faithful secretary gave him a book, Miracle of Mind Dynamics, *, which he read avidly, particularly the chapter dealing with the death of loved ones. Every end is a beginning. It opened up for him new horizons and a new insight into life. His dazed condition vanished, and he experienced a wonderful sense of inner peace. The weight was lifted and he felt a wonderful sense of illumination. Following the lecture, which was entitled, "Expect the Best in Life," he proposed to his secretary, and she agreed to marry him. A week later, I performed the marriage ceremony. This man has made his way back into a new and grander life and is now on a special assignment for the government. He has a marvelous income consistent with his integrity and honesty. As you can see, no situation is hopeless when you make contact with the infinite within you. How he practiced the therapy of words. The late Dr. Dan Custer of San Francisco, who lectured on the science of the mind for many years in that city and who was an old friend of mine, practiced what he termed the therapy of words. For example, if he felt tense, he would repeat silently the word peace over and over again. When fearful or anxious about something, he would silently affirm, indomitability, and when an acute problem presented itself, he would say, "Victory," over and over again. Dr. Custer said that the practice of repeating these words worked magic throughout his life. As he invoked these words, he was actually stirring up the latent powers of his subconscious mind, and these powers became active and potent factors in his life. Points to remember. 1. A woman who had been thinking negatively for 50 years read the power of your subconscious mind and transformed a chaotic life into one of peace and happiness. All phases of her life were transformed as she applied the techniques written therein. 2. You can talk to your subconscious prior to sleep and direct it along these lines: "I am going to dream tonight. I will remember my dream in the morning. The solution will be given me in my dream, and the moment the answer comes I will awaken and record it on the pad of paper by my bedside." Your subconscious is amenable to suggestion, and you will be amazed at the answers given you. Practice this knowingly, feelingly, and with understanding, and you will get definite results. 3. Before going to sleep, concentrate on the solution to any perplexing problem. The wisdom of your subconscious will work on the solution while you are asleep and present the answer full-blown to you. 4. Your subconscious accepts what you affirm literally. Another person has no power to disturb you without your mental consent. Your body may be present in the home, but your thought can be with God in the midst of you. The other person is not the cause is your own mind and spirit. Tune in with the infinite and think, speak, and act from the standpoint of the One, the beautiful and the good. Bless your enemies, realize that they are in their true place, and claim that you are in your own place in divine order, and watch the happy ending. 5. It is not the statements or actions of others that disturb you, it is your reaction to these things. Build up an immunity by contemplating the presence of God within you. Make a habit of this, and you will develop spiritual antibodies to the negative thoughts and statements of others. 6. No situation is hopeless. When the death of a loved one takes place, realize that every end is a beginning and rejoice in the loved one's new birthday in God. The deceased are functioning in the fourth dimension of life, and they possess new bodies. They are entitled to your love, prayers, and blessings on their journey, which knows no end. One man read, "Every end is a beginning," a chapter in Miracle of Mind Dynamics, and his whole life was transformed as he was illumined from on high. 7. You can practice the therapy of words. When fearful, silently affirm indomitability. When confused, affirm peace. When presented with a problem, affirm victory. When anxious, affirm tranquility. As you repeat these words, you activate the latent power of your subconscious mind, and wonders happen in your life. Dr. Joseph Murphy, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1963. Dr. Joseph Murphy, Miracle of Mind Dynamics, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1964. Chapter 16. How Telepsychics Can Give You the Power of a New Self-Image. Some months ago I flew to Reno at the request of a couple who had been married for 20 years and were now contemplating divorce. In talking to the couple, I found that the wife was in the habit of always belittling her husband, and she admitted that she frequently screamed obscenities at him in restaurants and at private social gatherings. His complaint was that she was constantly accusing him of infidelities, all of which were imaginary on her part. An aggravated case of fits of temper. This woman suffered from extreme outbursts of temper, was intensely jealous, and was obstinate in that she refused to admit that she was in any way responsible for the marital conflict. The husband was passive, completely subservient to her moods and tyrannical outbursts. Of course, one would undoubtedly come to the conclusion that for a man to put up with this sort of behavior on the part of his wife indicates that he must also be partly at fault. She said that she came from a home in which her mother was dominant, and that her mother bossed her father around and cheated on him right and left. She elaborated, "My mother had no morals. She was cruel and sloppy, and my father was a fool, easygoing, blind to what was going on, and completely subservient to my mother. I explained to her why she was acting the way she was. First of all, she had received no love or real affection as a child. Her mother had probably been jealous of her, making her feel inferior and unwanted. Consequently, for the past 20 years or more she had been building defenses against being hurt. Her jealousy stemmed from a sense of fear, insecurity, and inferiority. I pointed out to her that her basic problem was that she refused to give love and goodwill. The effects of a frustrated temper. Her husband had developed ulcers and high blood pressure and suffered from suppressed rage and deep-seated resentment. But he was so mousy that he never said a word. He had put up with this chaos in the home for over 20 years. Both of them began to look inwardly, and she suddenly realized that, unconsciously, she had married a man who allowed himself to be manipulated, henpecked, browbeaten, and emasculated. She realized that she was completely devoid of real affection. Her possessiveness and intense jealousy of her husband and his female relatives was in reality a craving for the love she had missed in childhood. Moreover, she began to see that she had married a father image. He finally said, "I've reached the point where I'm through. My doctor says, get out. Her constant nagging is making me sick and life is unbearable." They agreed, however, that they wanted to make a go of the marriage. The first step was for her to determine to stop doing and saying all the things that hurt and humiliated her husband, and he in turn agreed to assert his rights, prerogatives, and privileges as a man and husband. He was no longer to be mousy and subservient to her tantrums and abusive language. The mirror treatment. I gave each one of them what is known as the simplest of all prayers. It is called the mirror treatment. She agreed to stand before the mirror in her bedroom 3 times a day and affirm boldly as follows. I am a child of God. God loves me and cares for me. I radiate love, peace and goodwill to my husband and his relatives. Every time I think of my husband I will affirm, I love you and I care for you. I am happy, joyous, loving, kind and harmonious, and I exude more and more of God's love every day. She committed this to memory and, as she repeated this prayer before the mirror, she knew that these truths would be resurrected, as her mind is a mirror reflecting back to her what she holds before it. Perseverance and stick-to-itiveness paid off and, at the end of 2 months, she came to visit me in Beverly Hills and I found a transformed woman, affable, amiable, kind, gentle and bubbling over with new life. Her husband's spiritual prescription was to stand before the mirror twice a day for about 5 minutes and affirm. You are strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, illumined and inspired. You are a tremendous success, happy, prosperous and successful. You love your wife and she loves you, and whenever you think of her you will say, I love you and I care for you. Now there is harmony where discord was, peace where pain was and love where hatred was. The explanation was the cure. This man realized as he affirmed these truths about himself that, even though he might think he was a hypocrite in the beginning, gradually, by repetition, these truths would sink into his subconscious. Because the law of the subconscious is compulsive, both of them were compelled to express what they impressed, for that is the law of mind. How a new self-image was accomplished. I recently talked to a runaway boy, brought to me by his aunt. In discussing his problem, it became obvious that he had an image of an overbearing mother who gave him no love or understanding. As far back as he could remember, from infancy to the age of 15, she had exacted obedience through physical punishment and criticism. At the age of 18, this boy was having a lot of trouble with girls. He claimed that he had great difficulty getting along with anybody. His aunt said that she took him into her home, where love and harmony prevail. He seemed to feel envious and jealous of his cousins, who had such a loving father and mother. I explained to him that his present attitude was simply a defense mechanism that caused him to reject people who were kind and friendly, and that it was all due to the traumatic experiences of his childhood. His father had deserted his mother when he was 1 year old, and he had a terrible hatred toward his father, whom he had never seen and who had never communicated with him. This young man began to comprehend that. Undoubtedly, his mother hated herself, because one must hate oneself first before hating anybody else. She was projecting that hatred to her ex-husband, her son, and all those close to her. The cure for the boy was simple. I explained to him that all he had to do was to change his image of his mother. In discussing the laws of mind, he perceived that the image he had of his mother was also his own image of himself, because whatever image he held in his mind would be created by his subconscious and come forth in his own personality. The technique was as follows: he pictured his mother in his mind's eye as happy, joyous, peaceful, and loving. He imagined her to be smiling, radiant, and embracing him, saying to him, "I love you. I am happy you came back." After a period of 6 weeks, I heard from this young man. He is back in Reno with his mother and has been given a wonderful position with an electronics firm. He supplanted the old image of his mother and got rid of the destructive, hateful image. At the same time, he got a new self-image, which transformed his life. Divine love entered into his heart, and love dissolved everything unlike itself. Love frees, it gives, it is the Spirit of God in action. The power of a woman's love. The August, 1969, edition of Fate magazine contained the following article. In the spring of 1968, a 5-foot, 110-pound woman successfully battled a 1,500-pound car for her father's life. Janet K. Stone, aged 20, is the daughter of Robert H. Stone of Covina, California. He was making repairs on his car when the jack slipped and the car fell on him. Janet heard his cries and found him pinned under the auto. In an incredible upsurge of strength, she lifted the car, freeing her father, then carried him to her own car and drove him to the hospital. This young daughter's love for her father and her intense desire to save his life at all costs seized her mind and caused the power of the Almighty to respond to her focal point of attention, enabling her to perform the Herculean task that saved her father's life. Remember, all the power of the infinite is within you, enabling you to do extraordinary things in all walks of life. He fell in love with a new self-image. During a conversation with an outstanding singer in one of the casinos in Las Vegas, he told me that for several years he had been a waiter but that he had always had an intense desire to sing, and many of his friends who had heard him sing had pointed out to him that he had all the qualities and abilities necessary to become an outstanding singer. A customer in the restaurant where he worked gave him a book entitled The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, which he read avidly. He said that every night he practiced one of the techniques outlined in the book. He sat quietly for about 10 minutes every evening and imagined that he was on the stage, singing to a wonderful audience. He made this mental image vivid and realistic. He imagined the audience applauding him and his friends complimenting him on his wonderful voice. He saw them smiling and felt the naturalness of their imaginary handshakes. At the end of about 3 weeks, the opportunity came and a new door of expression opened up for him. He experienced objectively what he had been imagining and feeling subjectively. Love is an emotional attachment and, as he began to identify with a greater image of himself, his subconscious responded and the cherished desire of his heart was realized. The healing power of love. 2 years ago, I visited a businessman who was very ill in the hospital with shingles, which caused him great pain. He was also suffering from a cardiac attack. It seems that a combination of circumstances had broken him financially and physically. Due to bad investments, he had lost almost all the money he had saved during his lifetime. On top of all this, he had an intense fear of death. At that time I appealed to his ruling love, that of his 15-year-old daughter. His only child. I pressed the point that she was entitled to his love, affection, and attention. She needed his protection and wanted to be educated in order to find her place in the world. I also emphasized that, inasmuch as he loved his daughter and had to play the role of both father and mother to her, her mother had passed on when she was born, he should now see to it that his daughter would have all the advantages that only loving parents could provide. I gave him a simple technique, which was to frequently picture himself at home, walking about the house, sitting at his desk, opening mail, answering the phone, and feeling the naturalness, tangibility, and solidity of his daughter's embrace in his own home. I gave him a prayer that he was to repeat feelingly and knowingly many times during the day. Father, I thank thee for the miraculous healing taking place now. God loves me and cares for me. This man carried out these instructions faithfully. A few weeks later, while still in the hospital and picturing himself at his desk in his home, suddenly, something happened. I felt lifted up out of darkness into a blinding light. I felt divine love filling my soul. I felt transformed from misery to paradise. He made a remarkable recovery and today is happy, joyous, and leading a very successful business life. He has recouped his losses and his daughter is in college. When a person is sick and depressed, it is a good point to appeal to his ruling love, and love conquers all. Points to remember. 1. A jealous person is really sick and suffering from a deep sense of insecurity, fear, and inferiority. In many cases, abnormal jealousy may occur when a person receives no real love or affection from the mother or father. 2. A husband and wife seeking divorce after 20 years provided the following information. The husband had high blood pressure and ulcers due to deep-seated rage and resentment. The basic problem with the wife was that she refused to give love and goodwill. The husband allowed himself to be henpecked, manipulated, and browbeaten. They agreed to make a go of the marriage, however. The first step was that she would stop doing all the things that humiliated and demeaned her husband. He agreed to assert himself and to cease being subservient to her tantrums. Each practiced the mirror treatment, which is to stand before the mirror and affirm, I am happy, joyous, loving, harmonious and kind, and I exude more and more of God's love every day. Each understood that whatever you attach to, I am, you become. The secret of their success was that whenever the husband or wife thought of each other, immediately he or she was to affirm, I love you and I care for you. By saturating their subconscious mind with the eternal verities, a transformation took place. 3. A teenaged boy ran away from an overbearing, cruel mother and found great difficulty in getting along with others. All this was due to the traumatic experiences of his early childhood. The cure was simple. All he had to do was to practice the great law of substitution. He pictured his mother in his mind's eye as happy, joyous, peaceful, and loving. He imagined her to be smiling, radiant and embracing him, saying, I love you and I am happy you came back. As he saturated his subconscious with the new image and idea of love, he went home to his mother and there was a joyous reunion. Love casts out everything unlike itself. 4. A young girl, 5 feet tall, weighing 110 pounds, lifted a 1,500-pound car, which had fallen on her father. She lifted the car and freed her father, saving his life. The idea to save his life at all costs seized her mind, and the power of the infinite responded. Love works wonders. 5. A waiter in Las Vegas read The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, which transformed his life. He had the talent for singing, but he didn't know how to express his gift of song. Regularly and systematically, every night for about 10 minutes, he imagined that he was on the stage singing to a wonderful audience. In his imagination he would hear his friends congratulate him. He realized that whatever he dramatized and felt as true in his mind, his subconscious would respond to accordingly. At the end of 3 weeks a new door opened up for him, and he is a marvelous success as a singer today. He fell in love with a greater, grander image of himself. 6. A certain man was broken financially and physically, and I appealed to the ruling power of his love for his daughter, which brought about an intense desire to live for her, thereby overcoming his fear of death. Frequently during the day, he pictured himself at home embracing his daughter and seeing the love in her eyes. He felt himself back at his desk doing all the things he would do if he were at home, while at the same time feeling the naturalness and tangibility of the whole scene. His frequent prayer was, Father, I thank thee for the miraculous healing taking place now. God loves me and cares for me. He made a remarkable recovery and recouped his losses, and his daughter eventually went to college. God is love, and love conquers all. Asterisk by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Prentice Hall, Inc. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, 1963. Chapter 17. How Telepsychics Can Tap Your Subconscious for New Powers. You can receive wonderfully creative ideas and inspiration when you gain a knowledge of the conscious and subconscious aspects of your mind. Your conscious mind, sometimes referred to as the objective mind, is the reasoning, analytical mind, and when you go to sleep, your conscious mind is creatively joined to your subconscious mind. The latter takes complete charge of all the vital processes of your body when you are sound asleep. Your subconscious mind is one with the universal subjective mind and is coextensive with all wisdom and power. You can learn to tap this universal mind and extract creative ideas and inspiration along all lines. How to tap the telepsychic energies of your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is in contact 24 hours a day with the universal subconscious. And this contact is never broken. There is always a flow of creative ideas welling up from your deeper mind to your conscious mind. I am writing this chapter in the Castaways Hotel in Las Vegas, an enchanting Polynesian holiday resort. Here I have chatted at length with an old friend, Dr. David Howe, Minister of Religious Science in Las Vegas. His technique is to quiet his conscious mind by repeating a psalm quietly, then, in a passive, psychic, receptive state of mind, he asks for creative ideas to reveal to him the next step in his spiritual unfoldment. Marvelous and wonderful ideas have popped into his conscious mind, enabling him to minister in a far more wonderful way. New wings and greater facilities have been added to the $500,000 church building that he now occupies and conducts. Recently, he asked his deeper mind for guidance in planning an ideal vacation and, shortly thereafter, a couple walked into his office and presented him with tickets for a first-class voyage for several weeks on a luxury liner. This is one of the many gifts that he and his associates have received through tapping the wisdom of their subconscious minds. Telepsychics and What Will I Play Tomorrow? I have talked with many guests in the Castaways Hotel during the last few days, but the most notable so far has been a conversation with a man from Dublin, Georgia, whom we shall call Max. We were talking about the powers of the subconscious mind, and he told me that, once a year, he comes to Las Vegas for a few weeks to play what he calls the numbers on the roulette wheel. His technique is to lie on his back, close his eyes and enter into a sleepy, drowsy state. In this drowsy, quiet state he speaks to his subconscious mind as follows: reveal to me the numbers to play tomorrow. He told me that he has amazing success, adding that he discusses his technique with no one, but quietly writes down the numbers that come to him in his sleep, keeping a pad and pencil under his pillow. Having commanded his subconscious to alert him to the answers, it awakens him at the right time so that he does not forget the numbers. Last week he made $50,000 in one of the largest casinos here and now plans to take his wife and children on a tour of the world. She asked, "Should I accept that position?" I have set aside one day this week while in Nevada to see people who have requested interviews while I am in the city. A young teacher visited me yesterday and wondered whether she should accept a position offered her in a woman's college in the East. I suggested that, prior to sleep, she ask with complete confidence and assurance of her deeper mind the following: reveal to me the answer regarding the position offered in the East. I give thanks for the answer. The answer came to her like a flash on awakening the next morning. An inner voice said, "No." She said, "I have a great sense of peace now. I am going to stay where I am." The answer came from the wisdom of her subconscious mind, which knows all and sees all. When the right answer comes, you are always at peace. Telepsychics and the question and answer. Your subconscious will answer any question, but you must ask without any fear or doubt whatsoever and with assurance that the answer will come in divine order through divine love. You can also receive answers during your waking hours. Perhaps you are a businessman seeking a solution or answer to a perplexing situation. Perhaps you are a housewife seeking money to pay off the mortgage, or maybe you are an engineer seeking to solve a most acute problem. Remember, your subconscious knows only the answer. A daytime technique. Many businessmen, as well as professional and scientific men, follow this procedure. Go to a quiet room, be still, relax and think of the infinite intelligence and boundless wisdom within you controlling all your vital forces and governing the entire cosmos with mathematical precision and unfailing accuracy. Close your eyes and focus all your attention on the answer or solution, knowing that the infinite intelligence within you is responsive to your request. Think of nothing but the answer to your question. Continue in this quiet, relaxed, passive state of mind for a few minutes. If you find your mind wandering, bring it back to the contemplation of the answer. If you find the answer does not come in 3 or 4 minutes, let go and go on about your business. If the thought of the problem comes to your mind, just say to yourself, I have turned my request over and infinite intelligence is taking care of it. You will discover that, with this attitude of mind, the answer will come clearly into your conscious mind. Perhaps it will come when you are engaged in some other project or when you are preoccupied with something else, but it will come in a moment you expect not and in a manner you know not of. Telepsychics and creative genius. Many eminent scientists, sages, seers, musicians, giants of philosophy and outstanding artists and poets have testified that their discoveries, masterpieces, music and inventions were initiated and guided by intuition, divine inspiration or sudden flashes of illumination. Thus, many of the world's most creative masterpieces of the mind, as well as solutions to countless everyday problems, have been achieved through knowledge of and confidence in the powers of the subconscious mind. Telepsychics could neutralize the so-called curse. I had dinner with an old friend of mine at the Sands here in Las Vegas, which is another beautiful hotel. My friend brought up an old but interesting question about the death of presidents in our country every 20 years. Many of you will recall the many predictions and statements along these lines during the administrations of Presidents Harding, Franklin Roosevelt and Kennedy. The prediction, he said, was brought to the attention of the late President Kennedy. It was said that Kennedy remarked that he would disprove it, or words to that effect. My friend brought up the fact that, beginning with President Harrison in 1840, every president elected every 20 years had met with an untimely death. My dinner companion offered the explanation that President Van Buren was so infuriated by his defeat for re-election, in 1840 and in 1848, that he placed a curse on the head of the government for every generation, presumably every 20 years. An explanation for this phenomenon is quite simple. It may be true that the late President Van Buren uttered the curse or malediction, but it is also true that all of us are in the mass mind, or the law of averages. This mass mind is mostly negative and impinges on all of us. It often believes in misfortune, chaos, misery and suffering. It can also be full of hate, jealousy, envy and hostility. However, there is good in it also, because millions of people in the world are also praying for peace, harmony, right action, etc. But they are by far in the minority. Unless we keep prayed up, we can become victims of this mass mind with its avalanche of sights, sounds, fears, and sundry concepts of good and bad. These tragedies do not have to happen, there is no inexorable fate. Nothing can happen to man unless the mental equivalent is within him. There must be a kindred spirit or predominant subconscious fear that attracts it. Nothing happens except through consciousness, and our consciousness is what we consciously and subconsciously know, believe and accept as true. The Bible says, "No man can come to me, except the Father which hath sent me draw him," John 6:44. This means that no manifestation or experience comes to any man unless the Father, which is the creative power, namely your own thought and feeling, which is the father of all your experiences, accepts it. We may not know what is in our subconscious mind, but we can change it through scientific prayer. The 23rd Psalm says, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me," Psalm 23 verse 4. The 91st Psalm says, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, to Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler, and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shout. Thou trust, His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor the arrow that fleeth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For He shall give His angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and adder, the young lion and the dragon shalt thou trample under feet. Because He hath set His love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because He hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him, and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him, and show him my salvation." The presidents who met with untimely deaths could have prevented the tragedies if, instead of brushing the mass mind belief aside, they had reiterated the great truths of the great Psalm of Protection, 91st, and also the Psalm of Guidance and Right Action, 23rd. By affirming these great truths you build up an immunity to all harm. Moreover, you build up spiritual antibodies in your subconscious which neutralize the beliefs and superstitions of millions of people. There shall no evil befall thee. Psalm 91 verse 10. If God be for us, who can be against us? Romans 8 verse 31. The answer to all imprecations, maledictions, mass mind beliefs, fears and evil predictions regarding assassinations, death, etc., is to keep prayed up by regularly and systematically filling your subconscious with life-giving patterns, thereby neutralizing, obliterating and expunging from your subconscious all the negative and fearful patterns lodged therein. Prayer for protection. 3 or 4 times a day, for several minutes at a time, sit still and affirm, I am surrounded by the sacred circle of God's eternal love. The whole armor of God surrounds me, enfolds me and enwraps me, and I bear a charmed life. The spell of God's love watches over me and I am immunized by the living Spirit Almighty and God intoxicated. This prayer, coupled with the great Psalm of Protection, will enable you to go forth with faith and confidence and to be aligned with the infinite. No evil will befall you or any plague come nigh thy dwelling. You will find yourself in the sacred circle of God's eternal love, and you will be invulnerable, invincible and impervious to all harm. This explanation satisfied my friend, and he realized that publications, newspaper stories, and commentators predicting deaths of presidents every 20 years caused the masses to fear and believe these predictions. This, in itself, is a frightfully negative force impinging and saturating the minds of millions of people, and according to their belief is it done unto them. However, a spiritually minded president who knows the law of life could completely neutralize all these dire predictions by keeping prayed up and could actually laugh at all these superstitions and prognostications. For he would know that according to his faith is it done unto him. She learned to use the I Ching. Among the classics of the Orient, none is more rewarding than the 5,000-year-old Book of Changes, known as I Ching. The late Professor Carl G. Jung wrote a foreword for a translation by Richard Wilhelm in which he stated that he had used it for about a quarter of a century and was amazed by its uncanny accuracy. The I Ching is a book of wisdom, and when you ask it a question, the spiritual agencies of your subconscious respond with the answer. The most popular method is known as the coin oracle. You throw 3 coins, pennies, a total of 6 times, recording heads or tails for each throw, and the result gives you a hexagram revealing the answer. A professional man visited me here in the hotel, let us call him Dr. X, and asked me if I would comment on the answer he had received from Secrets of the I Ching. He had contemplated making an investment of $100,000 in what seemed to be a lucrative venture, but the hexagram he received was 33 retreat. I suggested to him that the wisdom of his subconscious seeks to protect him in every way and that he should withdraw, which he did. He called me just this evening, saying that his attorney, at the last minute, had found what he termed something shady. His use of the Secrets of the I Ching had saved him $100,000. In answering his question, the Secrets of the I Ching answered another personal question, which he had not asked. In using the I Ching translated by Wilhelm Baines, or the Secrets of the I Ching, which is a commentary on the age-old Book of Wisdom, you will find that the I Ching has an extraordinary ability to ferret out from your subconscious unasked questions in addition to your particular question, while at the same time revealing the answer in the specific way to handle it. Telepsychics and the care of the cow. While discussing the Secrets of the I Ching with a young lady who had been corresponding with me, she said that a young man had been pressuring her to marry him, and that the I Ching gave her the answer with hexagram 30, the clinging, fire, and that this hexagram also said that care of the cow brings good fortune. The cow, in ancient symbolism, means the subconscious mind. Actually, she was clinging to a deep-seated resentment and hostility toward a former husband. The fires of hatred and animosity were festering in her subconscious mind, and the man she had considered marrying, according to her own statement, was an alcoholic and also a dope pusher. I explained to her that she should take care of the cow and that she was clinging to mental poisons in her subconscious. That is why she attracted this sick man. Unconsciously she was looking for punishment. She decided to break off the relationship with the alcoholic and decided to take care of the cow, her subconscious, and eradicate all the negation and bitterness lodged therein. She decided to forgive herself for harboring negative, destructive thoughts, and she released her former husband by sincerely wishing for him all the blessings of life, knowing that it is impossible to pray and bless another and harbor resentment at the same time. I explained to her clearly that she would know when she had truly released and forgiven her former husband because she could think of him and would no longer sizzle. The roots of hatred and resentment would be completely withered by divine love. This woman is now free. She followed the advice of the I Ching and took care of her cow, subconscious mind. It is now a month since I left Las Vegas, and she just wrote to me saying that she is marrying a professor. Let telepsychics work wonders in your life. Points to remember. 1. Your subconscious mind can give you marvelous new creative ideas when you learn to tap it wisely. Your subconscious mind is one with the universal subjective mind and is coextensive with all wisdom and power of the infinite. 2. You tap your subconscious mind by quieting your conscious mind, relaxing and letting go, then turning your request over to your deeper mind, knowing that the answer will come in divine order. 3. A man who won $50,000 in Las Vegas used the following technique in getting answers from his subconscious mind. He closed his eyes, relaxed on the bed and entered into a sleepy, drowsy state. Then he spoke to his subconscious as follows: reveal to me the numbers to play tomorrow. As a result of this practice, every year during his vacation, he visits Las Vegas and often returns with large winnings. 4. A teacher who wondered whether to accept a position offered in another state asked her subconscious prior to sleep to reveal the answer to her. In the morning, on awakening, the answer came as an inner voice of intuition: no. This answer coincided perfectly with the inner, silent knowing of her soul and satisfied her in every way. 5. When you turn over a request to your subconscious, you must do so with confidence and faith that the answer will come, and inevitably you will receive the right answer. When you are active and busy during the day and you seek an answer to an important decision, go somewhere where you can be quiet and read a psalm, such as the 23rd, which helps to quiet and relax your whole being. Then focus your attention on the solution or answer. If no answer comes in 3 or 4 minutes, let go and continue about your business. The answer will come when you are preoccupied with something else and not thinking about it at all. 6. Poets, artists, scientists, musicians, seers and sages have received inspiration, new ideas, inventions and marvelous discoveries by tapping their deeper mind. 7. The mass mind belief about the death of a president every 20 years, based supposedly on a curse imposed by President Van Buren, could be completely neutralized by a spiritually minded president. All he would have to do would be to saturate his subconscious with the eternal verities and truths of God, and these truths would neutralize and expunge from his deeper mind all the fears, superstitions, and negative predictions of the mass mind. For example, any president who filled his subconscious with the life-giving patterns of the 91st Psalm, the great psalm of protection, would build up an immunity to all the false beliefs and dire prognostications of the mass mind. 8. A wonderful way to develop immunity to all harm is to affirm feelingly, knowingly, and believingly the following prayer: I am always surrounded by the sacred circle of God's eternal love. The whole armor of God surrounds me, enfolds me, and enwraps me, and I bear a charmed life. I am immunized with the living Spirit Almighty, and I am God intoxicated. 9. The late Professor Carl Jung stated that he had used the I Ching for about a quarter of a century and was amazed by its uncanny accuracy. A certain Dr. X told me that in asking the secrets of the I Ching a question, he received the answer, retreat. He was about to invest $100,000 in a new venture. Instead, he withdrew. His lawyer told him that he saved $100,000. 10. In asking questions of the secrets of the I Ching, which is a commentary on the I Ching giving the biblical and psychological meaning of the hexagrams in everyday language, you will find that it will give you answers to unasked questions in addition to answering your particular question. 11. A young man, an alcoholic, was pressuring a young lady to marry him. She received an answer from the secrets of the I Ching, hexagram 30, indicating to her to take care of the cow. The cow is a symbol of the subconscious, which is the source of nourishment and protection. She admitted that she was full of hatred and resentment toward a former husband, and these mental poisons were lodged in her subconscious mind. Undoubtedly, this caused her to attract this alcoholic and dope pusher. She broke off the engagement at once and surrendered her former husband to the infinite and began to wish for him all the blessings of life. 4 weeks have passed since I saw her, and she is now about to marry a college professor. Telepsychics worked wonders for her. *See Secrets of the I Ching by Dr. Joseph Murphy, Parker Publishing Company. Inc. West Nyack, N. Y. 1970. Chapter 18. Telepsychics and your link with infinite knowledge. Your thought is your link with the infinite, and it is said that thought rules the world. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Thought is the property of those only who can entertain it." Thoughts are things. What you feel you attract, what you imagine you become. Emerson also said, "Man is what he thinks all day long." Spirit is God, and the capacity of spirit is to think. This is why it is frequently said by those studying mental and spiritual laws, "When my thoughts are God's thoughts, God's power is with my thoughts of good." Remember, God and good are synonymous in all the many Bibles of the world. Learn to respect your thoughts. Remember that your happiness, success, peace of mind and accomplishments in life are determined by your habitual thinking. Thoughts execute themselves. Your thought is a mental vibration and a definite power, and your actions, expressions, and experiences are the result of your habitual thinking. Enthrone in your mind thoughts of peace, harmony, right action, love, and goodwill, and your external actions will reveal your inner thought patterns. When you conceive and ponder the thought, you are releasing its latent power into action. William Shakespeare said, "Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own." Whatever you think and feel as true, that you will bring into your life. Your thought and feeling create your destiny. Feeling, insofar as biblical language is concerned, means a deep interest in something. When you read in Proverbs 23 verse 7, "For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he," this means that when you are vitally interested and absorbed in music, science, art, or your profession, you will be a marvelous success, for the simple reason that you have your heart in your work or assignment in life. You are thinking in depth or feeling the reality of your thought or mental image, which is thinking in the heart. He said, "I'm so worried I can't work or sleep." Recently, a young man came to see me and said, "Before I got so worried and anxious, I could work all day and feel fine. Now I'm so upset I pull my car over to the side of the road and lie down before I get the power to drive on." This young man, about 28 years of age, explained that he was a salesman. He had been to a physician, who gave him tranquilizers but could find nothing organically wrong with him. When the effect of the tranquilizers wore off, he was on edge, jittery, nervous and weak. I questioned him about his love life, and I gathered from his conversation that his attractive fiancée was dating another young man while he was traveling on business out of the city. This was the cause of his anxiety and worry. He was afraid of losing this girl. All of his fatigue and exhaustion were due to his worry and anxiety that he had lost his girl. I explained to him that doctors have clearly demonstrated through research that stress, strain and worry result in complete exhaustion and debilitation of the organism. At my suggestion, he faced the problem with his fiancée. They had a heart-to-heart talk and resolved the situation between them. As it turned out, she was lonesome and had gone to some local movies with a cousin of hers during the young man's absence. His usual strength came back and his appearance improved 100%. In a few weeks, he married the girl. Divine love had united them. Telepsychics and her asthmatic attacks. Recently, I spoke at a women's club, and during a question and answer period, a woman from Trinidad asked me why it was that every time she passed a house of worship, whether it was Protestant, Catholic or Jewish, she immediately got an attack of asthma. I said that there might have been a traumatic episode in her life that was still lodged in her psyche, subconscious mind, a buried memory, and that the church simply reminded her of the psychic wound. After a short period of thought, she replied that while she and her family were waiting in church some years previously, a messenger arrived with the information that her fiancé had been killed in a collision. Thereafter, every time she passed a church she was seized with an asthmatic spasm that cleared up a few minutes later. I suggested that all she had to do was release the man to the infinite. She had nothing to do with the accident, as she was not in control of his life. Whatever it was in his mind that caused the accident, she certainly was not to blame. Accordingly, every night she affirmed, "I surrender to God completely. I radiate love, peace and joy to him, and I know his journey is onward, upward and Godward. Whenever I think of him I will immediately affirm, I have released you to God. God be with you." I also told her to make it a special point the very next day to go right into the nearest church, saying in her heart, "Divine love goes before me, making straight, joyous and happy my way. I am going into the church to pray in divine order and divine love." She followed this prayer technique and also the physical act and was completely healed the next day. Emerson said, "Do the thing you are afraid to do and the death of fear is certain." This is exactly what she did, and she proved that love casts out fear. Telepsychics and objective thinking. You are thinking in the true sense of the word when you are thinking from the standpoint of universal principles and eternal verities, which never change and are the same yesterday, today, and forever. A mathematician thinks from the standpoint of the principles of mathematics and not from the ephemeral opinions of men. You are not truly thinking when you are reacting to the headlines in local newspapers, radio propaganda, or from the standpoint of tradition, creed, dogma, environmental conditions or circumstances. If there is any fear, worry, or anxiety in your thoughts, you are not really thinking. There is no fear or negation of any kind in true thinking. Fear thoughts result when you make external things causative. Which is the big lie? Externals are effects, not causes. The cause is your thought and feeling, and every external condition or circumstance is subject to change. Whenever any thoughts, ideas, or suggestions of any kind come to you, reason things out from the standpoint of the truths that never change, and come to a conclusion in your mind as to what is true from the standpoint of spiritual principles. For example, there is a principle of harmony, none of discord; there is a principle of truth, none of error; there is a principle of life, none of death; there is a principle of love, none of hatred; there is a principle of joy, none of sadness; there is a principle of opulence, none of poverty; there is a principle of health, none of disease; there is a principle of beauty, none of ugliness; there is a principle of right action, none of wrong action; there is a principle of light, none of darkness. If there were a principle of sickness, no one could be healed. Sickness is abnormal, health is normal. There is a principle of wholeness, health. Because you have the power to choose, you can feed your subconscious with disease-soaked thoughts of fear, worry, resentment, hate, etc. Thus, you would violate the principles of wholeness, harmony, and love, and you would inevitably reap the consequences. Begin now to think for yourself, taking as your spiritual yardstick. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4 verse 8. How Telepsychics shows you how to come out of the law of averages. A few weeks ago, I interviewed a young college man who had been associated with a firm for over 10 years. He explained that he had never received a promotion or increase in salary, although he had witnessed other men in the organization with less knowledge of the business and less education steadily move up the ladder with substantial salary increments and added prestige. This man was experiencing and producing according to the law of averages. The law of averages is simply the mind of the masses of humanity, which, for the most part, believes in failure, lack, limitation, and misfortune of all kinds. This mass mind is governed in great part by traditional beliefs. For this reason, it is mostly negative. This young man was down on himself, and I explained to him clearly that if he did not think for himself, he would automatically be a victim of the mass mind, which impinges on the receptive medium of his mind and does all his thinking for him, resulting in negation, lack, and misery of all kinds. At my suggestion, he began to activate his conscious mind spiritually, which soon became a law of action at his subconscious level. He quickly realized the vast difference between spiritual thinking and average, mass, thinking. He reiterated these truths several times a day, making sure that he did not subsequently deny what he consciously affirmed. Promotion is mine now. Success is mine now. Right action is mine now. Wealth is mine now. By day and by night I am advancing, moving forward, growing and prospering spiritually, mentally, materially, socially and financially. I know that I become what I contemplate. I know and believe that these truths, which I affirm, sink down into my subconscious mind and, like seeds, grow after their kind. I water these seeds, ideas, frequently during the day with faith and expectancy, and I give thanks for the joy of the answered prayer. The young man disciplined his thought life and, whenever thoughts of fear, lack, or criticism of self came to his mind, he would supplant the negative thought instantaneously. After a while, the negative thoughts lost all momentum, and today, 3 months later, he is executive vice president of the corporation. He realizes now that he promoted himself and that his postulates created his destiny. His trouble was that he thought he should be in jail. A man, about 60 years of age, came to see me one evening. He said that he felt full of guilt and remorse, and that he had great difficulty sleeping. 2 weeks prior to his visit he had phoned me, at which time I sent him to a doctor friend of mine, an outstanding internist and a spiritually oriented medical doctor. The doctor told him that his blood pressure was dangerously high and that he was in danger of an emotional breakdown. The medicine that the doctor prescribed reduced his blood pressure somewhat, and the tranquilizers enabled him to get some sleep. He said to me, "I need medicine also for my soul. I should be in jail for what I have done." This man had previously attended a class I had given on Shakespeare in the light of mental and spiritual laws. I reminded him that the illness of Lady Macbeth, for example, was her deep feeling of guilt over the murder of Duncan. When the attending physician was asked by Macbeth about her illness, he said, "Not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick-coming fancies that keep her from her rest." Whereupon Macbeth asked, "Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased? Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote, cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart?" The doctor replied, "Therein the patient must minister to himself." Macbeth v. 3. Shakespeare was a profound student of the Bible and knew the inner, psychological meanings of all the allegories, parables, and cryptic statements in the Bible. He knew that this sense of guilt was driving Lady Macbeth insane, and that the attending physician was dealing with a case beyond the reach of any concoction of herbs. I explained to this man that a good confession on his part would be like the lancing of a suppurating wound, which lets out all the pus and is conducive to healing. He responded by revealing a series of crimes, simply and candidly, and removed, as Shakespeare said, that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. Guilt had been gnawing at his insides. I asked him a simple question: "Would you repeat these acts now?" "Certainly not," he replied. "I am leading a new life now. I am married and my 2 girls are in college studying to be medical doctors." I recalled to his attention the fact that physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually he was not the same man who had committed the crimes, and that he should cease condemning himself. The self-renewal process of body and mind. Scientists tell us that every 11 months we have a new body. This man had changed his entire mental and emotional outlook on life. He became interested in spiritual truths and began leading an upright life. Therefore, the man who committed all the crimes no longer existed. There was to be no such man anymore. The life principle, God, never punishes or condemns. Man condemns and punishes himself by misuse of the laws of mind. When he forgives himself and uses the law righteously through right thinking, right feeling, and right action, there is an automatic response of the subconscious mind in accordance with the new mental pattern, and the past is forgotten and remembered no more. A new beginning is a new end, for the beginning and the end are the same. Begin a new life with faith, confidence, love and goodwill to all, and you know the end will be glorious and wonderful. Again, to quote Shakespeare, "Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds," Sonnet 116. God is love and, thus, cannot do anything unloving. To feel that you are not already forgiven by infinite life is superstition and gross error. Self-condemnation and guilt was this man's illness, and self-forgiveness was his release and cure. 1 hour's discussion of the truth changed his whole life, and today he is happy and healthy. "Woman, where are thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee?" She said, "No man, Lord. Neither do I condemn thee, go, and sin no more." John 8:10-11. Points to remember. 1. Your thought is your link with the infinite. Thought rules the world. Thoughts are things. What you feel you attract, what you imagine you become. Emerson said, "Man is what he thinks all day long." Your thought is creative. Have a healthy, reverent respect for your thought, for your thoughts execute themselves. 2. Feeling, insofar as the Bible is concerned, means a deep abiding interest in something. When you are vitally interested in your work or in any particular undertaking, you will be a marvelous success. 3. Worry and anxiety debilitate the entire organism and result in lassitude, exhaustion, and depression. One man was suffering from an anxiety neurosis, chronic worry, and insomnia because he was afraid of losing his fiancée. He talked the situation over with her, they resolved their quarrel and got married, and he was buoyant and happy once again. Divine love united them and the explanation was the cure. 4. One woman had asthmatic spasms whenever she passed a church. This was due to a psychic trauma that she had not resolved. While she was waiting in a church to be married, she had received word that her fiancé had died in a collision on the way to the ceremony. She released her former fiancé by praying for his peace, harmony, joy, and illumination, thereby releasing herself. Then she went boldly into the nearest church, affirming that, "Divine love goes before me and the joy of the Lord is my strength." She experienced a resurgence of strength. Do the thing you are afraid to do and the death of fear is certain. 5. True thinking is thinking from the standpoint of universal principles and eternal verities, which never change, they are the same yesterday, today, and forever. You are not really thinking when there is any fear, doubt, or worry in your thinking. When your thoughts are godlike, God's power is with your thoughts of good. A scientific thinker never gives power to externals or to the phenomenalistic world. He gives power and allegiance to the God presence within him, which is supreme and omnipotent. 6. There is a principle of harmony, none of discord, there is a principle of love, none of hatred, there is a principle of joy, none of sadness, there is a principle of truth, none of falsity, there is a principle of health, none of sickness. 7. The law of averages means the habitual thinking of all the people in this world. Most of this thinking is negative. The masses believe in sickness, tragedy, misfortune, calamities, and superstitions of all kinds. There is some good in the mass mind, however, due to the constructive thinking of countless others, but, on the whole, the mass mind is very negative. If you do not do your own thinking, the mass mind, with its avalanches of fears, hates, jealousies, and morbid superstitions, will move in on you and do your thinking for you. Come out of the mass mind, called the law of averages, and do your own thinking on whatsoever things are true, lovely, noble, dignified, uplifting, and godlike. 8. A young man getting nowhere in life began to activate his conscious mind spiritually, which soon became a law of action at his subconscious level. He realized a vast difference between spiritual thinking and average or mass mind thinking. He claimed as follows: promotion is mine. Success is mine. Right action is mine. Wealth is mine. Abundance is mine. Whenever negative thoughts came to his mind, he immediately supplanted them with constructive thoughts of riches, peace, harmony, advancement, victory, etc. Through constant discipline of his thoughts, he transformed his life and moved onward and upward along all lines. 9. A man full of guilt and self-condemnation confessed all his crimes freely and candidly and got all the poison out of his soul, subconscious mind. He needed spiritual medicine, for the pills he had been taking, while they reduced his high blood pressure and relieved his tension to some degree, nevertheless could not reach the poison in his subconscious mind. Shakespeare said that in the case of Lady Macbeth, who was full of guilt, the patient must minister to himself in order to cleanse that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. This man began leading a good, upright life, and I explained to him that he was as good now as if he never had been bad, that he was not the same man mentally, physically, emotionally, or spiritually, and that he should cease condemning an innocent man, namely himself. God condemns no man and, inasmuch as he was leading a good life now, the past was forgotten and remembered no more. This man could not repeat the mistakes of the old and, therefore, was really transformed. He forgave himself and walked out free. 1 hour saved his life and transformed him along all lines. Neither do I condemn thee, go, and sin no more. John 8:11. Chapter 19. How Telepsychics stimulates the law of mind into action. Recently, a woman in great distress came to see me. Her husband of 50 years had suddenly turned to drinking excessively and seemed to be on the verge of becoming an alcoholic. She said that several of her religious friends and associates had told her that it was wrong to pray for him because he must first want to abstain by his own initiative. I explained to her that all this was pablum, it made no sense. I asked her what she thought prayer therapy meant, and explained to her that it does not imply mental coercion or trying to influence the other person. If she went out on the street and saw a woman collapse there, possibly from a heart attack, wouldn't she call an ambulance and give assistance the best way she could? Actually, I pointed out, she wouldn't have any right not to call an ambulance or do whatever was appropriate for the occasion. You must remember that pathological sickness, mental aberrations, poverty, alcoholism, dope addiction or ills of any kind do not belong to the divinity within us, which is forever whole, pure, and perfect. It is perfectly right and in divine order to pray for the other fellow. Whether he knows about it or not, or whether he asks for prayer therapy or not. To think that you shouldn't pray for your mother, father or friend who is ill simply because they don't ask you to do so is rank superstition. When you pray for another, you claim that what is true of God is true of the person for whom you pray. You are simply identifying with the divine presence in the other and resurrecting the qualities, attributes, and aspects of God in your thought and feeling. Since there is only one mind, these dominant qualities in the other are at the same time resurrected in his mind. How to pray when you are sick. Turn to the indwelling God and remind yourself of his peace, harmony, wholeness, beauty, boundless love, and limitless power. Know that God loves you and cares for you. As you pray in this way, fear will gradually fade away. Turn your mind to God and his love. Feel and know that there is only one healing presence and power, and to its corollary, there is no power to challenge the action of God. Quietly and lovingly affirm that the uplifting, healing, strengthening power of the healing presence is flowing through you, making you every whit whole. Know and feel that the harmony, beauty, and life of God manifest in you as strength, peace, vitality, beauty, wholeness, and right action. Get a clear realization of this, and the damaged heart or other diseased condition will dissolve in the light of God's love. Glorify God in your body. 1 Corinthians 6 verse 20. In praying for someone else, mention his or her name and affirm the same truths for him or her as you would for yourself. He insisted he was possessed by evil entities. For a great many years, I have counseled and visited with men and women in hospitals in Great Britain and Ireland as well as in this country who have claimed to have been possessed by what they termed evil spirits. Many of these people had what is called multiple obsessions. The following is a very interesting case of a man about 60 years of age who visited me recently, claiming that he was possessed by several devils who made him do strange things. He had had shock therapy 3 years previously and had experienced relief for some months, and then he said the devils came back to haunt him. They uttered obscenities, imprecations, and execrations upon him and compelled him to drunkenness and rape. These so-called evil spirits punched him at night and would not let him sleep, telling him how much they abhorred and detested him. I realized that there were no evil spirits to get rid of and that these apparent entities were his own subconscious mind talking back to him. The fact of the matter was that he was full of hatred and resentment toward a former wife, who had run away and married someone else. His vicious and destructive thinking sank down into his subconscious mind, forming evil complexes. He was full of guilt as a result of this hatred, accompanied by fear and apprehension that he had to be punished. I gave him the 91st Psalm to say out loud 3 or 4 times a day, and also the 27th Psalm to say at night, which is the great antidote to fear. He came to see me once a week for 4 months, and through the prayer process he gradually released his ex-wife, wishing for her all the blessings of life so that he could allow his mind to dwell on her without hatred or resentment. I explained to him that people seem to talk to us in our dreams and that we also talk at times when sound asleep, and that if we implant hatred, resentment, and hostility in our subconscious, our deeper mind has no alternative but to project these feelings in its own way. Finally, one night during meditation, I said to myself, I am completely fed up with this fellow's belief in evil spirits. He is just talking to himself and I know it. There is only one Spirit, God, the everlasting One, the all-wise One and the all-knowing One, and only one divine mind. This man is now aware of what I am aware, and he feels God's love in his heart right now. The next day, when he came to see me, he said, "A strange thing happened last night. Jesus appeared to me and said, 'These evil spirits are not real, they are in your own mind and you are now free.'" This man was completely healed. During our many consultations, I finally had to bring myself to the point of subconscious conviction, which obliterated his belief out of my mind. It wasn't just the mentally disordered man who had to be cleansed of his false beliefs, it was also I who had to be cleansed and healed. I believe this is true in all prayer therapy, whether the counselor is aware of it or not. When I reached a clear-cut decision and conviction in my mind about these nonsensical and apparently evil entities in his mind, my belief was communicated to him instantaneously. There being but one mind, wholeness and peace were resurrected in his mind. Her psychic experience revealed hidden wealth. A young secretary who attends my lectures at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre every Sunday morning said to me a few days ago that, every night for about a week, she had experienced a vivid dream wherein she had a spade in her hand and was digging up the earth in the backyard of her home. She said that she felt quite elated after each dream, and she wanted to know what I thought about this. I explained to her that a dream is always very personal and that it could possibly mean that she should dig up out of herself some hidden treasure, such as a talent. If that did not ring a bell in her heart, she should get her brother or father to dig up the backyard. She asked her father to do this and he acquiesced, rather reluctantly. To their amazement, he dug up an old earthenware jug full of gold coins dating back to 1898. The value of the coins ran into thousands of dollars and enabled her to finish college, buy a Rolls-Royce, which she had always wanted, and there was enough left over to fill the needs of all the family. This young woman, who had been praying for prosperity and a way to complete her college education, found her wishes embodied in her dreams. Telepsychics banished her frustration. A widow with 2 sons was praying that she would attract a marriage partner who would harmonize with herself and the boys and be a wonderful father to them. She had frequent dreams, and in almost every dream she missed the bus and was late to her office every day, yet objectively she was always on time. I asked her whether there was anyone in her office who appealed to her as a future husband. She replied that the assistant vice president had asked her out to a show and dinner several times, but that she had refused because she thought that it was not good policy and that it was frowned upon by the hierarchy of her particular firm. I told her that I felt her prayer was answered but that she was undoubtedly missing a wonderful opportunity for marriage, and her subconscious mind was prompting her symbolically to take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, a bus is a symbol of sex, which is a part of the marriage act. She went to work the next day quite enthused and told the assistant vice president that she would be delighted to accept his invitation of a few days ago because of a change of circumstances. In a few weeks they were happily married and he was indeed the right man for her and the boys. Actually, this widow had been rejecting the answer to her prayer, so her subconscious had no alternative but to speak to her in a dream. I, the Lord, subconscious mind, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. Numbers 12 verse 6. Let the law of attraction work for you. Your thoughts have their affinities. As Marcus Aurelius, the great Roman emperor and philosopher, said, our life is what our thoughts make it. Your dominant thought underlies all your other thoughts and colors them in the same way a small amount of indigo dye colors the entire contents of a 5-gallon demijohn of water. William James, the father of American psychology, said, the greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. In talking to a beautiful young woman today, who was talented, charming, vivacious and highly educated, I discovered that she was actually ruining her life by her vicious, destructive, hateful patterns of thought. She started on a tirade against her father, who was deceased, and in addition, she was full of hatred toward her mother. She had lost 3 positions in the course of a year, due, as she said, to her sarcastic and biting tongue. She was poisoning herself emotionally, and her physical being was also disturbed, necessitating a hysterectomy and an operation for an ulcer. I explained to this young lady that the whole world was before her and that she could start from today on and prove to herself that her whole world, that is, her body, conditions, circumstances, social and financial life, would magically melt in the image and likeness of her habitual thinking. She agreed to change her thoughts and to keep them changed. Whenever a negative thought came to her mind, she would immediately supplant it with thoughts of love and goodwill. She understood that by supplanting the negative thoughts regularly and systematically, she would succeed in breaking the spasm of destructive thinking that was ruining her life. An effective affirmation. I gave her the following affirmation to use frequently, knowing that by reiteration of these truths and feeling the reality of what she affirmed, these truths would sink into her subconscious, and since the law of the subconscious is compulsive, she would be compelled to ways of pleasantness and paths of peace. I was sure that from that point on her journey would be onward, upward and Godward. The gifts of God are mine now. I live in the presence of God, from whom all blessings flow. I use every moment of this day to glorify God. God's harmony, peace, and abundance are mine now. Divine love flowing from me blesses all who come into my atmosphere. God's love is felt by all present here, and His love is healing them now. I fear no evil, for God is with me. I am always surrounded by the sacred circle of God's love and power. I claim, feel, know, and believe definitely and positively that the spell of God's love and eternal watchfulness guides, heals and watches over me and all members of my family. I forgive everyone, and I sincerely radiate God's love, peace, and goodwill to all men everywhere. At the center of my being is peace. This is the peace of God. In this stillness I feel His strength, guidance, and the love of His holy presence. I am divinely guided in all my ways. I am a clear channel for God's love, light, truth, and beauty. I feel His river of peace flowing through me now. I know that all my problems are dissolved in the mind of God. God's ways are my ways. The words I have spoken accomplish that whereunto they are sent. I rejoice and give thanks, realizing my prayers are answered. It is so. Telepsychic materializations are real as phenomena. In discussing telepsychics, which deals with the wonder-working powers of your subconscious mind, I am frequently asked by great numbers of people what I think about the materializations in seances. First of all, I believe that the so-called control of a medium is simply a dominant idea in the subconscious mind. We must accept the fact that psychic phenomena exist. Your subconscious possesses clairvoyant, clairaudient, and telekinetic powers, which are faculties of the mind in all of us. Some years ago, Dr. Evelyn Fleet, of Caxton Hall, London, and a retired colonel friend of hers took me to a mediumistic seance in London, where we witnessed 8 materializations as solid as our own bodies. Her colonel friend was a retired army doctor, and he examined the materializations and tested their pulse and blood pressure. Checked their teeth and cut off pieces of their hair. Each materialization weighed as much as one of the 3 of us. We talked with them and, afterwards, Dr. Fleet thought that the woman with whom she had been speaking might have been her mother, but she wasn't sure. We received fairly intelligent answers from them, and one resembled the colonel's sister, who had passed on some years before. All this took place without any blackout of lights. The medium was in a trance state. All of the men wore suits and the women had on dresses. There was no chicanery or trickery. These materializations were not illusions. An illusion can't be demonstrated as having flesh and blood, hair, clothes, vocal organs, and pulse. An illusion is something that deceives by producing a false impression, a state or condition of being deceived. All of the materializations were apparently real, but I do not believe one of the women was Dr. Fleet's mother or another the colonel's sister. All of them were real as phenomena or manifestations or projections of the ectoplasmic substance of the medium, which is capable of projecting the thought patterns of relatives in the subconscious of those present, thus giving them flesh and blood and the capacity to speak, act and give appropriate answers to questions. I believe all the materializations were dramatizations of the subconscious of the medium. Dr. Fleet sent the hair that was cut by her friend from the woman she thought might be her mother, and the chemical laboratory said that it could not be analyzed, it was of unknown origin. A few days later, the laboratory said the hair had dissolved, and no traces were left. Dr. Fleet agreed with me that it would be rather naive to think that you could walk into a séance and call forth friends or loved ones from the next dimension and have them appear in a few minutes in response to your request. All your loved ones are functioning in fourth-dimensional bodies. In the many mansions of the Father's house. They are moving onward and upward, going from glory to glory, on that journey that knows no end. Points to remember. 1. It is superstition to think that you should not pray for another who is an alcoholic or who has cancer or any other ailment. If someone had an accident, wouldn't you call an ambulance or give help to the best of your ability? Prayer therapy is not coercion. Prayer is claiming that what is true of God is true of the other person. The divine nature is within every person, and it is the divine will that this be expressed in all men and women. 2. When you pray for a sick person, never dwell on symptoms, pains, or aches. Quietly claim that the uplifting, healing, strengthening power of the healing presence is flowing through the loved one, making him whole and perfect. 3. The devils that plague man and cause multiple obsessions are hate, jealousy, envy, malice, guilt and self-condemnation. When these mental gangsters take charge of our mind, we lose all reasoning power and become victims of our own vicious and destructive thinking. When a man hears voices telling him to do destructive things, it is his own subconscious talking back to him. In other words, he is talking to himself. Gradually, one man came to see that it was his own subconscious mind responding to his destructive thinking that was moving him. As I cleanse my mind of all this nonsense with the realization that there is only one spirit and one power, and at the same time claimed that this man was now aware of what I am aware, he was healed. 4. Many times your dreams reveal answers to your most perplexing problems. A young woman had a recurrent dream wherein she was digging up her backyard. She had been praying for prosperity and, at my suggestion, she got her father to dig up the garden, where they found a jar full of old gold coins worth a small fortune. 5. A widow seeking to remarry stated that she frequently had a vivid dream in which she always missed the bus and was late for work. Yet objectively she was always on time. She realized that she was missing the opportunity to marry by rejecting the invitation of one of the managers in her office. She accepted his invitation and marriage resulted, which was the perfect answer to her prayer. 6. Marcus Aurelius said, "Our life is what our thoughts make it." Emerson said, "A man is what he thinks all day long." Your dominant thought underlies and colors all your other thoughts. A young woman was destroying her life by hateful, vengeful thoughts directed at her parents and others. She experienced ill health as a result of this, and had to undergo 2 serious operations. She reversed her thinking and decided to supplant all negative thoughts instantaneously with godlike, loving thoughts. As she made a habit of this, her whole world magically melted into the image and likeness of her contemplation. She became what she contemplated. 7. Many people ask me about materializations in seances, in which people appear, speak, walk around and converse with you. The phenomena are real, but they are only apparently real. They are not your loved ones, as they are functioning in the next dimension of life, moving onward, upward and Godward. They are separated from you by frequency only. When you cut a piece of hair from one of these materializations, it can't be tested in a laboratory, as it is an unknown substance. The medium, in a trance state, can tap images of your loved ones and bring about ectoplasmic projections and forms of men and women who have normal pulse rates and other manifestations of life. Chapter 20. How Telepsychics Sharpens the Powers of Your Mind. Your subconscious mind is the builder and rebuilder of your body, having control over all of its so-called involuntary functions. It governs respiration, digestion, assimilation, circulation, elimination, and all other automatic activities. The subconscious is also a wonderful chemist, transmuting all the food you eat into tissue, muscle, bone, blood, and hair, and constantly building new cellular structures. Your subconscious is also the storehouse of memory. Whatever your conscious mind really believes and accepts as true, your subconscious will bring to pass. Because your deeper mind is amenable to suggestion, it is also the seat of habit. In hypnotic experiments, your subconscious accepts all suggestions given and reasons deductively only. Its deductions are always in harmony with premises, therefore, all suggestions should be life-giving and constructive in quality. The language of your subconscious is symbolic. This is indicated in your dreams, which often dramatize your unfulfilled or repressed desires. Your subconscious is a wonderful impersonator. It will impersonate whatever is vividly suggested. As the seat of all psychic experiences, it perceives intuitively, independent of time and space. You must remember also that within your subconscious is the superconscious, called the Great Oversoul by Emerson, or the presence of God, or Supreme Intelligence. In other words, the I Am, or the Living Spirit Almighty, is within you, which knows all and sees all. Within your subconscious is infinite wisdom, infinite love, and all the qualities and attributes of the infinite being called God. Your conscious mind takes cognizance of the outer world through the medium of the five senses. It reasons by induction, deduction, analysis, and analogy. You choose, select, plan, and initiate with your conscious mind, which acts as the seat of will. Your will is made up of desire, decision, and determination. You concentrate with your conscious mind and, through your focused attention, you impress your subconscious mind. Because you imagine and make mental pictures with your conscious mind, you can impregnate your subconscious more effectively by clearly visualizing what you wish to be, to do, and to have. Your conscious mind can decree success and prosperity through its power of conscious control in constructive thinking, speaking, and imagining. You can saturate your subconscious with the idea of abundance and success. Emergencies as stimulators of mental powers. Your conscious mind becomes highly receptive to your subconscious during emergencies, at which time the wisdom and intelligence of your subconscious take control. Your conscious mind plays a receptive role to the subconscious in psychic phenomena. Your conscious mind may be illumined and inspired by calling on the wisdom and intelligence of your deeper mind, which knows all and sees all. Telepsychics and the state of trance. I have visited the late Geraldine Cummins, at her homes in London, England, and Cork, Ireland, several times. She is the author of Unseen Adventures, The Scripts of Cleophas, and many other books. She has been investigated by some of the foremost scientists in England, all of whom have testified to her remarkable psychic powers. I had many sittings with her, as I was always interested in extrasensory perception and psychic phenomena of all kinds. In these sessions, Miss Cummins would become very quiet and enter into a passive, receptive, psychic state. Her conscious mind was partially submerged, and suddenly she claimed that her control, Aster, had taken over, and she would begin to write, automatically, page after page of extraordinary information. In one instance, she said that my sister, Mary Agnes, who had passed on, was communicating. On reading the pages, I discovered that many paragraphs were in Gaelic, some in French and some in Latin, languages which Geraldine did not speak. Also, in the writing, my sister pointed out 6 instances by which I would recognize her, all of which were extraordinarily accurate. She went over our childhood and covered intimate details and made many prophetic statements, all of which subsequently came to pass. In this instance, I think Geraldine was simply an amanuensis, writing down events of which she actually knew nothing. When Geraldine finished writing, she had no idea whatever of what she had written. In this instance, the evidence seemed overwhelming, and I do believe it was my sister in the next dimension actually communicating. Normal psychic power. There are many psychics who can tap the contents of your mind while they are in a normal state, i.e., they are in a perfectly conscious state of mentality. This capacity is within everyone, but some have it developed to a greater extent than others. Abnormal psychic powers. Geraldine Cummins invited me to a séance conducted by a friend of hers in the south of Ireland. This particular Irish medium entered into a full trance and claimed that she was controlled by an Egyptian priest. In this state, she revealed wonderful hidden powers. 6 of us sat on a table, for example, and it was lifted up easily by the medium's subconscious mind. One professor who was present was convinced that his mother spoke to him. He claimed that it was her voice and her mannerisms, and that she referred to him by his pet name and spoke to him in Greek, her native tongue, a language which the entranced medium did not understand. Many materialized forms appeared, some of whom spoke. All were dressed and had all their human faculties. One woman present chatted with a young materialized girl whom she claimed to be her daughter. These materializations lasted about 5 or 6 minutes, and then vanished. All this took place in the afternoon, not under dim lights, but in full view of all those present. The forms were, in all probability, ectoplasmic projections of the medium. How she psychometrizes. Recently, Dr. David Howe of Las Vegas introduced me to a psychometrist, who has the extraordinary ability to read the subjective side of things. By touching a ring belonging to a person or a letter he has written, she can give a complete description of the person, his characteristics, tendencies, type of work, age, background, and also his future. When she touches a ring worn by the subject in question, she feels a certain vibration and enters into the mental atmosphere of the person. The reason for this is that the subjective mind permeates and penetrates all things, and the man's ring is impregnated with his mental atmosphere, enabling the medium to enter his innermost thoughts, beliefs, and experiences. Telepsychics and inner voices. Last year, during a seminar on the sea, one of the ship's officers with whom I had dinner said that from time to time, particularly if there was anything wrong with the ship, he heard inner voices silently speaking to him, telling him exactly where the trouble was and also what to do about it. He realized that he had a remarkable ability, which others of the crew did not possess, and said that, in most cases, it came to him as a warning. One time on board ship off the coast of Italy while he was in his cabin, the inner voice said to him that a member of the crew, giving the name of the man, was coming down to shoot him. The crew member was going berserk. The officer said, "I locked my door, called the captain and had the crewman locked up, and when we got to port, he was committed to an asylum." The inner voice was 100% correct, as this man was armed with a pistol. He subsequently confessed that he was there to murder the ship's officer. These warnings can also come in dreams and visions of the night. The captain's inner voice was real, because he made it a habit to instruct his subconscious that the voice would be to protect, heal, and bless him in all ways, i.e., it would be the voice of his higher self. He constantly reiterated that all monitions, promptings, and inner instructions would come from the infinite presence within his subconscious mind. Conversing with voices in séance rooms. During many séances, which I have attended in London, Johannesburg, Cape Town, and New York City, with the medium in a trance state, voices of discarnate entities or disembodied spirits have seemingly filled the air. I have conversed at length with some of these voices and have received extraordinarily intelligent answers. I have heard others present at these séances, some of them physicists, medical doctors and college professors, openly say that they were definitely conversing with former colleagues or loved ones. All this was based upon the professional background, tone of voice, characteristics, mannerisms, peculiarities, and idiosyncrasies of those who were functioning in the fourth dimension. Personally, insofar as those purporting to be relatives of mine, I was not completely satisfied in every instance as to whether the voices were caused by the subjective mind of the medium or whether they were actually the voices of loved ones in the next dimension of life. It is, however, a thrilling, fascinating and enthralling experience. In one particular instance, I believe I heard the voice of my father, who spoke 4 languages: ancient Gaelic, English, French, and Latin. His voice was natural, just the same as if he were in the room. He said to me, "Joe, you will know it is your father by what I am saying. I taught you this prayer when you were 5 years old." Then he repeated the Lord's Prayer in Gaelic, in French, and in Latin. He asked to be introduced to all present, as he said he didn't recognize any of them. He covered many incidents in my early life that I had forgotten. These incidents were subsequently verified by my sister, who is still alive on this plane. One might say that the medium was tapping my subconscious and was thus able to impersonate my father and mimic his voice, but that is rather far-fetched in this instance. You could hypnotize a man and tell him he is now your brother, but having never met your brother, he could not imitate his voice, mannerisms and gestures, nor could he dramatize his personality. She saw her mother before she passed on. A young schoolteacher who comes to my lectures on Sundays told me that, one day during lunch hour at school, she was alone arranging things in the schoolroom for the next session and, suddenly, her mother appeared to her and said, "Goodbye," and vanished. This type of apparition is not at all uncommon. Undoubtedly. Her mother, who was living in New York City, was thinking of her daughter prior to her transition and projected her personality to her daughter. In checking the time difference, she found out that her mother had appeared to her at the exact moment she had expired. The ghost gave him a message and disappeared. The late Geraldine Cummins introduced me to a man in her home in London, mentioning the fact that he felt that his home was haunted because he frequently heard loud footsteps coming up the stairs in the home. Once his maid saw the apparition and was so frightened, actually petrified with fear, that she was completely immobilized for a few minutes after the experience. The maid refused to stay and left the next morning. I suggested to him that the so-called ghost could well be a thought form, probably of someone in the house who had met with foul play, and who had an intense desire to let someone know what had happened prior to his death. This intense desire often takes the form of the person, and the moment it gives the message, the thought form is dissipated. I urged him, the moment he heard the footsteps, to go and meet the so-called ghost and ask for the message and then listen, which is exactly what he did. He saw the apparition one evening and he said, "Give me your message," and the story of his murder by his brother was given. Immediately the form disappeared. A thought form is not the personality of the man, it is the word or thought form sent forth, and it remains for hundreds of years, until someone receives the message. The Bible says, "So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth, it shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it." Isaiah 55 verse 11. In the case of the apparition, the word was the thought and intense desire to communicate to someone how he had met his untimely death, and the word, thought form, remained hovering around until this man challenged it and listened. Subsequently, he told me that it was verified that a man had been murdered in that house, and that the culprit had never been apprehended. She said, "They are practicing black magic against me." Black magic, sorcery and devil worship have been taught and practiced from time immemorial. Actually, the whole idea of sorcery is based on gross ignorance. All it means is thinking negatively of another person and wishing him evil. To think evil of another is to think evil of yourself, and what you wish for another you are actually wishing for yourself. The office girl who used the term black magic said to me that one of the girls in the office had told her confidentially that several of the girls were practicing voodoo against her by praying that she pass out of the body. This frightened her. I explained to her that their prayers were null and void, and that all she had to do was to affirm, "I am alive with the life of God. God is life, and that is my life now. God's love fills my soul. His love surrounds me, enfolds me and enwraps me, and I bear a charmed life. The spell of God envelopes me at all times." I explained to her that she should commit the above prayer to memory and affirm these truths frequently, as frequent habitation of the mind with these truths would cast out fear. Whenever the thought of voodoo or black magic came to her, all she had to do was supplant the thought with, God loves and cares for me. I pointed out that Spirit, God, is one and indivisible, and that one part of Spirit can't be antagonistic to another part of Spirit. In other words, Spirit can't be divided against itself. This truth is final, absolute, and eternal. This simple universal truth neutralizes and obliterates the question of black magic, sorcery, and malicious malpractice for all time. She saw the light and faithfully followed my instructions, and a strange thing happened. The 3 girls who were believed to have been wishing her injury were all killed in an accident on the way to work. The evil that they had been projecting to this girl undoubtedly boomeranged on themselves. Because it had no place to go, so their negative or malicious thinking returned in a magnified way to themselves. Thus, they actually destroyed themselves. There are people in many parts of the world who try to use their mental powers to hurt others, but anyone who understands his alignment with the infinite can't be affected by their manipulations. People who practice what they call voodoo, malpractice, or black magic really have no power. They are using suggestion, which is a power, but not the power. The power is almighty and moves as unity, harmony, beauty, love, and peace. Whatever name you give it, whether it be Satan, black magic, sorcery, or malicious malpractice, all these things are simply negative suggestions. Refuse to give power to the suggestions of others. Give power to the only presence and power. Read the 91st Psalm and believe it, and you will lead a charmed life. She wrote answers on paper without pen or pencil. Recently, I was a guest in the home of an old friend of mine in Mexico City. There was a very beautiful woman present who practiced automatic writing. She held a pen in her hand, and suddenly her hand was controlled by her own subconscious mind. She said that her hand was controlled by a discarnate entity called Dr. Latella, presumably a former Spanish medical doctor. She brought forth wonderful messages for all those present, 8 altogether, and all agreed that everything she had written was true. She revealed future events with amazing accuracy, but the most fascinating part of her demonstration was when she threw the pen and paper on the floor, and the pen began to write without anyone touching it. These messages told of past events in my life and in the lives of the others who were present. One message said that a man from Pennsylvania would get a diplomatic post the next day, which actually happened. One could speculate and say that the subconscious force of those present grasped the pen. Or that some disembodied spirit in the next dimension operated the pen. We must remember, however, that people in the flesh, here on this plane, as well as those in the next dimension have a mind and also a body far more rarefied and attenuated than our 3-dimensional bodies. Psychic phenomena are caused by subjective powers and can operate independent of the physical instrument. People in the next dimension do have a subjective mind, and they are also in the flesh. Flesh, in the Bible, means embodiment. This does not refer to tissue, muscle, bone, and blood, as such, but we do have bodies to infinity. You can never be without a body. In the seance room, under scientific investigation, objects have been handled, held, and moved completely independent of physical touch. Tables and furniture have been moved around and, in one instance in London, I witnessed the washing of dishes without any hands touching them. This is called, in ESP circles, telekinetic energy, i.e., the ability to move ponderable objects without the usual physical contact and effort. Who opened the wine bottle? Some years ago, while paying a visit to Dr. Evelyn Fleet in London, she introduced me to a psychic who was present at the time. Dr. Fleet said that the psychic could serve wine without touching a glass or a bottle. Right in front of our eyes, without anyone touching anything, the wine bottle was opened and a glass was filled to the brim. The glass was held to my mouth, whereupon I confirmed that it was, indeed, real wine in a real glass. As Dr. Fleet explained, it was the subjective mind of the psychic that had performed this phenomenon. Apparently, she had done this many times before in the presence of Dr. Fleet. There are marvelous powers within us, many of which we have not even dreamed of. One might say that psychic phenomena are caused by fourth-dimensional beings or by the subconscious mind. The point is that all the phenomena are caused by mind power. Whether on this plane or the next. Your subconscious mind can see, hear, feel, smell, travel, touch and taste without the physical organism. You can project yourself thousands of miles, see what is going on and also permit yourself to be seen. Fourth-dimensional or astral traveling is well known and acknowledged today. To deny that such phenomena exist and that they are experienced by thousands all over the world is downright ignorance. Why many predictions are accurate. When you deposit an acorn in the soil, the complete pattern of the oak is already in the acorn. The idea of the full-grown oak must exist in the seed, otherwise, it would never be objectified. The seed undergoes dissolution in the soil, and the subjective wisdom proceeds to build up the sturdy oak tree. When a psychic tunes in on your mind, your thoughts are like seeds and, your mind being timeless and spaceless, your thoughts and their manifestations are one in mind. In other words, your mind looks upon the thought as completed. Thoughts are things. A good psychic or medium sees the complete manifestation of your ideas before they are objectified on the screen of space. The medium tunes in on your subjective tendencies, beliefs, plans and purposes and sees them already accomplished. Her subconscious, like your own, reasons deductively only. You could, of course, change her predictions if you so desired by transforming your mind, for changed attitudes change everything. You can be consciously aware and awake. Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby, who lived in Maine in the mid-19th century, was able to condense his identity and appear to people hundreds of miles away. He remained conscious and never entered into a trance in order to read the minds of others or visit them at a distance. He told people the cause of their sickness and how it originated, and he also healed many of them. He became clairvoyant by casting out all orthodox and false beliefs and filling his mind with the truths of God. He performed all his wonderful works in a perfectly normal self-conscious state. Dr. Quimby knew that man was independent of his body and that he could function with its counterpart, i.e., his subtle body or astral body, a counterpart for the present one. While conversing with a patient, he could clairvoyantly see another patient 100 miles away get up from bed and come downstairs completely healed, all this without closing his eyes. You have another body, which acts independently of the present one, and your mind can operate and move matter. The point is that psychic phenomena occur, and whether it is due to your subconscious mind or to the subconscious mind of a loved one in the next dimension, the thing to remember is that there is but one mind common to all individual men. Points to remember. 1. Your subconscious is the builder and maker of your body. It controls all the vital functions of your body. It is the seat of memory and habit. It reasons deductively only. Feed your subconscious with premises that are true and it will respond accordingly. Your subconscious sees without eyes and hears without ears. Within your subconscious is boundless wisdom and infinite intelligence. In other words, within your subjective depths are all the qualities and powers of God. 2. Your conscious mind is the reasoning, analytical mind. You choose, select, weigh, investigate and reason inductively, deductively and by analogy. Your conscious mind controls your subconscious, and whatever your conscious mind believes and accepts as true, your subconscious will bring to pass. 3. The late Geraldine Cummins, an old friend of mine, practiced automatic writing by getting into a passive, psychic, receptive state, when suddenly her control called Aster would take over, and her hand would be controlled and she would write in foreign languages that she did not understand. She would also bring forth accurate information as well as prophetic utterances that subsequently came to pass. She would move into a semi-trance state and had no idea of what she was writing. In many instances, I do believe that men and women in the next dimension were dictating to her. Moreover, she never had knowledge of the languages in which she wrote. 4. There are many psychics who can tap your subconscious mind while in a perfectly normal, self-conscious state. 5. A certain medium, in a trance state, was able to lift a table and also levitate herself from the ground to the ceiling of the room. I have seen this done several times. An Irish medium, in a trance state, said to a professor who was present that his mother was going to speak to him through her, and the mother spoke to her son in Greek and conversed freely with him for about 15 minutes. He said that he was convinced that it was his mother. In this instance, many materialized forms appeared, many of whom spoke and remained 5 or 6 minutes before fading away. 6. Psychometrists can take a ring, a letter, or a piece of clothing belonging to a person and accurately describe the person, his characteristics, tendencies, illnesses, and also his whereabouts. The reason for this is that the personality of the person is impressed on the ring or article of clothing, and the psychic can enter into his innermost thoughts. 7. Many people hear an inner voice warning them of danger and telling them how to protect themselves. Sometimes these warnings come in dreams and visions of the night. A ship's officer made it a habit to instruct his deeper mind that the inner voice would always be to protect, heal, and bless him in all ways. In this way, he ruled out false impressions. Consequently, it has always been the voice of his higher self. 8. In some seances, when the medium has been in a trance, voices of discarnate entities have seemingly filled the air. I, and others present, have conversed at length with some of these voices, and have received extraordinarily intelligent answers. I believe that some of the voices have been from the subconscious of the medium, while other voices have come from the next dimension of life. If you hypnotize a man and, while in the trance state, suggest to him that he is your brother, he cannot, not knowing your brother, impersonate him in voice, accent, etc. 9. It is quite possible to perceive an apparition of one's loved one immediately prior to transition into the next dimension or soon afterwards. This is based on the intense desire of the loved one to communicate with you, and what you see is a projection of the fourth-dimensional body and personality of your loved one. 10. An apparition in the form of a voice or footsteps may well be a thought form, which means that a person who has met with foul play in the home prior to his death has an intense desire to communicate the manner of his death to someone. The thought form takes the shape of the personality of the so-called dead person. When you listen for the message and challenge the thought form, it disappears, its mission having been accomplished. 11. Black magic, sorcery, and malicious malpractice all fall into the same category: negative, destructive thinking and misuse of the law of mind. This negative thinking is based on gross ignorance. Suggestion is a power, but not the power. The power is the supreme intelligence or living spirit within you, which is one and indivisible and moves as harmony, beauty, and love. You can reject all negative suggestions and thoughts of others. The suggestions of others have no power unless you give them power. If someone says to you, "You are going to fail," you know you are born to succeed, to win, and the infinite within can't fail. Therefore, the negative suggestion of the other person simply reinforces your confidence in success and victory. A girl was informed that others were wishing evil on her. She claimed her oneness with the infinite and that God's love surrounded her and saturated her mind and heart. She gave no power to others but turned her attention to the one power, which moves as love. The other girls, who were wishing injury and evil for her, were killed in a crash. In other words, they killed themselves. Be sure you wish only what is lovely and of good report for others. What you think and wish for another, you create in your mind, body, and experiences. 12. Most automatic writers go into a semi-trance and bring forth marvelous messages of a recondite nature and reveal answers to the most perplexing problems. The automatist holds a pen in her hand, and suddenly her subconscious takes control and proceeds to write without her conscious knowledge. Another fascinating point is that you can see a pen or pencil writing on a piece of paper or slate without being touched by any hand. I have seen this done many times. The automatist claims that messages come from discarnate entities, loved ones or friends of those present and now living in the next dimension. In many instances, I believe that this is true. You must remember that you will never be without a body, and when you read of disembodied spirits or discarnate entities, just realize that what is meant is that they are not functioning in a three-dimensional body but in a fourth-dimensional body. You will have bodies to infinity. There is no reason why you cannot hear from a loved one in the next dimension. They often communicate to loved ones in dreams. 13. It is possible for a very good psychic or medium to open bottles and serve wine in glasses without ever touching the glasses or the bottle. This is one of the powers of your subconscious mind. Actually, your body has no power. It has no self-conscious intelligence, no volition and no initiative. It is characterized by inertia. The power is in your spirit and mind. 14. When a sensitive or good psychic tunes in on you, she reads your mind, and your thoughts and their manifestations are one in mind, like the oak is already in the acorn. Your mind is timeless and spaceless, and your subconscious reasons deductively only. Your thoughts are things. And unless you change your mind, a psychic's predictions should, in most instances, be very accurate, depending on her mental acumen, sagacity, and insight. 15. In 1847, Dr. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby could condense his identity and appear to patients hundreds of miles away and minister to them. He was able to project his subtle or fourth-dimensional body, which is a counterpart of your present body. He could read the minds of people, tell them the cause of their disease and heal them. He was also clairvoyant. He never went into a trance, rather, he remained conscious. With his eyes wide open talking to patients, he could describe how another patient many miles away was walking downstairs to the dinner table completely healed of an illness or malady. A final word. Tune in on the infinite presence and power within you and claim, feel and know that you are inspired from on high, that the Spirit of the Almighty moves on the waters of your mind and that God thinks, speaks, acts and writes through you. Claim that your words are like apples of gold in pictures of silver and that they are sweetness to the soul and health to the bones. Realize that God loves you and cares for you, and that His river of peace fills your mind and heart. Feel that you are immersed in the holy omnipresence, flooded with the radiance of the light limitless, and that you are now touching the one who forever is and experiencing that moment which lasts forever. About the author. Joseph Murphy was born on May 20, 1898, in a small town in the county of Cork, Ireland. His father, Denis Murphy, was a deacon and professor at the National School of Ireland, a Jesuit facility. His mother, Ellen, née Connolly, was a housewife, who later gave birth to another son, John, and a daughter, Catherine. Joseph was brought up in a strict Catholic household. His father was quite devout and, indeed, was one of the few lay professors who taught Jesuit seminarians. He had a broad knowledge of many subjects and developed in his son the desire to study and learn. Ireland at that time was suffering from one of its many economic depressions. And many families were starving. Although Denis Murphy was steadily employed, his income was barely enough to sustain the family. Young Joseph was enrolled in the national school and was a brilliant student. He was encouraged to study for the priesthood and was accepted as a Jesuit seminarian. However, by the time he reached his late teen years, he began to question the Catholic orthodoxy of the Jesuits, and he withdrew from the seminary. Since his goal was to explore new ideas and gain new experiences, a goal he could not pursue in Catholic-dominated Ireland, he left his family to go to America. He arrived at the Ellis Island Immigration Center with only $5 in his pocket. His first project was to find a place to live. He was fortunate to locate a rooming house where he shared a room with a pharmacist who worked in local drugstore. Joseph's knowledge of English was minimal, as Gaelic was spoken both in his home and at school, so like most Irish immigrants, Joseph worked as a day laborer, earning enough to keep fed and housed. He and his roommate became good friends, and when a job opened up at the drugstore where his friend worked, he was hired to be an assistant to the pharmacist. He immediately enrolled in a school to study pharmacy. With his keen mind and desire to learn, it didn't take long before Joseph passed the qualification exams and became a full-fledged pharmacist. He now made enough money to rent his own apartment. After a few years, he purchased the drugstore, and for the next few years ran a successful business. When the United States entered World War II, Joseph enlisted in the Army and was assigned to work as a pharmacist in the medical unit of the 88th Infantry Division. At that time, he renewed his interest in religion and began to read extensively about various religious beliefs. After his discharge from the Army, he chose not to return to his career in pharmacy. He traveled extensively, taking courses in several universities both in the United States and abroad. From his studies, Joseph became enraptured by the various Asian religions and went to India to learn about them in depth. He studied all of the major religions from the time of their beginning. He extended these studies to the great philosophers from ancient times until the present. Although he studied with some of the most intelligent and far-sighted professors, the one person who most influenced Joseph was Dr. Thomas Troward, who was a judge as well as a philosopher, doctor, and professor. Judge Troward became Joseph's mentor. From him he not only learned philosophy, theology, and law, but also was introduced to mysticism and particularly, the Masonic order. He became an active member of this order and over the years rose in the Masonic ranks to the 32nd degree in the Scottish Rite. Upon his return to the United States, Joseph chose to become a minister and bring his broad knowledge to the public. As his concept of Christianity was not traditional and indeed ran counter to most of the Christian denominations, he founded his own church in Los Angeles. He attracted a small number of congregants, but it did not take long for his message of optimism and hope rather than the sin and damnation sermons of so many ministers to attract many men and women to his church. Dr. Joseph Murphy was a proponent of the New Thought movement. This movement was developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by many philosophers and deep thinkers who studied this phenomenon and preached, wrote, and practiced a new way of looking at life. By combining a metaphysical, spiritual, and pragmatic approach to the way we think and live, they uncovered the secret of attaining what we truly desire. The proponents of the New Thought movement preached a new idea of life that brings out new methods and more perfected results, and we have the power to use it to enrich our lives. We can do all these things only as we have found the law and worked out the understanding of the law, which God seemed to have written in riddles in the past. Of course, Dr. Murphy wasn't the only minister to preach this positive message. Several churches, whose ministers and congregants were influenced by the New Thought movement, were founded and developed in the decades following World War II. The Church of Religious Science, the Unity Church, and similar places of worship preach philosophies similar to this. Dr. Murphy named his organization the Church of Divine Science. He often shared platforms, conducted joint programs with his similar thinking colleagues, and trained other men and women to join their ministry. Over the years, other churches joined with him in developing an organization called the Federation of Divine Science, which acts an umbrella for all divine science churches. Each of the divine science church leaders continues to push for more education, and Dr. Murphy was one of the leaders to support the creation of the Divine Science School in St. Louis, Missouri, to train new ministers and provide ongoing education for both ministers and congregants. The annual meeting of the Divine Science Ministers was a must to attend, and Dr. Murphy was a featured speaker at them. He encouraged the participants to study and continue to learn, particularly about the importance of the subconscious mind. Over the next few years, Murphy's local Church of Divine Science grew so large that his building was too small to hold them. He rented the Wilshire Ebel Theatre, a former movie theater. His services were so well attended that even this venue could not always accommodate all who wished to attend. Classes conducted by Dr. Murphy and his staff supplemented his Sunday services that were attended by 1,300 to 1,500 people. These were supplemented by seminars and lectures that were held most days and evenings. The church remained at the Wilshire Ebel Theatre in Los Angeles until 1976, when it moved to a new location in Laguna Hills, California, near a retirement community. To reach the vast numbers of people who wanted to hear his message, Dr. Murphy created a weekly radio talk show, which eventually reached an audience of over 1 million listeners. Many of his followers wanted more than just summaries and suggested that he tape his lectures and radio programs. He was at first reluctant to do so, but agreed to experiment. His radio programs were recorded on extra-large 78 RPM discs, a common practice at that time. He had 6 cassettes made from one of these discs and placed them on the information table in the lobby of the Wilshire Ebel Theatre. They sold out the first hour. This started a new venture. His tapes of his lectures explaining biblical texts and providing meditations and prayers for his listeners were not only sold in his church, but in other churches, bookstores, and via the mail. As the church grew, Dr. Murphy added a staff of professional and administrative personnel to assist him in the many programs in which he was involved and in researching and preparing his first books. One of the most effective members of his staff was his administrative secretary, Dr. Jean Wright. The working relationship developed into a romance, and they were married, a lifelong partnership that enriched both of their lives. At this time, the 1950s, there were very few major publishers of spiritually inspired material. The Murphys located some small publishers in the Los Angeles area, and with them produced a series of small books, often 30 to 50 pages printed in pamphlet form, that were sold, mostly in churches, from $1.50 to $3.00 per book. When the orders for these books increased to the point where they required second and third printings, major publishers recognized that there was a market for such books and added them to their catalogs. Dr. Murphy became well known outside of the Los Angeles area as a result of his books, tapes, and radio broadcasts, and was invited to lecture all over the country. He did not limit his lectures to religious matters, but spoke on the historical values of life, the art of wholesome living, and on the teachings of great philosophers, both from the Western and Oriental cultures. As Dr. Murphy never learned to drive, he had to arrange for somebody to drive him to the various places where he was invited to lecture and other places in his very busy schedule. One of Jean's functions as his administrative secretary and later as his wife was to plan his assignments, arrange for trains or flights, airport pickups, hotel accommodations, and all the other details of the trips. The Murphys traveled frequently to many countries around the world. One of his favorite working vacations was to hold seminars on cruise ships. These trips were for a week or more and would take him to many countries around the world. One of Dr. Murphy's most rewarding activities was speaking to the inmates at many prisons. Many ex-convicts wrote him over the years, telling him how his words had truly turned their lives around and inspired them to live spiritual and meaningful lives. He toured the United States and many countries in Europe and Asia. In his lectures, he emphasized the importance of understanding the power of the subconscious mind and the life principles based on belief in the one God, the I Am. Dr. Murphy's pamphlet-sized books were so popular that he began to expand them into more detailed and longer works. His wife gave us some insight into his manner and method of writing. She reported that he wrote his manuscripts on a tablet and pressed so hard on his pencil or pen that you could read the page by the imprint on the next page. He seemed to be in a trance while writing. His writing style was to remain in his office for 4 to 6 hours without disturbance until he stopped and said that was enough for the day. Each day was the same. He never went back into the office again until the next morning to finish what he'd started. He took no food or drink while he was working. He was just alone with his thoughts and his huge library of books, to which he referred from time to time. His wife sheltered him from visitors and calls and kept things moving for church business and other activities. Dr. Murphy was always looking for a simple way to discuss the issues and to elaborate points that would explain